Hello, friends, this is your Audiobookpro. Today we are sharing another fascinating story with you. Subscribe to our channel to get new audiobooks and help us grow our community. Your support inspires us to create even more quality content. Open book. Enjoy your listening. Foreword. Suppose that the truth is a woman, how? Is it not reasonable to suspect that all philosophers, because they were dogmatists, did not understand women well? That the awful earnestness and clumsy intrusiveness with which they have hitherto tended to treat truth was an awkward and obscene means to captivate exactly a woman. And she did not let herself be captivated, and all kinds of dogmatics now stand sad and dejected. If only it still stands at all. For there are scoffers who claim that it has fallen, that all dogmatism is spread out on the earth, even more so, that it is at its last gasp. In all seriousness, there is good reason to hope that all dogmatism in philosophy, however solemn it may have appeared, however much it may have tried to seem final, was only noble childishness and only the beginning, and perhaps the time is not far off when they will again understand what, in fact, would already be enough to serve as the foundation for such majestic and unconditional philosophical edifices as have been erected hitherto by dogmatists, some folk superstition from time immemorial, e.g., the superstition of the soul, which has not yet ceased to run amok, taking the form of superstitious notions of subject and self, or perhaps some play on words, some grammatical seduction, or a bold generalization of very narrow, very personal, very humanly too human facts. The philosophy of the dogmatists, let us hope, was only a promise for thousands of years to come, just as even earlier was the case with astrology, on which perhaps more labor, money, wit, and patience were expended than on any real science, for Asia and Egypt owe their high style of architecture to it and its super-earthly pretensions. It seems that all great things must first wander about the world in a monstrous, horrifying caricature, in order to be imprinted in the human heart in the form of eternal requirements. Such a caricature was dogmatic philosophy, such as the teaching of Vedanta in Asia and Platonism in Europe. Let us not be ungrateful toward it, though we should certainly admit at the same time that the worst, most chronic and most dangerous of all delusions has hitherto been the delusion of the dogmatists, namely, Plato's fiction of the pure spirit and of goodness itself. But now that it has been overcome, now that Europe has taken a break from this nightmare and can at least enjoy a healthier sleep, we, whose task it is to be awake ourselves, are the heirs of all the strength that the struggle against this delusion has nurtured. To speak of the spirit and the good, as Plato did, is without a doubt to turn the truth upside down and to deny the very perspective, i.e., the basic condition of all life. One can even ask, like a doctor, where did this most beautiful offspring of antiquity, Plato, get his disease? Didn't the evil Socrates corrupt him? Wasn't Socrates really a corrupter of youth? And didn't he deserve his sicket? But the struggle with Plato, or, more understandably and for the people, the struggle with the Christian church oppression of millennia for Christianity is Platonism for the people, has produced in Europe a luxurious tension of spirit such as has never been seen on earth. From such a tightly drawn bow one can now shoot at the farthest targets. The European, of course, feels this tension as a state of distress, and two grandiose attempts have already been made to loosen the bowstring, the first through Jesuitism, the second through democratic enlightenment. The latter, with the aid of the freedom of the press and the reading of newspapers, may indeed achieve what the spirit henceforth does not easily feel distressed. The Germans invented gunpowder, praise and honor to them. But they got even for it again, they invented the press. We, being neither Jesuits, nor Democrats, nor even sufficiently German, we, good Europeans and free, very free minds, we also feel all the distress of the spirit and all the tension of its bow. And maybe even an arrow, a task, a goal, who knows? A goal. Zils Maria, Upper Engadine. June 1885. Section 1. On the Prejudices of Philosophers. 1. The will to truth, which will seduce us to take more than one courageous step, that famous truthfulness, of which all philosophers have hitherto spoken with reverence. What questions this will to truth has already presented to us? What strange, insidious questions, inclining to new questions? This story has been going on for a long time, but doesn't it seem as if it has just begun? What wonder, then, if we finally become incredulous, lose patience, impatiently turn away? What if we, in turn, learn from the Sphinx to ask questions? Who, in fact, is the one who offers us the questions here? What is it about us that wills us to move toward truth? Indeed, we gave ourselves a long pause before asking the reason for this volition, until we finally stopped before another, even more profound one. We asked about the value of this volition. Suppose we want truth, why don't we rather want untruth? Non-determinism? Even non-knowledge? Did the problem of the value of truth itself present itself to us, or are we the ones who approached the problem? Which of us is Oedipus here? Who is the Sphinx? Right, it seems, this is a date of questions and question marks. And will anyone believe that if in the end we think that this problem has never been posed before, that we have seen it for the first time, paid attention to it, dared to do it? For there is a risk in doing so, and perhaps there is no greater risk. 2. How could something arise from its opposite? For example, truth from delusion? Or the will to truth from the will to deceive? Or a selfless act from self-interest? Or the pure, sunny contemplation of the sage from insatiable desire? This kind of emergence is impossible. He who dreams of it is a fool. Even worse, things of the highest value must have their own origin in this transient, deceitful world. In this turmoil of madness and lust one cannot look for their sources. On the contrary, in the depths of being, in the immortal, in the hidden divinity, in the thing itself, there is their cause, and nowhere else. A judgment of this kind is a typical presupposition by which the metaphysicians of all times are constantly recognized. This determination of value is in the background of all their logical procedures. From this faith they work on their knowledge in order to obtain something which, in the end, they solemnly name the truth. The basic belief of metaphysicians is the belief in the opposite of values. Even the most cautious of them did not think of resorting to doubt, even if they had vowed to follow the principle de omnibus dubitandum, 1, already here, at the threshold, where it was most necessary. 1. And the question is, firstly, whether opposites exist at all, and secondly, whether the popular opinions of values and the opposition of values, to which metaphysicians have attached their stamp, do not represent, perhaps, only an evaluation of the foreground, only a preliminary perspective, besides, perhaps, a perspective from the corner, opened by looking up from below, as a frog's perspective, to use the expression adopted by painters. With all the value that could belong to the true, truthful, unselfish, it could be that a higher and more undeniable value for all life was attributed to illusion, the will to deceive, self-interest and lust. It may even be that precisely what constitutes the value of good and revered things lies in their fatal kinship precisely with bad, supposedly opposite things, in attachment to the latter, in attachment to them, or perhaps in an essential identity with them. Maybe. But who wants to worry himself with such dangerous mites? For this we must wait for the emergence of a new breed of philosophers, ones who would have some other, transformed taste and other inclinations in comparison with the former ones, philosophers of dangerous maybes in all senses. And speaking quite seriously, I see the emergence of such new philosophers. After looking at philosophers for a long time and reading between their lines, I say to myself, most of the conscious thinking must still be attributed to the activity of instinct, and this even in the case of philosophical thinking. Here one must be retrained, as one was retrained in the part of heredity and naturalness. As little the act of birth is taken into account in the full preceding and following process of inheritance, as little consciousness is in any decisive sense opposed to the instinctive, a greater part of the philosopher's conscious thinking is secretly guided by his instincts, forcibly directing the movement of this thinking along certain paths. And behind all logic, which seems to be autocratic in its movement, there are evaluations of values, or, more precisely, physiological requirements, aimed at maintaining a certain kind of life. For example, evaluations according to which the certain seem to have more value than the uncertain, and the illusion has less value than the truth. These kinds of evaluations, for all their important regulatory value for us, can still be only evaluations of the foreground of the picture, a known kind of necessary, too, which may be necessary just to support the existence of such creatures as we are. Provided that man is not at all the measure of things. 4. The falsity of a judgment does not yet serve for us as an objection to the judgment. Here our new language may sound most strange. The question is the extent to which judgment facilitates life, sustains the species, even, perhaps, facilitates the upbringing of the species. And we are inclined in principle to argue that the most false judgments, which include synthetic judgments a priori, are the most necessary for us, that without assuming the significance of logical fictions, without measuring reality in terms of a purely fictional world of unconditional self-identity, without constantly falsifying the world through number, man could not live, and that to renounce such false judgments would be to renounce life, to deny life. To recognize untruth as the condition on which life depends is, of course, a risky way of resisting the habitual sense of value, and a philosophy that dares to do this puts itself on the wrong side of good and evil. 5. What prompts us to look at all philosophers partly incredulously, partly mockingly, is not that we constantly have to be convinced how naive they are, how often and how easily they miss and err, in short, prompted not by their childishness and childish simplicity, but by the fact that their business is not conducted honestly enough, when they all amicably raise a great and virtuous noise every time the problem of truth is raised, however only from a distance. They all pretend amicably to be people who have supposedly reached their own opinions through the self-development of a cold, pure, divinely carefree dialectic, in contrast to mystics of all degrees, who are more honest and dumber than they talk about inspiration, while in essence they defend, with hindsight, some preconceived notion, a sudden thought, a suggestion, but mostly an abstracted and filtered heart's desire. All of them, taken together, are advocates who do not wish to be called by this name, and even in most of them are deceitful advocates of their prejudices, which they consecrate as truths, very far from the courage of conscience, which admits it to itself, just so, very far from the good taste of courage, which gives it even when it is a warning to friend or foe, or for arrogance and self-mockery. As prim and proper as the old Kant's Tartuffe with which he lures us to the roundabout dialectical paths leading, or rather seducing, to his categorical imperative, this spectacle makes us spoiled people smile, for we have not the slightest pleasure in watching the subtle sly of the old moralists and preachers of morality. Or also this hocus-pocus with the mathematical form into which Spinoza has shackled and camouflaged his philosophy, after all the love of his wisdom, if we interpret the word correctly and justly, to shake in advance the courage of the attacker who would dare to look at this invincible maiden in Palata Athena. How much of his own cowardice and vulnerability gives away this mascotte of the sick hermit? 6. Little by little it became clear to me what every great philosophy has been until now, precisely the confession of its creator, a kind of memoirs written by him in spite of his will and unnoticed by himself. Equally it became clear to me that moral, or non-moral, ends constitute in every philosophy the true seed of life, from which every time an entire plant grows. Indeed, we would do well, and cleverly, if, in order to find out how, in fact, the most remote metaphysical claims of a given philosopher have arisen, we asked ourselves first, what kind of morality is making its way here? What kind of morality does he want to assert? So I do not think that the urge to know is the father of philosophy, but rather that here, as in other cases, some other instinct, the urge uses cognition and ignorance only as a tool. And whoever looks closely at the basic instinctive impulses of man, examining how far they can extend their influence in this particular case, as inspiring geniuses, or demons and kobolds, will see that they were all once already stimuli for philosophy, and that each of them would very much like to represent itself as the last goal here being and to represent the rightful master of all other instincts. For every instinct is overbearing and, as such, tries to philosophize. Of course, in scientists, in real men of science, things may be different better, if you will. There may indeed exist a kind of impulse to knowledge, some little independent clockwork wheel which, being well wound up, then works valiantly without the essential participation of all the other instincts of the scientist. The real interests of a scholar concentrate therefore usually on something completely different, for instance on his family, or on his earnings, or on politics, and it is even almost immaterial whether his little machine is attached to this or that field of science and whether the promising young worker represents himself a good philologist, or a mushroom expert, or a chemist, whether he is one or the other. This does not characterize him. On the contrary, there is nothing impersonal in a philosopher, and especially his morals clearly and decisively testify who he is, i.e. in what rank the innermost instincts of his nature are in relation to each other. 7. How vicious philosophers can be. I know of nothing more venomous than the joke that Epicurus made about Plato and the Platonists. He called them Dionysiocolakes. In the sense of the word it means first of all the flatterers of Dionysius, that is, the tyrant's servants and his splukalites, but besides this word also tells us that they are all comedians, that there is nothing genuine in them, for the word Dionysiokolax was a popular nickname for an actor. 1, and the latter is, in fact, the arrow of anger, shot by Epicurus at Plato. He was irritated by these stately manners, this self-staging, which Plato and his pupils were good at and which Epicurus, the old teacher from the island of Samos, who hid in his garden in Athens and wrote 300 books, who knows, maybe out of ambition and fury, directed against Plato, did not understand. It took a century for Greece to figure out who this garden deity, Epicurus, was. And did it figure it out? 8. In every philosophy there is a point where the philosopher's conviction, or in the language of one ancient mystery, comes on the scene. Adventavit asinus. Pulcher et fortissimus. 3. 9. Do you want to live according to nature? O noble Stoics, what a deception of words! Imagine a being like nature, immensely wasteful, immensely indifferent, without intentions or looks, without pity or justice, prolific and barren and unstable at the same time. Imagine indifference in the form of power. How could you live according to this indifference? To live, is not it just a desire to be other than nature? Isn't life a valuation, a preference, a desire to be unjust, to be limited, to be different from the rest? Assuming, then, that your imperative to live according to nature means essentially the same thing as live according to life, in what way could you not do this? Why create a principle out of what you already are and should be? The reality is quite different, claiming with delight that you have deduced the canon of your law from nature. You want something to the contrary, you fanciful actors and self-deceivers. It is your pride that wants to prescribe to nature, even to nature, its own morals and its own ideal, that wants to embed them in it, that you wish it to be nature in harmony with Stoia, and that you would make all existence exist exclusively in your image and likeness, to the infinite, eternal glory and universal spread of Stoicism. With all your love of truth you compel yourselves so long, so persistently, so hypnotically and deliriously to the false, exactly Stoic view of nature, until at last you lose the ability to see it differently, and some deeply hidden arrogance at last still inspires in you a mad hope. If you can tyrannize yourselves and Stoicism is self-abuse, then you can tyrannize nature too, for is not a Stoic part of nature. But this is the old, eternal story. What once happened to the Stoics still happens today, as soon as any philosophy begins to believe in itself. It always creates the world in its own image, it cannot do otherwise. Philosophy itself is this tyrannical instinct, the spiritual will to power, to creation of the world, to causa prima. 4. 10. The diligence and subtlety, I would even like to say, the cunning with which the problem of real and apparent peace is fought over everywhere in Europe today, give cause for reflection and listening, and whoever does not hear behind all this nothing but the will to truth can no doubt boast of a very keen ear. In isolated and rare cases such a will to truth may indeed be involved, some excessive and adventurous courage, some ambition of the metaphysician who has lost his position, who in the end still prefers a handful of certainties to a whole heap of beautiful possibilities. There may even be such Puritan zealots of conscience who would rather lay down their lives for a lasting nothing than for an impermanent nothing. But this is nihilism and a sign of a desperate, death-weary soul, no matter what guise of courage such a virtue may put on itself. With thinkers stronger, fuller of life, with thinkers still thirsty for life, the case seems to be different, taking the side of the opponents of appearances and pronouncing the word perspective with arrogance, valuing approximately as little the certainty of their own body as the certainty of the evidence telling us that the earth is immovable, and thus seemingly benignly letting their surest possession go, for what is nowadays considered more certain than their own body, who knows if they want, in fact, to recover something that was once an even more sure property, something of the old faith property of old times, an immortal soul, perhaps an old god, in short, ideas that made life better, namely fuller and more joyful, than the modern ideas? In this is the distrust of the named modern ideas, the disbelief in all that is built yesterday and today. To this is added, perhaps, a slight satiety and a mocking contempt, which can no longer stand that bric-a-brac, 5, of the most heterogeneous notions, which is nowadays brought to the market by the so-called positivism, added the disgust of a more pampered taste for the fair motley and rags of all these philosophers. 6. Of reality, too, in whom nothing new and genuine exists except the motley itself. And I think we should give credit to these skeptical semblances of antideality and microscopists of knowledge. The instinct that drives them from this modern reality is irresistible. What business we have with their retrograde roundabouts? What is essential about them is not that they want to go backwards, but that they want to go away. A little more strength, gust, courage, artistry, and they would want to get out of this reality, not back. 11. It seems to me that nowadays people everywhere are trying to ignore the real influence which Kant had on German philosophy, and it is prudent to remain silent about the very value which he himself attributed to himself. Kant was above all proud of his table of categories. With this table in hand he said, here is the most difficult thing that could ever be undertaken for the purposes of metaphysics. Understand this might have been. He boasted that he had discovered in man a new capacity, the capacity for synthetic judgments a priori. Suppose he deceived himself in this, but the development and rapid flowering of German philosophy is linked to this pride and to the competition of all the younger brethren who sought to discover, if possible, something even more worthy of pride, and at any rate new capacities. But let us ponder on this point. The time is right here. How is it possible to make synthetic judgments a priori? Kant asked himself, and what did he answer? By virtue of the faculty. 7, unfortunately not in 3 words, but so thoroughly, with such dignity, and with such an excess of German profundity and floridity, that people missed the merry necessary allemande. 8, hidden in this answer. This new capacity even became a cause of extreme excitement, and the jubilation reached its climax when Kant discovered, in addition, a moral capacity in man, for then the Germans were still moral and not real political. It was the honeymoon month of German philosophy. All the young theologians of the Tübingen seminary immediately retreated to the bushes all in search of new capacities. And what was found in that innocent, rich, still youthful time of the German spirit, which was inspired by that evil fairy of Romanticism, at a time when they did not yet know how to distinguish between the concepts to find and to invent? First of all, the capacity for the supersensible was found. Schelling christened it intellectual contemplation, and in this way pleased the most ardent desire of his contemporary, in fact, pious-minded Germans. But no matter how boldly this perky and reckless movement was dressed up in vague and senile notions, it was still a period of youth, and no greater injustice can be done to it than to look at it seriously and treat it almost with the indignation of outraged moral feeling. In any case, we were older, the dream had flown away. There came a time when we began to rub our foreheads, we rub them still to this day. Everyone was dreaming, and above all old Kant. In virtue of ability, he said, or at least he thought so. But is this the answer? Is this an explanation? Or is it rather a repetition of the question? Why does opium act as a soporific? By virtue of ability, precisely, virtus dormitiva, answers the famous physician in Molière. Quia est in eo virtus dormitiva? Cogus est natura sensus asupire. But such answers belong in comedy, and the time has finally come to replace the Kantian question, how are synthetic judgments a priori possible? With another question, why do we need to believe in such judgments? That is, the time has come to understand that, for the purpose of keeping beings of our species alive, it is necessary to believe that such judgments are true, for which reason, of course, they could also be false judgments. Or, to put it more crudely and forcefully, synthetic judgments a priori should not be possible at all, we have no right to them, in our mouths they are utterly false judgments. But, of course, what is needed is faith in their truth, as faith in the foreground and illusion that make up the perspective optics of life. Paying final tribute to the tremendous effect which German philosophy has produced throughout Europe, I hope that everyone understands its right to the quotation marks. We should not doubt, however, that a certain virtus dormitiva took part in it, among noble idlers, do-gooders, mystics, artists, three-quarters Christians, and political obscurants of all nationalities were very glad to have, thanks to German philosophy, an antidote to the still excessively powerful sensualism, which flowed in a broad stream from the last century into the present, in the word sensus asupire. 12. Concerning materialistic atomistics, we can say that it belongs to the most easily refutable theories, and probably nowadays in Europe there are no more such ignoramuses among scientists who would recognize for it besides convenience and convenience for home use, namely, as a reduction of terminology, still any serious value, thanks primarily to that Pole Boskowicz, 3, who, together with the Pole Copernicus, was until now the strongest and most victorious opponent of evidence. Whereas it was Copernicus who made us believe, against all senses, that the earth does not stand unshaken, Boskovic taught that we must renounce faith in the last thing that remained unshaken of the earth, faith in matter, in the residue of the earth, in the lump atom. It was the greatest triumph over the senses ever achieved on earth. But one must go even further and declare a merciless, deadly war also on atomistic need, which, like the even more famous metaphysical need, still exists dangerously in areas where no one can smell it. One must first of all finish off that other, even more fatal atomistics, which Christianity has most successfully and longest taught, the atomistics of the soul. May I be allowed to call by this word the belief, which considers the soul to be something eternal, indivisible, a monad, automon. This belief must be banished from science. Between us, there is no need to get rid of the soul and to renounce one of the oldest and most respected hypotheses, which is usually caused by the clumsiness of naturalists who as soon as they touch the soul immediately lose it. But the way to a new exposition and refinement of the soul hypothesis remains open, and such concepts as mortal soul, soul as a plurality of subjects, and soul as a social order of instincts and effects have since demanded for themselves the right of citizenship in science. In preparing to put an end to the superstition that has hitherto flourished around the concept of the soul with an almost tropical splendor, the new psychologist has, of course, as it were, forced himself into a new desert and into a new area of distrust. Perhaps the old psychologists lived more comfortably and cheerfully, but in the end it is precisely because of this that he is aware that he is doomed to inventions and, who knows? Perhaps for acquisitions. 13. Physiologists should reflect on the view of the instinct of self-preservation as the cardinal instinct of an organic being. First of all, something living wants to spread its power. Life itself is the will to power. Self-preservation is only one of the indirect and multiple consequences of this. In short, here, as everywhere else, we must beware of unnecessary teleological principles. One of them is the instinct of self-preservation. We owe it to Spinoza's inconsistency. This is precisely the requirement of the method, which in essence must be parsimonious with respect to principles. 14. Maybe in 5 or 6 heads there is a glimmering idea that physics is also only an interpretation and ordering of the world, according to our measure. If I may say so, and not an explanation of the world, but since it is based on faith in the senses, it is and will be considered as something more, namely, as an explanation, and will be considered as such for a long time to come. It is vouched for by eyes and hands, by obviousness and tangibility. On an age endowed with plebeian tastes, it works charmingly, persuasively, convincingly, for it instinctively follows the canon of truth of the age-old popular sensualism. What becomes clear? What becomes explained? Only what can be seen and touched, which is the extent to which any problem must be developed. On the contrary, it was a noble way of thinking, and it took place among people who had perhaps stronger and more exacting feelings than our contemporaries, but who saw the highest triumph in remaining masters of these feelings. They achieved this through the pale, cold, grey net of notions which they cast over the motley whirlpool of feelings, over the plebs of feelings, as Plato said. For, in this conquest of the world, in this interpretation of the world in Plato's way, there was a pleasure of a different kind from that offered to us by today's physicists, equally by Darwinists and anti-teleologists among physiologists, with their principle of minimum expenditure of force and maximum expenditure of folly. Where a man has nothing more to see and grasp with his hands, he has nothing more to seek is, of course, a different imperative from Plato's, but for the rude, hard-working generation of machinists and bridge builders of the future, whose assignment is to do only black work, it may just as well be the proper imperative. 15. In order to engage in physiology with a clear conscience, one must hold that the sense organs are not phenomena in the sense of idealist philosophy. As such, they could not be causes. Thus sensualism is at least a regulative hypothesis, not to say a heuristic principle. How? And some even say that the external world is as if the creation of our organs. But then our body, as a particle of this external world, would be the creation of our organs. But then our organs themselves would be a creation of our organs. Here, in my opinion, is the most complete reductio ad absurdum. 10. Provided that the concept of causa sui. 11. Is something quite absurd. Consequently, the external world is not the creation of our organs? 16. There are still those harmless self-contemplators who think that there are immediate certainties such as I think, or, in the spirit of Schopenhauer's superstition, I want, as if here cognition were given the possibility to grasp its object in pure and naked form, as a thing in itself, and neither on the subject nor on the object there is room for falsehood. But I will repeat 100 times that immediate certainty, just as absolute cognition and the thing in itself contain a contradictio in ejecto. 12. One must at last be free of verbosity some day. Let people think that to cognize means to know up to the end, but the philosopher must say to himself, if I decompose the event expressed in the sentence I think, I get a number of bold statements, the substantiation of which is difficult, perhaps impossible. For example, that it is I who think, that there must be something that thinks, that thinking is the activity and action of some being, thought is a cause, that there is I. Finally, that the meaning of the word thinking has already been established, that I know what thinking is. For if I had not already decided all this for myself, how could I judge that what is happening now is not wanting or feeling? In short, this I am thinking presupposes that I compare my instantaneous state with my other states known to me in order to determine what they are. Because of this reference to other knowledge, it just has no immediate validity for me. Instead of this immediate validity, which let the people in this case believe for themselves, the philosopher thus receives a whole series of metaphysical questions, real questions of conscience for the intellect, which say, whence do I take the concept of thinking? Why do I believe in cause and effect? What gives me the right to speak of some I and even of the I as cause and, finally, still of the I as cause of thinking? Whoever dares to answer these metaphysical questions immediately, referring to some kind of intuition of knowledge, as one who says, I think and know that it is at least true, really, authentic, will now be answered by the philosopher with a smile and a couple of question marks. My dear sir, the philosopher will probably puzzle him, it is incredible that you are not mistaken, but why then must you necessarily speak of the truth? 17. As for the superstition of logicians, I will not tire of emphasizing again and again one little fact reluctantly admitted by these superstitious people, namely that thought comes when it wants, not when I want. 5. So that it is a distortion of the essence of the matter to say, the subject I is the condition of the predicate I think. Thinking, but that this self is precisely the famous old self is, to put it mildly, only an assumption, only an assertion, and above all not at all immediate certainty. After all, much has already been done by this thinking. The Saya already contains in itself the interpretation of the event and is not itself part of it. The usual conclusion is based on the grammatical habit, thinking is activity, every activity involves someone acting, therefore Approximately according to the same scheme the old atomistics looked for that lump of matter, where it nests and where it acts from, to the acting force. The more strict minds finally learn to do without this remnant of the earthly, and maybe one day logicians will also learn to do without this little Saya, into which, having evaporated, the honest, old self has turned. 18. A truly considerable attraction of every given theory is that it is refutable. This is what attracts finer minds to it. It seems that the theory of free will, which has been disproved 100 times, owes its continued existence to this attraction. There is always someone who feels strong enough to disprove it. 19. Philosophers are in the habit of talking about the will as about the most famous thing in the world. Schopenhauer even declared that only the will is known to us authentically, completely, without any diminution and impurity. But it always seems to me that Schopenhauer did in this case only what philosophers usually do: he took up the popular prejudice and strengthened it even more. It seems to me that volition is first of all something complex, something having unity only as a word, and just in the expression of it with the help of one word, the popular prejudice, dominating always only insignificant circumspection of philosophers, expresses itself. So, let us be more circumspect, let us stop being philosophers and say so. In every volition there is, first of all, set of feelings, namely, the feeling of the state from which we want to get rid of, the feeling of the state which we want to reach, the feeling of this movement from something or to something, then also the accompanying muscular feeling, which appears at the moment of this we want due to some kind of habit, sometimes without setting in motion our hands and feet. Secondly, just as feelings, in particular the heterogeneous ones, must be considered as an ingredient of volition, so is the case with thinking. In every act of will there is a dominating thought, but there is nothing to think that this thought can be separated from volition, as if there would then be still a will. Thirdly, the will is not only a set of feelings and thoughts, but above all, it is also an effect, a command effect. What is called free will is in essence a commanding effect toward the one who has to obey. I am free, he must obey. This awareness lies in every volition, as well as that tension of attention, that direct gaze fixing exclusively one thing, that unconditional evaluation of the now this and nothing else position, that inner confidence that obedience will be achieved, and everything else that still belongs to the state of the commanding. The person who wills commands something in himself that he obeys or that he thinks of as obeying. But now let us pay attention to the most surprising side of volition, this so manifold thing, for which people have only one word, since in this case we are simultaneously commanders and obedient, and, as obedient, we are familiar with feelings of compulsion, pressure, resistance, inducement, arising usually immediately after the act of will, since, on the other hand, we are used to ignore this duality, deceptively distanced from it by the synthetic concept of self. Volition is attached by itself to sense. In the great majority of cases, volition appears where one would expect the effect of a command, hence, of obedience, and thus of action. Therefore, the visible side of the matter, as if there were a necessity for action, is transformed into feeling. In short, the one who wills thinks with sufficient certainty that the will and the action are somehow one, attributes also the success and the execution of the will to the will, and thus enjoys the increase of that feeling of power which all success brings with it. Freedom of will are the words for this manifold state of pleasure of the volitionalist, who commands and at the same time merges into one being with the doer who, as such, enjoys with him the triumph of overcoming obstacles, but secretly thinks that in fact it is his will itself that overcomes obstacles. In this way, the one who wills adds to the pleasure of the one who commands the pleasure of the instruments that execute, of the instruments that successfully work, of the servile subordinate wills or subordinate souls, for our body is only the social order of many souls. Lefit c'est moi. 13. The same thing happens here as in every well-adjusted and happy community, where the ruling class identifies itself with the social successes. With all volition it is necessarily a matter of command and obedience, as said, on the ground of the social order of many souls, and therefore the philosopher should consider himself entitled to consider volition itself already under the aspect of morality, and by morality is meant exactly the teaching of the power relations, under which the phenomenon called life arises. 20. That separate philosophical notions are nothing arbitrary, nothing for self-producing, but grow in relation and kinship with each other, that despite all seeming suddenness and arbitrariness of their appearance in the history of thinking, they still belong just as much to a known system as all kinds of fauna to some part of the world. All this is reflected lastly in that certainty with which the most different philosophers constantly fill in a certain basic scheme of possible philosophies. 6. Under an invisible yoke, they continually run again and again along the same circular path, and, however independently they may feel from one another with their critical or systematic will, something inwardly leads them, something drives them in a certain order one after another, that same inborn systematicity and kinship of concepts. Their thinking is really much less a discovery of something new than identification or recollection of the old, returning to the ancestral home, to the distant ancient common fiefdom of soul, where once these notions grew. In this respect philosophizing is a sort of atavism of higher order. The amazing family resemblance of all Indian, Greek, Germanic philosophizing is explained quite simply. It is where there is a kinship of languages, thanks to the common philosophy of grammar, that is, thanks to the unconscious power and guidance of the same grammatical functions, that everything is inevitably and in advance prepared for the homogeneous development and consistency of philosophical systems, just as for some other explanations of the world the way is as if it were closed. It is very probable that the philosophers of the Ural-Altaic dialects, in which the concept of subject is least developed, will look differently into the depths of the world and follow different paths than the Indo-Germans and Muslims. 7. The yoke of certain grammatical functions is after all the yoke of physiological judgments of values and racial conditions. Here is what can be said in refutation of Locke's superficial views on the origin of ideas. 21. Causa sui is the most blatant of all hitherto invented self-contradictions, a kind of logical violence and unnaturalness, but man's exorbitant pride has led him to become terribly entangled in just this absurdity. The demand for free will in that metaphysical, overblown sense, which, unfortunately, still reigns in the heads of illiterates, the urge to bear all responsibility for one's actions without exception, removing it from God, from the world, from ancestors, from chance, from society, is nothing other than the claim to be that very causa sui and to pull oneself by the hair from the mire of nothingness, with more than Munchausen-like courage. But let us suppose that someone discovers the masculine simplicity of this famous notion of free will and puts it out of his head, in which case I would ask him to move one step further in his enlightenment and to put out of his head also the inversion of this false notion of free will, I mean unfree will, which is the consequence of the misuse of the notions of cause and action. It would be a mistake to objectify cause and action, as naturalists, and those who nowadays, following their manner, bring naturalism into the realm of thought, do, in accord with the prevailing mechanistic stupidity that makes cause push and shove until it acts. Cause and action are to be used as pure concepts, i.e., as conventional fictions applied for the purpose of signification, agreement, not explanation. In things themselves, there is no causality, necessity, psychological unfreedom. Their action does not follow cause, no law reigns there. It is we, only we, who have invented causes, the following of one for the other, the existence of one for the other, relativity, coercion, number, law, freedom, ground, purpose, and if we invent, add to things this world of signs as something in itself, we are doing again what we have always done, namely, mythologically. Unfree will is mythology. In real life it is only a matter of strong will and weak will. If the thinker in all causality and psychological necessity already feels a certain amount of servitude, need, necessity of consequence, pressure, unfreedom, this is almost always a symptom of what he himself lacks. To feel this way is betrayal. The individual betrays himself. And in general, if my observations are correct, unfreedom of will is understood as a problem from two completely opposite sides, but always from a deeply personal perspective. Some do not want to give up their own responsibility, their belief in themselves, their personal right to their merits for nothing. Vain races belong to this category. Others, on the contrary, do not want to answer for anything, be guilty of anything, and would like, out of an inner sense of self-pity, to be able to sell themselves somewhere. The latter, if they write books, are now in the habit of defending criminals. A kind of socialist compassion is their favorite mask. Indeed, the fatalism of the weak-minded is wonderfully embellished if it can declare itself la religion de la souffrance humaine. 14. This is its good taste. 22. May you forgive me, as an old philologist, who cannot get rid of the wicked habit of branding the wicked tricks of interpretation, but this natural law of which you physicists speak with such pride, as if exists only through your interpretation and wicked philology. It is not a state of affairs, is not a text, but rather only a naive humanistic tweak and distortion of meaning, with which you amply please the democratic instincts of the modern soul. There is equality before the law everywhere. It is no different and no better in nature in this respect than it is with us, a well-meaning hindsight which once more masks the hostility of the nobility to all that is privileged and autocratic, masks a second, more subtle atheism. En ideu, en I maitre, 15, is what you want, and therefore long live the law of nature. Is it not? But, as said, this is an interpretation, not a text, and someone may appear who, with the opposite intention and art of interpretation, manages to deduce from the same nature and applied to the same phenomena precisely the tyrannically ruthless and inexorable insistence on the claim to power. An interpreter may appear who will present to you the inexorability and unconditional nature of all will to power in such a way that almost every word, and even the word tyranny, in the end will seem insufficient, will seem already a weakening and softening metaphor, will seem too human, and yet he might end up asserting about this world what you do, namely, that the world has a necessary and calculable course, not because laws reign in it, but because there are absolutely no laws and every power draws its final conclusion at every moment. Suppose this, too, is only an interpretation, and do you have the zeal to argue against it? Well, so much the better. 23. All psychology has so far remained constrained by moral prejudices and fears. It has not dared to penetrate to the depths. To understand it as a morphology and a doctrine of the development of the will to power, as I understand it, was not yet even in anyone's mind, if at all one is allowed to recognize in what has hitherto been written a symptom of what has hitherto been silenced. The power of moral prejudice has penetrated deeply into the mental world of man, ostensibly the coldest and most prerequisiteless, and, needless to say, it acts maliciously, inhibits, blinds, distorts. Physiopsychology as such has to struggle against unconscious opposition in the researcher's heart. Its opponent is the heart. Already the doctrine of mutual conditioning of good and bad stimuli, as a more refined immorality, discourages even a strong, fearless conscience. The doctrine of deducing all good instincts from bad ones works even worse. But let us suppose that someone accepts even the affects of hatred, envy, greed, power as effects which condition life, as something essentially and essentially necessary in the general economy of life, as something which, therefore, must still expand, increase. If the same happens to life itself, then he will suffer from such orientation of his judgments as from seasickness. However, even this hypothesis is far from being the most distressing or the strangest in this monstrous, almost still new field of dangerous knowledge. Indeed, there are hundreds of good arguments for everyone to stay away from this field who can. On the other hand, if our ship has drifted into it, let us clench our teeth, let us keep our eyes open, let us take the stern with a steady hand. We are sailing right over morality, we are trampling, we are shattering perhaps the rest of our own morality, daring to direct our way there, but what is the use of talking about us? Never before has a deeper world of insight been revealed to intrepid travelers and adventurers, and the psychologist who thus sacrifices, but it is not sacrificio dell'intelletto, 16, on the contrary, will at least have the right to demand in return that psychology be again recognized as ruler of the sciences, for whose service and training all the other sciences exist. For psychology now again forms the way to major problems. Section 2. The Free Mind. 24. O Sanctus Simplicitas, 17. In what wondrous simplicity and in what falsehood does man live? And if our eyes were ever opened, it would be impossible to marvel at this miracle. How light and free and easy and simple we have made everything around us. How we have been able to give our senses free access to everything superficial, and our thinking a divine passion for impetuous leaps and false conclusions. How did we manage to preserve our ignorance from the very beginning in order to enjoy the barely comprehensible freedom, the indebility, the carelessness, the fearlessness, the cheerfulness of life, in order to enjoy life? And only on this solid granite foundation of ignorance has science, the will to know, on the foundation of a much stronger will, the will to not knowing, to the undetermined, to the not true, been allowed to rise so far. And to rise not as its opposite, but as its subtle variant. Let even language, both in this case and in others, not be able to get out of its clumsiness and continue to speak of opposites wherever there are degrees and some subtleties and shades. Let also the hardened Tartuffe of morality, which has now become an integral part of our invincible flesh and blood, even in us who know, twists the words in our mouth. Sometimes we understand it and laugh, seeing we sometimes understand this and laugh, seeing how the best science does everything it can to keep us in this polluted, thoroughly artificial, ornamented, ornamentally falsified world, seeing how it too, willy-nilly, loves delusion, for it too, the living, loves life. 25. After such a cheerful introduction, let the serious word be heard. It is addressed to the most serious. Beware, philosophers and friends of knowledge, and beware of martyrdom. Beware of suffering in the name of truth. Beware even of your own defense. It robs your conscience of all innocence and subtle neutrality. It makes you hard-headed in the face of objections and red rags. It dulls you, stupefies you, likens you to bulls, when in the struggle against danger, scolding, suspicion, exile and even more gross consequences of enmity you have to play at last as if truth were a simple and slovenly person, who needs defenders. And it is in you, O knights of the sad image, gentlemen of the gawkers and spider-weavers of the spirit. After all, you know quite well that it makes no difference whether you turn out to be right or not, just as you know that no philosopher has ever turned out to be right, and that in every little question mark you place after your favorite words and favorite teachings, and, if need be, after yourselves, there may lie a more admirable truthfulness than in all the solemn gestures with which you trump up before accusers and judicial courts. Stand aside. Take cover. And put on your mask and your cunning, so that you may be confounded with others. Or be at least a little afraid. And don't forget only the garden with the golden lattice. And surround yourself with people like the garden or like the music over the waters at the evening hour. When the day becomes a memory already, choose for yourself a good solitude, a free, cheerful, easy solitude that will give you the right to remain good in some sense, too. How poisonous, how cunning, how evil all long warfare, which cannot be waged by open force, makes people. How personal makes them long fear, long observation of enemies, possible enemies. These outcasts of society, these long persecuted, viciously poisoned, also hermits under compulsion, these Spinozas or Giordano Brunos, in the end always become refined avengers and poisoners, even if under cover of a spiritual masquerade and perhaps unconsciously for themselves. dig for once to the bottom of the ethics and theology of Spinoza, there is nothing to talk about the futility of moral indignation, which in every philosopher always serves as an unmistakable sign that his philosophical humor has abandoned him. The philosopher's martyrdom, his self-sacrifice to the truth, reveals what was hidden in him that was agitatorial and acting, and assuming that he has so far been looked upon only with artistic curiosity, with respect to another philosopher a dangerous desire may certainly seem understandable to see him one day also in a state of degeneration, degenerated into martyr, into a screamer of stages and rostrums. The only thing to be clear with such a desire is that in any case one would have to see only a drama of satires, only an epilogue in the form of a farce, only continuous proof that a long genuine tragedy has ended, provided, of course, that all philosophy in its inception was a long tragedy. 26. Every chosen man instinctively strives for his castle and secret refuge, where he gets rid of the crowd, of the many, of the majority, where he has the right to forget the rule of man, being the exception to it, except for one case when an even stronger instinct pushes him directly, as a knower in a broad and exclusive sense, into this rule. Who, when communicating with people, does not, on occasion, pour out all the colors of misfortune, turning green and gray with disgust, satiety, sympathy, gloominess, solitude, is surely not a man of higher tastes. But suppose that he does not voluntarily undertake all this burden and bother, that he constantly evades it and, as said, continues silently and proudly to hide in his castle, in which case one thing is true, he is not meant for cognition. Otherwise he should one day have said to himself, to hell with my good taste. For the rule is more interesting than the exception, not me as the exception. And would go down, first of all, Wednesday. The study of the average man, long, serious, and for this purpose a multitude of disguises, self-defeating, familiarity, bad treatment, all treatment is bad except that of one's own, is a necessary part of the biography of every philosopher, perhaps the most unpleasant, most stinking, most rich in disappointment. But if he is lucky, as it befits a dabbler of knowledge, he meets people who really reduce and facilitate his task. I mean the so-called cynics, i.e. such people who simply admit their animalism, banality, rule, and yet possess the degree of intelligence and arrogance that makes them talk about themselves and their like before witnesses. Sometimes even in books they are just lying around in their own dung. Cynicism is the only form in which vulgar souls come in contact with what is called sincerity, and the superior man should prick up his ears at every larger and more refined expression of cynicism, and congratulate himself every time a shameless clown or a scientific satirist speaks directly before him. There are even occasions when, with this disgust, a charm is added, namely, when with such an immodest goat and monkey on the whim of nature is joined a genius as that of Abbé Galliani, the deepest, most perceptive and perhaps the dirtiest of the men of his age. He was much deeper than Voltaire and, therefore, also largely more silent than him. It is much more common to find, as we have made clear, a scholarly head mounted on the torso of a monkey, an exceptionally fine mind united with a vulgar soul. Among doctors and moral physiologists this is not an uncommon occurrence. And where only someone without irritation, but rather good-naturedly speaks of man as a belly with two needs and as a head with one, everywhere, where anyone sees, seeks, and wants to see the true springs of human actions only in hunger, sexual lust and vanity, in short, wherein when they speak of man badly, but not at all malignantly, there the lover of knowledge should listen attentively and carefully, and generally he should listen where they speak without indignation. For an indignant man and one who constantly tears and torments himself, or the world, or God, or society instead, with his own teeth may of course be morally superior to a laughing and self-righteous satyr, but in every other sense he is a more ordinary, less significant, less instructive case. And no one lies as much as the indignant. 27. It is difficult to be understood, especially if one thinks and lives as a Genghis Rotagati, 18, among people who all think and live differently, namely as Kormagati, 19, or at best as hastening the allure of the frog, 20, Mandikagati, 21, am I not doing everything to be understood with difficulty? And one must be heartily grateful for the goodwill for some subtlety of interpretation. As for the good friends, who are always too lazy and think that it is precisely as friends that they have the right to be lazy, you will do well if you give them an ample arena of misunderstanding in advance. Then you can also laugh, or you can get rid of them, these good friends, and laugh too. 28. What is most difficult to translate from one language into another is the tempo of its style, rooted in the character of the race, or, to put it physiologically, in the average tempo of its metabolism. There are translations considered conscientious, but which are almost distortions, as involuntary taintings of the original, simply because they cannot convey its bold, cheerful tempo, which skips over, carries us through all the dangers of things in words. The German is almost incapable in his speech of presto, and therefore, it goes without saying, of many amusing, daring nuances of free thought. To the extent that Buffon and Satyr are alien to him, corporeally and mentally, Aristophanes and Petronius are just as untranslatable to him. All kinds of heavy, clumsy, solemnly awkward, all kinds of languid and dull varieties of style have developed in the Germans in excessive variety. May I forgive the statement of the fact that even Goethe's prose, which is a mixture of stiffness and elegance, is no exception, as a reflection of the good old time to which it belongs, and as an expression of the German taste of that time, when there was still a German taste, the Rococo taste, in Moribus et Artibus, 22. Lessing is an exception because of his acting nature, which understood much and knew much. It is not without reason that he was Beale's translator and willingly sought refuge with Diderot and Voltaire, and even more willingly with the Roman comediographers. Lessing too loved in tempo spiritual liberty and escape from Germany. But how could the German language, even in the prose of some Lessing, adopt the tempo of Machiavelli, who in his Principe, 23, envelopes us in the dry, pure air of Florence, and who is forced to state the most serious things in an indomitable allegrissimo, perhaps not without a viciously artistic sense of the contrast he dares to make, long, heavy, stern, dangerous thoughts, and here the pace gallops, and the most cheerful mood. Finally, who would dare to dare a German translation of Petronius, who, as a master presto in fictions, quirks, and words, was above any of the great musicians up to the present day, and what, after all, are all the swamps of the sick, bad world, also of the ancient world, for one who, like Petronius, has the feet of wind, the flight and breath of it, the liberating, incisive laugh of wind, which heals everything, setting everything in motion. As for Aristophanes, that enlightening and replenishing genius, for whose sake all Hellenism is forgiven its existence, provided people have perfectly understood what it is in everything then that needs forgiveness, enlightenment. I do not know anything that made me dream of Plato's secrecy and his sphinx nature more than that happily preserved petit fate, 24, that under the headboard of his deathbed nothing like the Bible was found, nothing Egyptian, Pythagorean, Platonic, but found. Aristophanes. How could even Plato have endured life, the Greek life which he denied, without some Aristophanes? 29. Independence is the lot of the few, it is the advantage of the strong. And whoever dares to try it, even if with the fullest right, but without being obliged to it, proves that he is probably not only strong, but also brave to the point of licentiousness. He enters the labyrinth, he increases 1,000 times the number of dangers that life itself brings with it, not the least of which is that no one can see how or where he gets lost, removed from people and torn to pieces by some caveman minotaur of conscience. In case such a man perishes, it happens so far from the realm of human comprehension that people do not feel or sympathize with this death, and he can no longer go back. He can no longer return to the compassion of men. 30. Our higher insights must necessarily. The distinction between the exoteric and the esoteric was understood at an early age among philosophers, the Hindus and the Greeks, the Persians and the Greeks, the Persians and the Greeks. The distinction between the exoteric and the esoteric, as it was understood in the past among philosophers, among Hindus, as well as among Greeks, Persians and Muslims, in a word, everywhere where caste order was believed, not equality and equal rights, is based not on the fact that the exoteric stands outside and looks at things, values, measures them, judges about them not from within but from outside. What is more significant here is that he looks at things from below upwards, the esoteric, on the contrary, from above downwards. There are such heights of the soul, when viewed from which even tragedy ceases to act tragically, and if all the world's sorrow is condensed into one, who dares to claim that this spectacle will inevitably seduce us to compassion and thereby compel a doubling of sorrow? That which serves as food or delight to the higher race of men must be almost poison to the too different and inferior race. The virtues of the ordinary man would perhaps in a philosopher be tantamount to vices and weaknesses, and it is possible that a man of the higher race, if he, let us suppose, degenerates and perishes, only by this means becomes possessed of such qualities as make the lower world, where his fall has led him, now venerate him as a saint. There are books of inverse value for the soul and health, depending on whether they are used by the lowest soul, the lowest life force, or the highest and most powerful. In the first case they are dangerous, corrosive, decaying books, in the second the cry of the herald, calling the most valiant to their valor. Generally accepted books are always stinky books, the smell of the little people clings to them. Where the crowd eats and drinks, even where it worships, it usually stinks. You don't have to go to church if you want to breathe clean air. 31. When we are young, we honor and despise without yet possessing the art of considering nuance, which constitutes the best acquisition of life, and we rightly have to pay a heavy price later for having appropriately pounced on people and things with our unconditional yes and no. Everything is arranged in such a way that the worst of tastes, the taste for the unconditional, is subjected to the cruelest ridicule and violence, until one learns to put some art into one's feelings, or better yet, until one risks making an experience with the artificial, as real artists of life do. Anger and awe, the two elements befitting youth, seem unable to pacify themselves until they distort people and things to such an extent as to militate against them. Youth is in itself already something distorting and deceptive. Later on, when the young soul, exhausted by the series of disappointments, finally distrusts itself and remains ardent and wild even in its distrust and remorse, how indignant is it then against itself, how impatiently it torments itself, how revengeful to itself for its long self-blindness, as if it were blind of its own volition. In this transitional state we punish ourselves by distrusting our feeling, we torment our inspiration with doubt, we even feel already some danger in a pure conscience, as if self-washing and weariness of finer honesty, and above all we become opponents, principled opponents of youth. But a dozen years go by, and we realize that there was still youth in all this. 32. During the longest period of human history called prehistoric, the merit or unfitness of an act was derived from its consequences. The act itself was as little taken into account as its origin, and roughly as in China the merit or disgrace of children is still passed on to their parents, so in those days the inverse force of success or failure guided man in his approving or disapproving judgment of the act. Let's call this period the domoral period of humanity. The imperative to know thyself was then still unknown. On the contrary, in the last 10 millennia, in some large expanses of the Earth's surface, people have progressively reached the point where they have given a decisive voice in the question of the value of an action no longer to its consequences, but to its origin, the great event as a whole, the noteworthy refinement of view and scale, the unconscious consequence of the domination of aristocratic virtues and the belief in origin, the sign of a period which in a narrower sense can be called moral, was thereby the first attempt at self-knowledge. Instead of the consequence of origin, what a reversal of perspective! And probably a coup achieved only after a long struggle and hesitation. Of course, the faithful new superstition, the characteristic narrowness of interpretation, achieved its dominance precisely because of this. The origin of the act was interpreted in the most definite sense, as originating from the intention. People came to unite in the belief that the value of the act lay in the value of its intention. To see in intention all that gives rise to an act, all its antecedent history, is a prejudice, on the basis of which almost until recent times all moral praise, censure, moral judgment, and even philosophizing were expressed. But have we not now come to the necessity to venture once again into a revolution and a radical rearrangement of all values, thanks to a new self-understanding and self-deepening of man? Are we not at the turn of the period which in the negative sense should be defined above all as non-moral, nowadays, when, at least among us immoralists, the suspicion has arisen that precisely in what is unintentional in a given act lies its final value, and that all its intentionality, all that can be seen, known, conscious in it, constitutes still its surface and shell, which, like every shell, reveals something, but even more so hides it? In a word, we suppose that the intention is only a sign, a symptom, which must be interpreted first, moreover a sign, which means too much and consequently almost nothing in itself, and that the morality in the former sense, therefore, the morality of intentions, represented a prejudice, something reckless, maybe something preliminary, something approximately of the same rank as astrology and alchemy, but in any case something which must be overcome. Overcoming morality, in a certain sense even overcoming it itself, let this be the name of that long secret work which is given to the subtlest, most honest and at the same time most evil modern conscience as the living touchstone of the soul. 33. There is nothing to be done. The feelings of self-sacrifice, of sacrificing oneself for one's neighbor, the whole morality of self-denial must be ruthlessly brought to account and brought to trial, just as the aesthetic of disinterested contemplation, under cover of which the castration of art is now quite slyly trying to clear its conscience. There is too much charm and sugar in these sentiments under the labels for others, not for oneself, for there to be no need to double our disbelief here and ask, aren't they temptations, perhaps? That they are liked by the one who possesses them and by the one who enjoys their fruits, as well as by the average spectator, does not yet serve as an argument in their favor, but precisely as an incentive to caution. So, let's be careful. 34. Whatever philosophical point of view we now take, on all sides the fallibility of the world in which we seem to live is the truest and most enduring of all that our gaze can still grasp. We find grounds for this behind grounds that might perhaps tempt us to assume that the principle of deception is embedded in the essence of things. But he who attributes responsibility for the falsity of the world to our thinking itself, hence to spirit, the venerable outlet used by every conscious or unconscious advocatiste, 25, who considers this world together with space, time, form, motion as a wrong conclusion, at least has the perfect reason to at last penetrate a distrust of thinking itself. Has it not already played the greatest joke on us? And what guarantee can be given that it will not continue to do what it has always done? Apart from jokes, there is something touching and inspiring deep respect in the innocence of thinkers that allows them even today to ask consciousness to give them honest answers, for example, whether it is real and why. In fact, it so decisively disassociates itself from the outside world, and many similar questions. Belief in immediate certainties is a moral naivete that honors us philosophers, but we must not, after all, be only moral people. Apart from morality, such a belief is foolishness that does us little honor. Let it be that in the burger world constant distrust is considered a sign of bad character and therefore belongs to the category of the unreasonable. Here among us, on the other side of the burger world and its yes and no, what could prevent us from being unreasonable and saying the philosopher is actually entitled to a bad character, as a being who on earth has hitherto been constantly subjected to the cruelest fooling, he is now obliged to be distrustful, to cast malicious oblique glances from every abyss of suspicion. May I forgive the joke expressed in such a darkly caricatured form, for I myself have long ago learned to think differently about deception and deceit, to evaluate them differently, and am willing to indulge in at least a few blows to the blind rage with which philosophers resist being deceived with all their might. Why not? That truth is more valuable than illusion is no more than a moral prejudice. Of all the assumptions that exist, it is the worst proven. One must confess to oneself that no life would exist if it did not have perspectival evaluations and appearances as its foundation, and if you wanted, inflamed by the virtuous inspiration and futility of other philosophers, to get rid of the seeming world completely, well, in that case, if you could do it, there would be nothing left of your truth either. And what prompts us to assume that there is an essential difference between the true and the false? Isn't it enough to assume that there are degrees of appearances, as it were, lighter and darker shadows and tones of illusion, different velours, 26, to use the language of painters? Why shouldn't the world, which has some relation to us, be fiction? And if anyone asks it that, but fiction implies a creator? Can't he be answered briefly and clearly, why should it? Could it be that the word implies itself implies fiction? Is it not permissible to treat with some irony both the subject and the predicate and the object? Does not the philosopher dare to rise above the belief in the immutability of grammar? With all due respect to governesses, isn't it time for philosophy to renounce the faith of governesses? 35. O Voltaire! O humanity! O weak-mindedness! After all, truth, the search for truth means something, and if a man acts too humanly in doing so, il church le vrai que pour faire le bien, 27, I bet he will find nothing. 36. Assuming that there is nothing really given, except our world of lusts and passions, that we cannot descend or ascend to any other reality than that of our instincts for thinking is only the relationship of these instincts, is it not then permissible to make an experience and ask, is not this givenness enough to understand from its like also the so-called mechanical, or material, world? I mean to understand it not as a deception, an illusion, a representation, in the Berkeleyan and Schopenhauerian sense, but as something which has the same degree of reality as our effects themselves have, a more primitive form of the world of affects, in which all that is still locked in powerful unity, that later in the organic process branches off and forms, and also, of course, becomes gentler and weaker as a kind of instinctive life, in which all organic functions, with the inclusion of self-regulation, assimilation, nutrition, excretion, metabolism, are still synthetically woven into one another as a germinal form of life? After all, it is not only permissible to set up such an experience, it even commands the conscience of the method. Not to assume the existence of several genera of causality until the attempt to limit oneself to one has been brought to its extreme limit, to nonsense, if I may say so, is the moral of the method, from which one dares not shy nowadays. This follows from its very definition, as a mathematician would say. The question is, after all, whether we really recognize the will as acting, whether we believe in the causality of the will. If this is so, and, in fact, our belief in it is precisely our belief in causality itself, then we must try to establish hypothetically the causality of the will as the only causality. The will, naturally, can act only on will, not on substances, not on nerves, for example. In short, we must venture the hypothesis whether everywhere we acknowledge actions, the will acts on the will, and whether all mechanical phenomena, since some force, precisely the force of will, acts in them, are acts of the will. Suppose, at last, that it were possible to explain the aggregate life of our instincts as the formation and ramification of one basic form of will, namely, the will to power, as my position states. Suppose it were possible to attribute all organic functions to this will to power and to find in it also the solution of the problem of conception and feeding. This is one problem. Then we would have acquired thereby the right to unequivocally define the whole acting force as the will to power. The world viewed from within, the world defined and labeled according to its intelligible character, would be the will to power, and nothing but this. 37. How? So, to put it popularly, God is disproved, but the devil is not? On the contrary. On the contrary, my friends. And who the hell makes you speak popularly? 38. What the French Revolution presented in the full light of recent times, that appalling and, if judged from a close distance, superfluous farce, to which, however, the noble and enthusiastic spectators of all Europe, looking on it from a distance, so long and so passionately mixed together with the interpretations their own indignations and raptures, until the text disappeared under the interpretation, so, perhaps, some noble posterity could once more falsely understand the whole past and only thus make its spectacle bearable. Or better said, hasn't it already happened? Weren't we ourselves that noble offspring? And isn't it over now that we have understood it? 39. No one would so easily accept a doctrine as true just because it makes one happy or virtuous, except for the nice idealists, passionately in love with the good, the true, the beautiful, and letting all kinds of motley, clumsy, and good-natured desires wander in their pond. Happiness and virtue are not arguments at all. But even prudent minds willingly forget that if a doctrine makes one unhappy and evil, it is in equally small measure a counter-argument. Something can be true, even if it is extremely harmful and dangerous. Perhaps even one of the basic properties of existence is that to know it fully entails destruction, so that the power of the mind is measured, perhaps, by the dose of truth it can bear, to be more precise, by the degree to which it has needed to dilute, veil, sweeten, dull, distort it. But there is no question that, for the discovery of known parts of the truth, the wicked and unhappy are in more favorable circumstances and have a better chance of success, not to mention the wicked who are happy, a species of people glossed over by moralists. Perhaps hardness and cunning serve as more favorable conditions for the emergence of a strong, independent mind and philosopher than that meek, subtle, compliant goodness and art of compromise which is valued in the scholar, and valued justly. The implication, of course, is that the concept of philosopher is not limited to philosophers who write books or even expound their philosophy in books. The last trait to the portrait of the free-thinking philosopher is added by Stendhal, and I cannot but emphasize it for the sake of German taste, for it is repugnant to German taste. Pour être bon philosophe, 28, says this last great psychologist, il faut être ceci, clair, sans illusion. Un banquier, qu'a fait fortune, un parti du caractère requis pour faire de découvertes en philosophie, c'est dire pour voir clair dans ce qui est, 29. 40. Everything profound loves a mask. The deepest things feed even the hatred of images and likenesses. Does not the opposite serve as the true mask into which God's shame is clothed? A noteworthy question, and it would be surprising if some mystic had not already ventured secretly into something like this. There are events of such a gentle nature that it is useful to powder them with coarseness and make them unrecognizable. There are deeds of love and unbridled generosity, after which there is nothing left but to take a stick and beat a bystander to blur his memory of what he has seen. Others are good at blurring and torturing their own memories in order to get revenge on at least these last witnesses. Shame is inventive. For it is not at all the bad things we are most ashamed of, and it is not guile alone that lurks beneath the mask. There is so much good in guile. I could imagine that a man who needs to hide something precious and vulnerable would roll roughly and round in life's path, like an old, patina-ridden, heavily tinned wine barrel. The refinement of his bashfulness demands it. The man who possesses a depth of bashfulness also meets the dictates of his destiny and his delicate decisions on such paths as few ever attain, and the existence of which his neighbors and most sincere friends are not allowed to know. The danger threatening his life is hidden from their gaze as much as the newly won security. Such a concealer, who instinctively uses speech to conceal and disguise himself, and is inexhaustible in his methods of evading reporting, wants this, and promotes that in the hearts and heads of his friends not his image but his mask should loom. If, say, he does not want this, yet one day his eyes will open and he will see that his mask is there after all, and that this is good. Every deep mind needs a mask. Moreover, a mask gradually grows around every deep mind, thanks always to a false, namely, a flat interpretation of his every word, every step, every sign of life that he gives. 41. One must give oneself proof of one's purpose for independence and for command, and one must do this in a timely manner. One must not shy away from self-examples, although they are perhaps the most dangerous game one can play, and in the end only tests that will testify before oneself and before no other judge. Not to be attached to a person, even if only to the most beloved. Every person is a prison, as well as a corner. Not to be attached to the fatherland, even if it is the most suffering and in need of help, which is more difficult than to turn one's heart away from the victorious fatherland. Do not cling to compassion, even if it belongs to the highest people, whose exceptional torments and helplessness we happen to see. Not to be attached to science, even if it draws man to itself with its most precious and, apparently, prepared for us findings. Not to be attached to our own liberation, to those intoxicating distances in foreign lands, over which a bird soars higher and higher to see more and more beneath it, a danger for the one who can fly. Not to become attached to our own virtues and not to become entirely a victim of one of our qualities, such as our hospitality. This is the danger among the dangers for noble and rich souls, who treat themselves wastefully, almost with indifference, and leave the virtue of liberality to vice. One must be able to preserve oneself. This is the strongest test of independence. 42. A new breed of philosophers is emerging. I will venture to christen them by one insecure name. As far as I can guess, as far as they allow themselves to be guessed, for it is characteristic of them to want to remain a mystery about something, these philosophers of the future would like to be rightly, if not without any right, called the Versacher. After all, the name itself is only an attempt, Versuch, and, if you will, a temptation, Versachung. 43. Are these new friends of truth, these nascent philosophers? Quite probably, for all philosophers have so far loved their truths. But surely they will not be dogmatists. Their pride, as well as their taste, must be abhorred if their truth should turn out to be in addition a truth for everyone, which has been hitherto the secret desire and hidden meaning of all dogmatic aspirations. My judgment is my judgment, not everyone is entitled to it, will say, perhaps, such a philosopher of the future. To wish for agreement with many is bad taste, and must be got rid of. Good is no longer good if it is spoken of by a neighbor. And how could there be a common good as well? These words contradict themselves. What can be common always has little value. In the end, it must be as it has always been, great things remain for great men, abysses for the deep, tenderness and shivers of horror for the sensitive. In a word, everything rare is for the rare. 44. Need I add more after all this, that they too will be free, very free minds, these philosophers of the future, surely, except that they will not only be free minds, but something more, higher, and radically different, and this will be impossible not to recognize and confuse with the other. But in saying this, I feel almost as much towards themselves as I do towards us, their heralds and forerunners, towards us free minds. The obligation to drive away from us the silly old prejudice and misunderstanding which has for too long, like a fog, impenetrably shrouded the concept of the free mind. In all the countries of Europe, as well as in America, there is now something abusing the name, a certain kind of very narrow, limited, chain-linked minds, who want almost the opposite of what lies in our intentions and instincts, not to mention that in relation to these future new philosophers they will only prove to be tightly closed windows and bolted doors. In a word, they belong to the leveler, these misnamed free minds, the word slaves of democratic taste and its modern ideas. They are all men without loneliness, without their own loneliness, unsophisticated, brave fellows who cannot be denied either courage or respectable manners, only they are unfree and ridiculously superficial, above all with their rude tendency to see in the old social order almost the cause of all human misery and ugliness. The truth thus has to stand safely upside down. What they would like to achieve with all their might is the common herd happiness of green pastures, with its security, safety, ease of life for everyone. The two songs they sing most often, the two things they preach most assiduously, are called equality of rights and compassion for all who suffer, and they consider suffering itself something that should be eliminated. But we, men of opposing views, whose eyes and conscience are open to the question where and how hitherto the plant man has most powerfully grown up, 9, we believe that this has happened every time in opposing circumstances, that for this purpose the danger of his position must first have reached a monstrous degree, the power of his inventiveness and pretense, his spirit, must under long oppression and compulsion have acquired refinement and intrepidity, his will to live must have risen to the degree of an unconditional will to power. We suppose that sternness, violence, slavery, danger in the street and in the heart, secrecy, stoicism, tempter cunning and devilry of every kind, that everything evil, horrible, tyrannical, predatory and serpentine in man is as much conducive to the elevation of the species man as the opposite of it all. Even having said this, we are still far from saying everything, and yet, with all our words and our reticence, we are already at the other end of all modern ideology in herd desirability, perhaps, as its antipodes? What wonder is it, then, if we free minds are not the most sociable minds, if we are not always willing to discover what the mind can be freed from and where, perhaps, its path is then headed? And what does the dangerous formula beyond good and evil mean, by which we at least guard ourselves against being confused with others? We are something other than libres penseurs, liberi pensatori, free thinkers, or whatever else these brave advocates of modern ideas call themselves. We were as at home, or at least guests, in many areas of the spirit. We were constantly leaving again and again the lost sweet corners where we seemed to be held by partial loves and hatreds, youth, background, chance people and books, or even the weariness of wanderers, acrimonious to the lures of dependence that lurk in honors, or money, or positions, or the enthusiasm of the senses, grateful even to want inchangeable sickness, because it has always freed us from some rule and its prejudice, grateful to God, the devil, the sheep and the worm hidden in us, curious to the point of viciousness, inquisitive to the point of cruelty, with confident fingers capable of grasping the elusive, with teeth and stomachs fit for the most indigestible things, ready for any trade that requires wit and keenness, ready for any risk thanks to an excess of free will, with ceremonial and secret souls, whose last intentions are not so easy to look into, with outposts and perspectives that no foot would dare to pass through, hidden under the robes of light, conquerors, though they look like heirs and wasters, busy from morning till night arranging what we have gathered, hoarders of our wealth in our crammed boxes, thrifty in learning and forgetting, inventive in schemes, sometimes proud of category tables, sometimes pedants, sometimes night owls of labor even in broad daylight, and on occasion, and this is the case today, even scarecrows, precisely because we are born unchanging, zealous friends of solitude, of our own, deepest, midday solitude. That's the kind of people we are, we free minds. And perhaps you, too, are something of the same kind, you who are to come, you new philosophers? Section 3. The Religious Being. 45. The human soul and its boundaries, the volume of man's inner experience achieved so far, the heights, depths and distances of that experience, the entire former history of the soul and its still unexhausted possibilities, this is the hunting ground for the natural psychologist and the lover of the big hunt. But how often does he have to exclaim in despair, I am alone here. Ah, only one. And this vast virgin forest is all around. And so he wishes he had a few hundred gamekeepers and trained searchers with a keen sense of smell at his disposal, whom he could send into the field of the history of the human soul to drive his game there. But in vain, again and again he is irrevocably, bitterly convinced of how little helpers and dogs are suited to the pursuit of all that arouses his curiosity. The inconvenience of sending scientists to new and dangerous hunting grounds, where courage, intelligence and subtlety are needed in every sense, lies in the fact that they are no longer suitable where the big hunt begins, and with it the great danger, just there they lose their sharp sight and sense of smell. In order, for example, to guess and establish what the history of the problem of knowledge and conscience in the soul of homines religiosi has been so far, it might be necessary to be as deep, as wounded, as immense as Pascal's intellectual conscience, and then it would still require that a sky of light, wryly marked spirituality spread out over this accumulation of dangerous and sorrowful experiences, which could survey them from on high, put them in order, and wrap them in formulas. But who would do me this favor? But who would have the time to wait for such servants? They appear apparently too rarely, at all times their appearance is so improbable. In the end one has to do everything oneself in order to know things for oneself, it means one has to do a lot. But curiosity, like mine, is still the most pleasant of all vices, excuse me. I meant to say, the love of truth gets its reward in heaven and already on earth. 46. Faith as demanded and often attained by original Christianity, in the midst of the skeptical and southern free-thinking world which had preceded and in which the struggle of philosophical schools had played out over many centuries, paralleled with the education of tolerance which the Imperium Romanum gave, is not the pure-hearted and grumpy faith of the subjects which bound some Luther, or Cromwell, or some other northern barbarian of the spirit to their God and Christianity, rather, it is the faith of Pascal, so terrifyingly similar to the slow suicide of the mind, the stubborn, tenacious, worm-like mind that cannot be killed at once, in one blow. The Christian faith is from the beginning a sacrifice of all freedom, all pride, all confidence of the spirit in itself, and at the same time a surrender of itself to slavery, self-mutilation. The cruelty and religious cult of the Phoenicians pass through this faith, which is imposed on a relaxed, versatile and spoiled conscience. Its premise is that the subjection of the mind is associated with indescribable pain, that all the past and all the habits of such a mind resist the absurdissimum which faith presents to it. Modern people, with their perception dulled by all Christian nomenclature, no longer experience that awful superlative shock which to the ancient palate consisted in the paradoxical formula, God on the cross. Nowhere and never before has there been such a bold turn, anything as terrifying, questioning and problematic as this formula. It heralded a reassessment of all antique values. It was the East, the deep East, it was the Eastern slave who avenged Rome and its noble and frivolous tolerance, the Roman Catholicism of faith in this way, and certainly not faith, but freedom from faith, this half-stoic and sneering nonchalance about the seriousness of faith that has always angered slaves in their masters, that is what has angered them against their masters. Enlightenment is outraged, for the slave wants the unconditional, he understands only the tyrannical, also in morality, he loves as well as he hates, without nuance, to the depth, to the pain, to the disease, all his latent suffering is outraged against the noble taste that apparently brushes off suffering. The skeptical attitude towards suffering, essentially just a posture of aristocratic morality, is not in the least implicated in the emergence of the last great slave revolt that began with the French Revolution. 47. Everywhere so far on earth religious neurosis has manifested itself, we find it combined with three dangerous dietary prescriptions: solitude, fasting, and sexual abstinence, and it is impossible to conclude with certainty which is the cause and which is the effect, and whether there is any connection between the cause and the effect. The right to doubt the latter is given by the fact that in both wild and tame peoples, among the permanent symptoms of this phenomenon, there are sudden outbursts of excessive voluptuousness, which then just as suddenly turn into convulsions of repentance and in peaceful and volitional denial. Should not we interpret both of them as masked epilepsy? But here, more than anywhere else, we should refrain from interpretations. So far no type has brooded around itself such a mass of bluster and prejudice. No one, apparently, to a greater extent, has not interested people and even philosophers. It seems that it is time to cool down to this phenomenon, learn caution, even better, turn away from it, move away from it. Still in the background of the last philosophy, Schopenhauer's, stands, almost as an independent problem, this terrible question mark of religious crisis and awakening. How is will negation possible? How is the saint possible? Was apparently the question with which Schopenhauer became a philosopher and with which his philosophy began. And it was in this truly Schopenhauerian consistency that the most convinced of his followers, and also, perhaps, the last, as far as Germany is concerned, namely Richard Wagner, ended his artistic activity just at this point, and, at last, in country he also brought on stage this terrible and eternal type Viku, 30, in all its tangibility. And this at a time when psychiatrists in almost all the countries of Europe had the occasion to study it at close range everywhere where religious neurosis, or, as I call it, mania of religiosity, had manifested itself in its latest epidemic outbreak in the form of an army of salvation. If we ask ourselves what, in fact, has interested people of all races and times, as well as philosophers, so much in the phenomenon of the saint, it is without doubt the appearance of a miracle connected with it, namely, the immediate sequence of opposing, diametrically opposed morally evaluated states of mind. They believe that here one sees with his eyes how a bad man at once becomes a saint, a good man. At this point, the former psychology was shipwrecked. Did this not happen mainly because it submitted to the domination of morality, because it believed in the value contradictions of morality and looked into, read and expounded these contradictions in the text and in the essence of the matter? How? Is the miracle merely an error of interpretation? A lack of philology? 48. The Latin races seem to have a closer intrinsic connection with their Catholicism than we in the North have with Christianity in general, and that, therefore, unbelief in Catholic countries means something quite different from that in Protestant countries, namely, a kind of outrage against the spirit of race, whereas with us it is rather a return to the spirit, or lack thereof, of race. We natives of the North are undoubtedly descended from barbaric races, as can also be seen in our capacity for religion. We are ill endowed with it. We must exclude from this the Celts, who also served as excellent soil for the reception of the Christian infection in the North. In France the Christian ideal reached its full flowering, as far as the pale sun of the North allowed it. How unfamiliarly pious to our taste are even these last French skeptics, if there is any Celtic blood in their lineage. What a Catholic, what a non-German smell we hear in Auguste Comte's sociology with its Roman logic of instincts. What Jesuitism reeks from that kind and intelligent Cicero of Port Royal, Saint Beuve, in spite of all his hostility to the Jesuits. And even Ernest Renan, how foreign to us Northerners sounds the speech of one such Renan, whose voluptuous, in a more subtle sense and peace-loving soul is at every moment thrown out of balance by the merest religious tension. One need only repeat after him these beautiful phrases, and what mischievous anger immediately rises in response to them in our probably less beautiful and more severe, precisely, more German soul. Dyson's donc hardiment que la religion est un produit de l'homme normal, que l'homme est le plus dans le vrai quand il est le plus religieux et le plus sûr d'une destinée infinie. C'est juste bon tu el vote que la vertu correspond à un ordre éternel, c'est juste tu el contemple les choses d'une manière désintéressée tu el trouver la mort révoltante absurde. Comment n'est pas supposer que c'est dans ces moments-là que l'homme voit le mieux. 31. These phrases are to such an extent antipodes to my hearing and habits that, when I came across them, in the first impulse of indignation I wrote on the side, La niaiserie religieuse par excellence. 32. And in his last impulse I even loved them, these phrases, with their upside-down truth. It is so nice, so extraordinary to have one's own antipodes. 49. What arouses our wonder at the religiosity of the ancient Greeks is the excessive excess of gratitude it pours out. The noblest kind of people are those who regard nature and life in this way. Later, when the upper hand in Greece went to the side of the intelligentsia, fear became an overpowering element also in religion. Christianity was being prepared. 50. Passion for God, it can be manly, pure-hearted and intrusive, like Luther's, all Protestantism is without a southern delicatezza. There is an Eastern frenzy in it, like that of a slave undeservedly showered with favors or exalted, like Augustine, who is most offensively deprived of all nobility in manners and passions. There is a feminine tenderness and passion in it, aspiring bashfully and innocently to unio mystica et physica, 33, as in Madame de Guyenne. In many cases it manifests itself quite bizarrely, as a disguise of the sexual maturity of a girl or a young man, at times even as the hysteria of an old maid, as well as her last vanity. More than once in such cases the Church has recognized a woman as a saint. 51. Hitherto the most powerful men still reverently worshipped the saint as a mystery of self-restraint and deliberate extremity in deprivation. Why were they worshipping? They sensed in him, as if behind the question mark of his frail and pitiful appearance, a superior power that wanted to try itself on such curbing, a power of will in which they recognized and could honor their own strength and lust for power. In honoring the saint, they honored something in themselves. In addition, the sight of the saint inspired them with suspicion. Such monstrosity of denial, such unnaturalness cannot be aspired to without reason, so they said, and so they questioned themselves. Could there be a reason for this, some great danger, about which the ascetic was perhaps better informed, thanks to his secret comforters and visitors? In short, the strong of the world recognized a new fear in his face, they smelled a new power, an unknown, not yet tamed enemy. The will to power forced them to stop before the saint. They had to ask him. 52. In the Jewish Old Testament, that book of divine justice, there are people, things, and speech of such a high style that Greek and Indian literature have nothing to compare with it. With horror and awe we stand before these monstrous remains of what man once was, and sad thoughts are born in us about ancient Asia and its prominent peninsula, Europe, which would surely like to acquire the significance of human progress in relation to Asia. Of course, who himself is only a weak-handed pet and knows only the needs of the pet, like our present educated people, coupled with the Christians of educated Christianity, has nothing to wonder at, much less grieve among these ruins. His taste for the Old Testament is a touchstone for great and small. Perhaps the New Testament, the Book of Grace, will still be more to his liking. It smacks strongly of righteous, gentle, stupid worshippers and small souls. To glue this New Testament, a kind of Rococo taste in all respects, into one book with the Old Testament and make of it a Bible, a book within itself, is perhaps the greatest audacity and the greatest sin against the spirit that literary Europe has on its conscience. 53. Where does atheism come from today? The Father in God is thoroughly refuted, so are the judge and the renderer. His free will is also refuted. He does not hear, and even if he did, he would not be able to help. The most unfortunate thing is that he seems incapable of explaining himself clearly. Is he not confused? This is what I have discovered, from many conversations, inquiring and listening, as the reasons for the decline of European theism. It seems to me that, although the religious instinct has powerfully increased, it just rejects with deep distrust the satisfaction that theism promises him. 54. What, in fact, is all modern philosophy doing? Since Descartes, and more in spite of him than on the basis of his example, all philosophers, under the guise of criticizing the concepts of subject and predicate, have attacked the old concept of soul, which means, they have attacked the basic premise of Christian doctrine. The latest philosophy, as a theoretical cognitive skepticism, is implicitly or explicitly anti-Christian, though, to a finer ear, it is by no means anti-religion. Formerly one believed in the soul, as one believed in grammar and the grammatical subject. They said, I is the condition, thinking is the predicate and conditioned, thinking is the activity to which the subject must be thought as the cause. And now, with a persistence and cunning, worthy of surprise, they began to try whether it was not possible to get out of this net, whether the opposite was not true. I think the condition, the conditioned, therefore, only the synthesis, produced through the mediation of the thinking itself. Kant wanted, in fact, to prove that, proceeding from the subject, one cannot prove the subject and also the object. Perhaps he was not always alien to the idea of the possibility of the imaginary existence of the subject, hence of the soul that thought, which once in the form of Vedanta philosophy and in all its monstrous splendor was already present on earth. 10. 55. There is a great ladder of religious cruelty with many rungs, but 3 of these are the most important. There was once the sacrifice of human beings to their God, perhaps exactly the ones they loved the most. This includes the sacrifice of the firstborn in all prehistoric religions, as well as the sacrifice of the Emperor Tiberius in Mithras Grotto on the island of Capri, the most horrific of all Roman anachronisms. Then, in the moral age of humanity, sacrifice to God the strongest of their instincts, their nature. This celebratory joy sparkles in the cruel gaze of the ascetic, the inspired adversary of nature. Finally, what else is left to sacrifice? Was it not necessary in the end to sacrifice everything comforting, sacred, healing, all hope, all faith in hidden harmony, in future beatitudes and justice? Was it not necessary to sacrifice God himself and, out of cruelty to oneself, to worship stone, stupidity, heaviness, fate, nothingness? To sacrifice God for nothing, this paradoxical mystery of last cruelty was left to the generation that is growing up right now. We all know something about it already. 56. Who, like me, with a kind of mysterious avidity has long tried to think through pessimism to its very depths and to free it from the half-Christian, half-German narrowness and naivety with which it has at last appeared in this century, precisely in the form of Schopenhauerian philosophy. Whoever has really looked with an Asian and super-Asian eye into the depths and the bottom of this way of thinking, the most world-negative of all possible, who has looked from that side of good and evil. Rather than being in the power and among the delusions of morality, like Buddha and Schopenhauer may have thereby discovered for himself, against his own free will, the opposite ideal, the ideal of the most perky, vital, and life-affirming man, who has not only learned to be content with what was and is, but wants the repetition of it all as it was and is, forever and ever, insatiably calling out de capo, 34, not only to himself, but to the whole play and spectacle, and not to the spectacle alone, but essentially to him who needs exactly that spectacle and who makes it necessary, because he needs himself continually and makes himself needed. How? Would it not be circulus viciosus deus, 35? 57. Together with the power of man's spiritual vision and insight, the distance and space around him grows, his world becomes deeper, new stars, new riddles and images open up to his gaze. Perhaps everything on which the spiritual eye exercised its wit and profundity was only an occasion for its exercise, a toy, something meant for children in children's heads. Perhaps the most solemn notions, for which they struggled and suffered the most, such as the notions of God and sin, will one day seem to us no more important than a child's toy and a child's sorrow, and maybe then the old man will again need another toy and another sorrow, and he will still be quite a child, an eternal child. 58. Is it noticed how much for a truly religious life, as well as for its favorite microscopic work of self-examination, as well as for that gentle, quiet mood which is called prayer and constitutes a constant readiness for the coming of God, an outward idleness or half-indulgence is needed, I mean idleness with a clear conscience, the primordial, generic, which is not so alien to the aristocratic feeling that work defile, namely, defile the soul and the body? And that, therefore, modern, noisy, time-wasting, self-proud, foolishly proud industriousness, more than anything else, educates and prepares precisely for unbelief? Among those, for example, who today in Germany live apart from religion, I meet people imbued with free thinking of various kinds and origins, but above all there are many in whom industriousness, from generation to generation, has destroyed religious instincts, so that they no longer know at all what religion is for, and only with a kind of dull surprise as if registering their presence in the world. They feel quite burdened, these brave people, with their own affairs and their own pleasures, to say nothing of fatherland, newspapers, and family obligations. They seem to have no time for religion, especially since they do not know whether it is a new business or a new pleasure, for they say they cannot go to church just to spoil their good humor. They are not at all enemies of religious rites, if in certain cases, for example, on the part of the state, participation in such rites is required, they do what is required, as they generally do many things, with patient and modest earnestness and without much curiosity or discontent. They live, too, apart and apart from it all to be at heart for and against in such things. To this indifferent now belongs the majority of German Protestants of the middle classes, especially in the large commercial and transport centers, where boiling work is going on. Equally belongs the majority of industrious scientists and the entire university staff, excluding the theologians, whose possible existence in this institution poses more and more subtle mysteries to the psychologist. Pious or even simply church-going people can seldom imagine how much goodwill, one might say arbitrariness, is needed these days for a German scholar to take the problem of religion seriously. All his craft, and, as said, the craftsmanship to which his modern conscience obliges him, inclines him to a consciously superior, almost indulgent joviality toward religion, to which is sometimes mingled a slight disdain for the uncleanness of spirit which he suggests wherever one still goes to church. It is only through history, and therefore not through personal experience, that a scholar can arrive at a respectful seriousness and a timid respect for religions, but even if his feeling is elevated to gratitude for them, he still does not personally move one step closer to what still exists as church or piety, rather the opposite. The practical indifference to religious things in which he was born and brought up is usually sublimated in him into a circumspection and purity which fears contact with religious people and things, and it may be that the depth of his tolerance and humanity leads him to avoid the difficult conflicts which the very exercise of tolerance sometimes entails. Every age has its own divine kind of naivete, and in that it has invented it, other ages can only envy it. And how much naivete, venerable, childish and utterly mindless naivete in this scholar's belief in his superiority, in the pure conscience of his tolerance, in the unaware, simple-minded confidence with which his instinct looks upon the religious man as a worthless and primitive type which he himself has outgrown, he, the little, arrogant dwarf and pleb, a diligent intellectual craftsman of ideas, modern ideas. 59. Whoever has looked deeply into the world knows, of course, the wisdom that lies in the fact that people are superficial. It is the instinct of self-preservation that teaches them to be fickle, frivolous, and deceitful. At times we find a passionate and extreme worship of pure forms, in philosophers and artists alike. No doubt that he who needs the cult of the surface to such an extent has ever made the unfortunate attempt to penetrate beneath it. As for these burnt-out children, the born-again artists who find the pleasure of life only in distorting its image, as if in prolonged retaliation for life, there may even be a table of ranks for them. To what extent they are discouraged from life can be deduced from the extent to which distorted, diluted, otherworldly, deified they want to see its image, and one could classify homines religiosi as artists, as their highest rank. It is the deep suspicious fear of an incurable pessimism that has forced entire millennia to dig into the religious interpretation of being, a fear inherent in that instinct which hopes that perhaps one can become the possessor of the truth too early, even before one has become strong enough, hard enough, sufficiently an artist. Piety, life in God, viewed from this perspective, would then be the subtlest and most extreme outgrowth of the fear of truth, the artistic worship of the most consistent of all counterfeits and intoxication with it, the will to overturn the truth, to untruth at any cost. There may be no more powerful means than piety for embellishing man himself. It can make man so artificial, so superficial, so colorful, so good that the sight of him ceases to cause suffering. 60. To love man for God's sake has hitherto been the noblest and most remote feeling to which men have been able to rise. That love of man without some sanctifying task hidden behind it is only superfluous folly and bestiality. That adherence to this love of man must first receive its measure, its refinement, its grain of salt and a speck of amber from some supreme adherence. Whoever was the man who first felt and experienced it, however faltering his tongue at the time he tried to express such tenderness, may he be to us forever holy and worthy of veneration as the man whose flight was hitherto the highest, and whose delusion the finest. 61. The philosopher, as we free minds understand him, as a man with an all-round responsibility, whose conscience is the general development of man, such a philosopher in his cultivating and educational purposes will make as much use of religions as of other political and economic circumstances. The selective, cultivating and disciplining, that is, always as destructive as creative and formative, influence which can be exerted by means of religions is varied and manifold, depending on the kind of people placed under their care and protection. For the strong, independent, trained and destined to command, those in whom the mind and art of the dominant race are embodied, religion is a superfluous means to overcome resistance, to enable domination. It is the bond that binds the Lord to his subjects and betrays, entrusts to him their conscience, that hidden and innermost thing which would willingly shirk obedience. And if individual natures of such noble origin, owing to their high spirituality, are inclined to a more secluded and contemplative life, and reserve for themselves only the most refined kind of dominion, over chosen disciples or members of an order, then religion itself may serve as a means of shielding their peace from the noise and burdens of rougher government, and their purity from the necessary filth of all politicking. This was the view of the Brahmins in particular. By means of religious organization they appropriated to themselves the power to appoint the people their kings, while they themselves kept and felt themselves apart from government, outside it, as men of higher, super-kingly tasks. Meanwhile, religion also gives to some part of the subaltern the guidance and the reason for preparing for future domination and domination, to those slowly rising classes and classes, in which, as a result of the favorable structure of family life, the strength and excitement of the will to self-creation is constantly increasing. Religion offers them enough incentives and temptations to follow paths of high spirituality, to experience feelings of great self-conquest, silence and solitude. Asceticism and Puritanism are almost necessary educating and ennobling means if a race is to rise above its plebeian origins and to work on itself for its future supremacy. Finally, for ordinary people, for the majority who exist for service and for the common good and who have only a right to exist, religion gives an invaluable feeling of satisfaction in their situation and life arrangements, peace of mind in the most diverse ways, an ennobled sense of obedience, another happiness and another pain experienced with their fellow men, and something like transfiguration and decoration, something like justification of all the commonness, all the baseness, all the living squalor of their souls. Religion and the religious significance of life illuminate such always oppressed people with the light of the sun and make them bearable for themselves. It acts like Epicurean philosophy on those suffering in a higher rank, reinforcing, refining, as it were using suffering, finally even sanctifying and justifying it. Perhaps the most honorable thing in Christianity and Buddhism is their art of teaching even the lowest man to integrate himself by piety into the higher illusory order of things, and by this to continue to be content with the actual order, in which life is hard enough for him, but this is the hardness he needs. 62. But lastly, in order to calculate the loss of such religions and to illuminate their ominous danger, the following must be said: if religions are not means of education and discipline in the hands of philosophers, but act independently and autocratically, if they want to represent themselves as final goals rather than means along with other means, this always comes at an expensive and terrible price. Mankind, like every other animal species, abounds in unsuccessful specimens, diseased, degenerate, frail, suffering willy-nilly. Successful cases also in man are always the exception, and given that man is not yet an established animal, even a rare exception. Worse still, the higher the type represented by a given person, the less likely he is to succeed. Randomness, the law of nonsense, which dominates the general economy of humanity, reveals itself in the most frightening way in its destructive effect on the higher people, whose living conditions of existence, in all their subtlety and diversity, are extremely difficult to calculate. So how do the two named great religions deal with this excess of unfortunate cases? They try to support, to consolidate the life of everything that can still somehow hold on. They, as religions for the suffering, even fundamentally take the side of everything unfortunate. They recognize as right all those who suffer from life as from illness, and would like to ensure that any other perception of life is considered false and impossible. No matter how highly regarded this sparing and protective care which has surrounded all types of people, including the highest, which has hitherto almost always proved the most suffering, still in the overall balance the former and just sovereign religions are the main reasons which have kept the man-type on a lower plane. They have preserved too much of what should have perished. We owe them inestimable benefits, and who has enough gratitude not to spend it all on what, for example, the ministers of Christianity have so far done for Europe? And yet, if they have brought consolation to the afflicted, inspired courage in the oppressed and the despondent, given support and encouragement to the unindependent, and lured away from society into monasteries and mental prisons, people with a disturbed inner world and the deranged, what else, besides this, did they have to do to work just as thoroughly with a quiet conscience to preserve the sick and the suffering, that is, in substance and practice, to degrade the European race? To put all rates of value on their heads, that is what they had to commit. And break the strong, insult the great expectations, cast suspicion on the happiness enclosed in beauty, all the self-possessed, the courageous, the victorious, the overbearing, all the instincts so characteristic of the highest and most successful type of man, bent by insecurity, by an unclean conscience, by self-destruction, to turn all love of the earthly and the domination of the earth into hatred of the earth itself and of all earthly things. This is the task which the Church set and had to set itself, until in its estimation denial of the world, denial of feelings, and the higher man fused into one feeling. If one were to suppose that one were able, with the mocking and dispassionate eye of an Epicurean god, to survey the bizarrely sorrowful and as crude as it is refined comedy of European Christianity, I do not think he would be able to marvel and laugh. Do you not think that Europe, for 18 centuries, has had the sole desire to turn man into a sublime freak? But whoever with quite the opposite needs, no longer Epicurean, but with a kind of divine hammer in his hand, would approach this almost arbitrarily degenerate and perishing man as the European Christian, Pascal, for example, presents himself, would he not shout with anger, compassion, and disgust, "Oh chumps, you swaggering, compassionate chumps, what have you done? Was this a job for your hands? How you have mangled, how you have ruined my best stone! What have you allowed yourselves?" My point was this: Christianity has hitherto been the most fatal kind of conceit of man. Men are not lofty and firm enough to work on man the way artists work. Men are not strong and far-sighted enough to make a high effort over themselves and give free rein to that obvious law by which thousands of failed creatures are born and perish. Men not noble enough to see the gaping chasms in the hierarchy of men, separating them from one another. Such men, with their declaration that before God all are equal, have so far decided the fate of Europe, until finally they have raised a mild, almost ridiculous breed, a herd animal, something good-natured, frail and mediocre, the present European. Section 4. Aphorisms and Interludes. 63. He who is a teacher to the core looks at all things only in relation to his students, including himself. 64. Knowledge for knowledge's sake are the last snares set by morality. With their help one can once again become completely entangled in its net. 65. The attraction of knowledge would be small if one did not have to overcome so much shame along the way. 65a. People are most dishonest with their God, he is not allowed to sin. 66. The desire to humiliate ourselves, to let ourselves be robbed, lied to, and exploited may be the shame of God among men. 67. Love for one is barbarism, for it is tested to the detriment of all others. So is love for God. 68. I did it, says my memory. I couldn't do it, says my pride, and remains adamant. Eventually, the memory gives in. 69. We don't look at life well if we don't see the hand that spares, kills. 70. If you have a character, you also have your typical experience, which is constantly repeated. 71. A sage in the role of an astronomer. While you still feel the stars as something above you, you still lack the cognitive gaze. 72. It is not the power but the duration of the higher sensations that creates the higher people. 73. Whoever achieves his ideal thereby moves on. 73a. Some peacock hides its peacock tail from everyone and calls it its pride. 74. A genius is unbearable if he does not possess at least two other qualities, a sense of gratitude and cleanliness. 75. The degree and character of a person's sexuality reaches the highest heights of his spirit. 76. In a peaceful environment, the belligerent man attacks himself. 77. With our principles we try to oppress our habits, either to justify or honor them, or to cajole or conceal them. It is very likely that two people with the same principles wish to achieve fundamentally different things. 78. He who despises himself nevertheless honors himself as a man who despises himself. 79. The soul that knows it is loved, but does not love itself, reveals all the turbidity that is settled at its bottom, the lowest in it rises to the top. 80. The thing clarified ceases to interest us. What did that God mean when he gave the advice, know thyself? Maybe it meant, stop being interested in yourself, become objective. And Socrates? And the man of science? 81. It is terrible to die of thirst in the sea. Why salt your truth so much that it will never quench your thirst again? 82. Compassion for all would be harshness and tyranny to you, my good sir, neighbor. 83. Instinct. When a house burns down, even dinner is forgotten. Yes, but they make up for it in the ashes. 84. A woman learns to hate to the extent that she learns to charm. 85. The same affects in a man and a woman differ in their tempo after all, that is why a man and a woman do not fail to understand each other. 86. Women themselves always have an impersonal contempt lurking in the depths of all personal vanity, contempt for the woman. 87. The heart is in chains, the spirit is free. If one chains one's heart tightly and holds it captive, one can give much freedom to one's spirit. I said this once before. But they don't believe me in this, unless, of course, they themselves already know it. 88. Very clever people become distrustful if they are seen to be embarrassed. 89. The horrible experiences of life allow us to guess if the one who is experiencing them is not horrible. 90. Heavy, sullen people become lighter just from weighing others down, from love and hate, and resurface to their surface for a while. 91. So cold, so icy, it burns your fingers. Every hand shudders when it touches it. That's why some people think it's red hot. 92. Who hasn't had to sacrifice themselves at least once for their own good reputation? 93. There is no hatred in condescension, but precisely because there is too much contempt. 94. A man's maturity is a newfound seriousness at play that was the child's. 95. To be ashamed of one's immorality is one rung on the ladder at the top of which one is also ashamed of one's morality. 96. One must part with life as Odysseus did with Nausicaa, blessed rather than in love. 97. How? A great man? And I still see only the actor of his own ideal. 98. If you train your conscience, it will kiss us, and when it bites. 99. Disappointed says, I listened to the echo, but all I heard was praise. 100. Alone with ourselves, we imagine everyone to be more easily arranged than we are. In this way we wrest from our fellow men. 101. In this day and age, it's probably easy for the knower to feel like a god incarnated in a beast. 102. The fact that the lover was reciprocated should actually sober him up about the creature he loves. How? Isn't it too modest of him to love you directly? Or even stupid? Or dash dot. 103. The perils of happiness. Now all things are for my good, now all fate is sweet to me. So, who wants to be my fate? 104. It is not humanity, but the impotence of their humanity, that prevents today's Christians from consigning us to burn. 105. The freethinker, this righteous man of knowledge, tastes even less, his righteousness detests him, Pia Fraus, 36, than Impia Fraus, 37. Hence his profound misunderstanding of the church, typical of the freethinker, is his unfreedom. 106. Through music, passions please themselves. 107. It is a sign of strong character to close one's ears to even the most thorough counter-argument, once a decision has been made. In short, the will to be silly is evident again and again. 108. There are no moral phenomena, only a moral interpretation of phenomena. 109. The perpetrator often does not grow up with his deed, he belittles and denigrates it. 110. Criminal attorneys are seldom artistic enough to turn all the charm of the horror of the deed in favor of the perpetrator. 111. It is when our pride is wounded that our vanity is most difficult to hurt. 112. He who feels his purpose is to look rather than to believe, for him all believers are too noisy and intrusive, he shuns them. 113. You want to win him over? Pretend to be embarrassed. 114. The exorbitant expectations that women have for carnal love, and the shame of those expectations, spoil women's prospects in advance. 115. Where love or hate doesn't play along, the woman plays mediocre. 116. The great epics of our lives come when we find the courage to change our evil into our best. 117. The will to overcome an affect is, after all, only the will for another or more other affects. 118. There is the innocence of admiration, it is possessed by one who has not yet thought that he too might one day be admired. 119. Aversion to filth can be so great that it prevents us from purifying ourselves justifying ourselves. 120. Often sensuality outpaces the growth of love, so that the root is left weak and easily pulled out. 121. The subtlety is that, having decided to become a writer, God learned Greek and that he didn't learn it any better. 122. Other people, while rejoicing in praise, show only courtesy of heart and the direct opposite of vanity of spirit. 123. Even the concubine is corrupted by marriage. 124. He who rejoices, even at the stake, does not triumph over pain, but over the fact that he feels no pain where he expected it. Proverb. 125. If we have to change our mind about someone, we write down the inconvenience it causes to their account with the utmost severity. 126. The people are nature's roundabout way to the 6 or 7 great men. Yes, and to then bypass them. 127. Science stings the bashfulness of all real women. In doing so, they feel as if they have been peered under the skin or, even worse, under the dress and gown. 128. The more abstract the truth you want to teach, the more you have to seduce the senses with it. 129. The devil has the widest perspective on God, that's why he stays away from him, the devil is the best friend of knowledge. 130. What a man is revealed when his talent is weakened, when he ceases to show what he can do. Talent is also an outfit is also a hiding place. 131. Both sexes are deceived about each other, which means that they essentially honor and love only themselves, or, better said, their own ideal. Thus, man wants to see woman as peaceful, and yet it is woman who is essentially unsympathetic, like a cat, no matter how well she has learned to look peaceful. 132. The strongest punishment is for virtues. 133. He who does not know how to find his way to his ideal lives more frivolously and boldly than a man without an ideal. 134. It is only from the realm of the senses that all credibility, all clear conscience, all evidence of truth, comes. 135. Pharisaism is not the degeneration of the good man, on the contrary, there is much in Pharisaism that is rather a condition of that goodness. 136. One seeks a midwife for his thoughts, the other seeks a person he can help, so a good conversation is born. 137. In the midst of scientists and artists, it is very easy to err in the opposite direction. Often in a great scientist we find a mediocre person, and in a mediocre artist very often we find an extremely great person. 138. We behave in reality in the same way as in a dream. First we invent and make up a person with whom we are communicating, and then we immediately forget about it. 139. In Vengeance and Love, a woman is a more barbaric creature than a man. 140. Riddle advice. If the knot won't tear, you'll have to unknot it. 141. The belly is the reason why it is not so easy for man to think of himself as a god. 142. Here are the most embarrassing words I have heard: dans le véritable amour c'est l'âme, que enveloppe le corps. 38. 143. Our vanity wants what we do best to be considered the hardest thing for us to do. On the question of the origin of certain kinds of morality. 144. If a woman is found to be scientifically inclined, there is usually something wrong with her genitals. Already infertility disposes to a certain masculinity of taste. A man, on the other hand, is just a barren animal. 145. Comparing man and woman in general, we can say the following: woman would not be so brilliant in the art of dressing up if she did not have an instinct for second roles. 146. He who fights with monsters should beware of becoming a monster himself. And if you look long into the abyss is also looking into you. 147. From the old Florentine novellas and also from life, Buona femmina e mala femmina vol bastone. 39. Sacchetti, November 86. 148. To seduce one's neighbor into having a good opinion of her and then to wholeheartedly believe that neighbor's opinion who compares to women in this trick. 149. What one era considers evil is usually the untimely echo of what was formerly considered good, the atavism of an older ideal. 150. Around the hero everything becomes a tragedy, around the demigod everything becomes a sadder drama, and around God everything becomes, what? Maybe the world? 151. It's not enough to have talent, you have to have your permission for it, don't you, my friends? 152. Where the tree of knowledge is, there is always heaven, so the most ancient and newest serpents say. 153. Everything that is done out of love always happens on the other side of good and evil. 154. Objection, change of subject, cheerful disbelief, mockery are signs of health, everything unconditional belongs to pathology. 155. The sense of the tragic wanes and intensifies with sensuality. 156. The insanity of units is the exception, but the insanity of entire groups, parties, nations, eras is the rule. 157. The thought of suicide is a powerful consolation, with it is easy to survive another dark night. 158. Our strongest instinct, the tyrant in us, obeys not only our mind but also our conscience. 159. We should repay for good and evil, but why the one who has done us good or caused us evil? 160. We become cold to what we have learned as soon as we share it with another. 161. Poets are shameless about their experiences, they exploit them. 162. Our neighbor is not our neighbor, but our neighbor's neighbor is how every nation thinks. 163. Love brings to light the high and hidden qualities of the lover, the rare, atypical in him, therefore it easily misleads as to what serves as his rule. 164. Jesus said to his Jews, the law was for slaves, love God as I, the Son of God, love him. What business is it of us, the sons of God, to be moral? 165. It applies to every party. A shepherd always needs a sheep leader, otherwise he has to be a sheep himself. 166. With their mouths, of course, people lie, but the face they put on tells the truth. 167. In stern people, soulfulness is an object of shame and a kind of value. 168. Christianity gave Eros the poison to drink, it did not kill him, but he degenerated into a vice. 169. Talking a lot about yourself is also a way of hiding yourself. 170. There is more intrusiveness in praise than in censure. 171. The compassion in a man of knowledge is almost as ridiculous as the gentle hands of a cyclops. 172. Out of humanity, we sometimes hug the first person we meet, because you can't hug everyone, but that's exactly what you can't admit to the first person you meet. 173. Hate does not begin when a person is considered inferior to themselves, but only when they consider them equal or superior to themselves. 174. And you utilitarians, do you also love everything util only as a carriage of your inclinations, and can't you really stand the squeak of its wheels either? 175. After all, we love our own lust, not the object of it. 176. Other people's vanity displeases us only when it hurts our own vanity. 177. About what credibility means, maybe no one has yet been sufficiently verified. 178. We don't believe the nonsense of smart people, what an infringement of human rights. 179. The consequences of our actions grab us by the hair, ignoring the fact that we have meanwhile reformed. 180. There is innocence in lying, and it serves as a sign of good faith in some cause. 181. It is inhuman to bless where you are cursed. 182. The frankness of the superior is annoying because it cannot be answered in the same way. 183. What shook me wasn't that you deceived me, but that I don't believe you anymore. 184. There is an arrogance of kindness that looks like malice. 185. I don't like him. Why not? I'm not old enough to like him. Has anyone ever responded like that? Section 5. Toward a Natural History of Morality. 186. Moral feeling in today's Europe is as subtle, mature, diverse, receptive, refined as the science of morals corresponding to it is still young, embryonic, clumsy, and simple, an interesting contrast which becomes sometimes even visible when embodied in the person of some moralist. Already the words moral science, if we take into account what they signify, are too boastful and repugnant to good taste, which is always inclined to more modest words. We should confess to ourselves with the utmost severity what will be necessary here for a long time to come and what for the time being is the only right thing to do, to gather material, conceptualize and articulate the great multitude of subtle feelings of values and differences of values, feelings and differences which live, grow, conceive and die. We should try, perhaps, to visualize the recurrent and most common types of this living crystallization as preparation for a teaching on types of morality. Certainly they have not been so modest up to now. All philosophers, with an inflated earnestness that excites laughter, demanded something incomparably greater, more pretentious, and more solemn from themselves as soon as they had to deal with morality as a science. They wanted a justification of morality, and every philosopher so far imagined that they had justified it. Morality itself was thus considered a given. How far from their clumsy pride was this seemingly insignificant and left to dust and mold the task of description, though for it even the most skillful hands and delicate senses would not have been subtle enough. It is from the fact that moral philosophers were acquainted with the facts of this field only in crude terms, as with arbitrary extracts or incidental fragments, for example, with the morals of the people around them, of their class, of their church, of the spirit of their time, their climate and geographical belt, precisely because they were ill-informed about peoples, epochs, and the past, and even because they showed little curiosity in this respect, they did not see the real problems of morality at all, which only come to light by comparing many morals. Strangely enough, the whole science of morality has so far lacked the problem of morality itself, it has lacked the suspicion that there is something problematic here. What philosophers called the justification of morality and what they demanded of themselves was, looking at the matter in the proper light, only a scholarly form of firm belief in the prevailing morality, a new means of expressing it, thus a fact which is itself rooted in a certain morality, in fact, even something like a denial that this morality can be understood as a problem and in any case something opposite to the investigation, decay, doubt, vivisection of this very belief. Listen, for example, with what almost respectable innocence Schopenhauer still understands his own task, and then draw your conclusions about the scientificity of such a science, whose later representatives still reason like children in old women. The principle, he says, page 136 of Basic Problems of Ethics, 11, the basic premise with the content of which all moralists essentially agree. Neminem lead amo omnes, quantum potes, juva, 40, this is the actual premise which all moralists try to substantiate, the real foundation of ethics, which has been sought for thousands of years, like a philosopher's stone. Whoever has felt how tastelessly false and sentimental this thesis sounds in the world, the essence of which is the will to power, should remember that Schopenhauer, though he was a pessimist, actually played the flute. Daly, in the afternoon, read about it in his biographer. 12. And here is another question, by the way: the pessimist, the denier of God and the world, who stops like a man before morality, who affirms morality and plays the flute in the glory of lead neminem morality. How? Is this actually a pessimist? 187. To say nothing of the value of statements like, there is a categorical imperative in us, one can always still ask, what does such a statement say about the one who makes it? There are morals, the purpose of which is to justify their creator before others. The purpose of some morals is to pacify him and bring him into accord with himself. By others he wants to nail himself to the cross and humble himself. By others, to take revenge. By others, to hide himself. By still others, to transform himself and rise to an unreachable height. One morality serves its creator to forget, another to make him forget himself or some aspect of his nature. One moralist would like to test on mankind the power and creative whims. Some other, perhaps it is Kant, makes it clear with his morality that it is worthy of respect in me that I can obey and you should have no different from me. In short, morals are also only gestures of effect. 188. All morality, as opposed to laissez-aller, 41, is a kind of tyranny in relation to nature as well as to reason, but this is not yet an objection to it, for to decree that all tyranny and all unreason are inadmissible would, again, be based on some kind of morality. In every morality it is essential and invaluable that it is a long oppression. To understand Stoicism, or Port Royalism, or Puritanism, one has only to remember the oppression under which hitherto all language has achieved strength and freedom, the metrical oppression, the tyranny of rhyme and rhythm. How much toil poets and orators of all nations have asked themselves. Not excluding some of today's prose writers, in whose ears lives an unyielding conscience, for folly, as the utilitarian dullards say, imagining that they utter something wise, out of obedience to the laws of arbitrariness, as the anarchists, 13, say, thinking themselves therefore free, even free thinking. But the amazing fact is that it is only by virtue of the tyranny of such laws of arbitrariness that everything that exists or has existed in the world free, subtle, bold, dancing and masterfully confident, whether in the sphere of thinking itself, or of government, or of making speeches and convincing listeners, both in the arts and in the morals, and it is very likely that this is what is nature and natural and not at all laissez-aller. Every artist knows how far from the sense of this natural state he is, when he freely puts in order, arranges, orders, gives forms in the moments of inspiration, and how strictly and subtly he obeys 1,000 laws, which elude any conceptual formulation exactly because of their severity and accuracy. Even the most definite concept comprises in itself, in comparison with them, something vague, manifold, meaningful. The essential, I repeat, in heaven and on earth, seems to be reduced to being obeyed long and in one direction. The consequence of this is, and always has been, something that is worth living for on earth, such as virtue, art, music, dance, reason, spirituality, something enlightening, refined, maddening and divine. The long unfreedom of mind, the oppression of distrust in the communication of thoughts, the discipline imposed on the thinker by forcing himself to think within the limits of the rules established by spiritual and secular authority or from Aristotelian hypotheses, the mind's long effort to interpret everything that happens according to the Christian scheme and to rediscover and justify the Christian God in every accident, all this violent, arbitrary, harsh, terrifying, going against reason, proved the means by which the European spirit was instilled with its power, its unbridled curiosity and subtle agility. Let us add here that in doing so a great deal of strength and intelligence must also have been irrevocably lost, suffocated, and perished, for here, as everywhere else, nature reveals itself as it is, in all its wasteful and indifferent splendor, which is outrageous, but nevertheless noble. For thousands of years European thinkers have thought only of proving something, while nowadays we are suspicious of any thinker who wants to prove something. For them it has always been already predetermined what was to be the result of their most severe considerations, as it was in the Asian astrology or as it still is in the innocuous Christian moral interpretation of the nearest private circumstances. For the glory of God and for the salvation of the soul, this tyranny, this arbitrariness, this austere and grandiose folly brought up the spirit. Apparently slavery in the rougher and more subtle sense is also a necessary means of spiritual discipline and punishment. Look at any morality from this point of view, and you will see that its nature is to teach us to hate laissez-aller, to hate too much freedom, and to plant in us a need for limited horizons, for immediate tasks. It teaches narrowing perspective, and therefore, in a sense, stupidity as a condition of life and growth. You must obey someone and for a long time, otherwise you will perish and lose the last respect to yourself. This seems to me the moral imperative of nature, though not categorical, which the old Kant wanted from it, hence otherwise, and addressed not to units. What does nature care about units? But to nations, races, epochs, classes, and, above all, to the entire animal species, man, to men. 189. The industrious races find idleness very hard to bear. It was a masterly trick of the English instinct to make Sunday so sacred and boring that the Englishman unnoticed begins again to think voluptuously about his weekdays and workdays. It is a kind of cleverly devised, cleverly inserted fast, of which we find many examples also in the ancient world, though in southern nations, as one would expect, not in relation to labor. There must be fasts of various kinds, and wherever powerful instincts and habits prevail, legislators should take care to establish such days when such instincts are put in chains and taught again to live in hunger. From a higher point of view, entire generations and centuries, if possessed by any moral fanaticism, appear as such established periods of captivity and fasting, during which the instinct in question learns to duck and fall down, and at the same time to be purified and heightened. Also, certain philosophical sects can be interpreted in this way, for example, standing among Hellenic culture with its air of aphrodisiac aromas and saturated with voluptuousness. In this way, a hint is also given to explain the paradox why it was in the Christian period of Europe and generally for the first time under the pressure of the Christian evaluation of things that the sexual instinct was sublimated to love, amor passion. 14. 190. There is something in Plato's morality that does not actually belong to Plato, but is only found in his philosophy, one might say, contrary to Plato, Socraticism, for which he was actually too aristocratic. No one wants to harm himself, so everything bad is done involuntarily. For a bad man harms himself, he would not have done it if he had known that bad things were bad. Therefore, a bad man is bad only by reason of his delusion. If you take him out of his delusion, he will inevitably become good. Such a way of thinking reeks of blackness, which sees only the unpleasant consequences of bad deeds and, in essence, reasoning that it is stupid to do bad things, whereby it directly identifies the word good with useful and pleasant. With all the utilitarianism of morality, one can guess in advance about such a source of it and be guided by one's sense of smell. Mistakes are rare in these cases. Plato did his best to push into his teacher's thesis something subtle and noble. Above all himself, he was the boldest of all interpreters and took all Socrates from the street only as a popular theme, like a folk song, to vary it to infinity and impossibility, namely, in all his own disguises and in all guises. Speaking in jest and moreover in the style of Homer, what is Plato's Socrates if not pyro sigma theta epsilon pi lambda tau omega nu pi iota theta nu tau epsilon pi lambda tau omega nu mu sigma sigma eta tau epsilon chi mu alpha iota rho alpha. 42. 191. The old theological problem of faith and knowledge, or, more precisely, of instinct and reason. So the question whether instinct deserves more authority in evaluating things than reason, which asks the question why, and requires grounds, therefore, of expediency and usefulness, is the same old moral problem that first appeared in Socrates and which long before Christianity had produced an intellectual schism. It is true that Socrates himself, according to the taste of his talent, the talent of an excellent dialectician, at first took the side of reason, and indeed, what did he do during his whole life but laugh at the clumsy incapacity of the noble Athenians of his time, who, like all nobles, were men of instinct and were completely unable to give satisfactory information about the reasons of their actions. At last, secretly, he laughed at himself. Examining himself in the presence of his more sensitive conscience, he found in himself the same difficulty and the same incapacity. But why, he said to himself, should he free himself from his instincts because of this? He must give the rights to the instincts and to the reason. He must follow the instincts, but he must convince the reason to help them with weighty arguments. This, in fact, was the falsehood of the great mysterious scoffer. He drove his conscience to the point where it was satisfied with a kind of self-deception. In essence, he saw through the irrational and moral judgment. Plato, being more innocent of such things, and lacking the guile of a plebeian, used all the greatest strength that philosophers have so far exhibited, to prove to himself that reason and instinct in themselves go toward the same goal, toward the good, toward God. And since the time of Plato, all theologians and philosophers have stood on the same path, that is, in questions of morality so far, instinct, or, as Christians call it, faith, or, as I call it, flock, has prevailed. I should have ruled out Descartes, the father of rationalism, and therefore the grandfather of the revolution, who recognized the authority of reason alone, but reason is only a tool, and Descartes was superficial. 192. Who has traced the history of development of any particular science, finds in its development a guiding thread to comprehend the oldest and most general processes of all knowledge and cognition, both here and there. Hasty hypotheses, fictions, stupid goodwill to believe, lack of distrust and patience have developed first. Our feelings learn late, and never fully learn, to be subtle, true, cautious organs of knowledge. It is easier for our eye, on occasion, to reproduce a picture that has already been reproduced many times, than to retain in itself the distinctive, new features of some impression. The latter requires more strength, more morality. Listening to something new is tedious and hard for the ear. We do not listen to foreign music well. Hearing strange speech, we involuntarily make attempts to combine the heard sounds into such words, which sound more intimate and native to us. So, for example, a German once changed the word arqueballista he heard into the word armbrust. 43. The new also finds our senses hostile and unpleasant, and in general, even in the simplest cases of sensory perception, such effects as fear, love, hatred, as well as the passive affects of laziness, dominate. In the same way as the modern reader does not read all the words or syllables on the page, but rather chooses by chance approximately 5 out of 20 words and guesses the probable meaning of the 5, so it is much easier for us, when we see a tree, to know precisely what its leaves, branches, color and appearance are. We imagine with fantasy a sort of likeness of a tree. Even when we experience something extraordinary, we do the same thing. We invent for ourselves most of what we experience, and we can hardly be forced to look at an event other than as inventors. All this means that we are fundamentally and from time immemorial accustomed to lying. Or, to put it more virtuously and hypocritically, in a word, more pleasantly, we are much more artists than we know. Often in the midst of a lively conversation, depending on the thought which my interlocutor is expressing or which seems to me to be provoked in him by me, I see his face so distinctly, I see in it such a finely defined expression, that the degree of this distinctness far exceeds the power of my visual ability. The subtlety of the play of muscles and the expression of eyes must obviously be exaggerated by me. In all probability, my interlocutor's face was expressing something else, or even nothing at all. 193. Quid lus fuit, tenebris agit. 44, but also vice versa. What we experience in a dream, provided we experience it often, is just as much a part of the inner world of our soul as anything experienced really. It makes us richer or poorer, gives us one need more or less, and in the end, in the middle of the day and even in the brightest moments of our waking spirit, we are lulled to some extent by what we are accustomed to by our dreams. Suppose someone has often flown in his dreams, and in the end, as soon as he forgets, he feels in himself the power and art of flying, as if it were his privilege, and as his inherent and enviable happiness. Is such a person, who believes in his ability to describe any circles and curves at the slightest impulse, who knows the feeling of a certain divine lightness, knows the movement up without tension and compulsion, the movement down without falling, without gravity. To the person who has experienced it and got used to it in his dreams, will the word happiness not appear in the end in another color and meaning in reality as well? How can he not make special requirements for happiness? The emotional lift, as poets describe it, must seem to him, in comparison with this flight, too earthly, muscular, violent, too heavy. 194. The difference between people is not only reflected in the difference in the table of goods, therefore, not only in the fact that they consider various goods desirable and at the same time do not agree on what is more or less valuable, in the establishment of the ranking of generally recognized goods, but it is even more reflected in what they consider as the actual possession and ownership of some good. Concerning a woman, for example, to the more modest man, the right to have her body and to enjoy her sex seems to him to be a sufficient and satisfactory sign of possession. Another man, with his more distrustful and more exacting hunger for possession, sees in such possession a question mark, sees only its elusiveness and wants more delicate proof, first of all in order to know whether a woman is ready to just give herself to him, or whether she is ready to leave everything that she has or cherishes for him. But even here the third does not stop in his distrust and lust for possession. If the woman sacrifices everything for him, he asks himself whether she is not doing it for the sake of a phantom created by her imagination. To be loved at all, he wants first to be thoroughly, to the very depths of his bowels, recognized. He dares to let himself be unraveled. Only then does he feel that he fully possesses his beloved, when she is no longer deceived on his account, when she loves him as much for his evil and hidden insatiability as for his kindness, patience, and mental development. One would like to possess the people, and all the supreme tricks of Cagliostro and Catalina are fit in his eyes for this purpose. The other, endowed with a more refined thirst for possession, says to himself, you cannot cheat where you want to possess. He is annoyed and disturbed by the thought that the heart of the people is possessed by his mask, so I must let myself be known. First I must know myself. In people who are ready to help and beneficent, we almost regularly find that crude slyness that first crops up for them, the one who should be helped, as if he, for example, deserves help, craves exactly their help and will be deeply grateful, and devoted to them for any help. With such fantasies they dispose of the needy as property, since it is the desire for property that makes them be beneficent and ready to help people. They become jealous if, in the cause of charity, someone comes up against them or surpasses them. Parents involuntarily make a child something of themselves. They call it nurture. No mother doubts in her heart that the child she gives birth to is her property. No father questions his right to subject him to his notions and estimations. And once it even seemed fair to fathers to dispose of the life and death of the newborn according to their discretion, as with the ancient Germans. And just as the father, so in our time also the teacher, the class, the pastor, the prince see in every new human being an undoubted reason for new possession. From which it follows. 195. The Jews, a people born to slavery, as Tacitus, 15, and the entire ancient world say, the chosen people among the nations, as they themselves say and think, have done the trick of turning values inside out, which has given life on earth a new and dangerous appeal for a couple of millennia. Their prophets have fused together rich, godless, evil, violent, sensual, and made the word world profane for the first time. In this upheaval of values, to which the use of poor as a synonym for the words holy and friend also belongs, lies the significance of the Jewish people. With it begins the revolt of the slaves in morality. 196. We can conclude that there are countless dark bodies near the sun, ones that we will never see. Speaking between us, this is a parable, and the moral psychologist reads all stellar writing only as a language of symbols and signs, allowing much to be left out. 197. We do not at all understand the predatory animal and the predatory man, example Cesare Borgia. We do not understand nature, while we still look for some morbidity or even an inherent hell at the base of these healthiest of all tropical monsters and plants, as all moralists have done until now. Apparently, moralists harbor a hatred of the virgin forest and the tropics. Apparently, they want to discredit the tropical man at all costs, all the same, seeing in it a disease and degeneration of man or an inbred hell and self-torture. But to what end? In favor of moderate belts? In favor of a moderate man? The moral man? The moderate? This is to the chapter on morality as timidity. 198. All these morals, appealing to the individual for his happiness, as they say, what are they, if not rules of conduct appropriate to the degree of danger that accompanies the life of the individual? They are prescriptions against his passions, against his good and bad inclinations, because they have a will to power and would like to play Lord. They are small and large prudences and contrivances soaked in the musty smell of old home remedies and old woman's wisdom. They are all strange in form and unreasonable because they appeal to all, because they generalize where they cannot generalize. They all utter the unconditional and consider themselves unconditional. They all lack a grain of salt for seasoning. On the contrary, they only become tolerable, and sometimes even seductive, when they are overspiced and begin to give off a dangerous smell, above all that of the other world. All this, by intellectual standards, has little value and is far from being science, much less wisdom, but once again, and I repeat 3 times, prudence, prudence and prudence mixed with stupidity, stupidity and stupidity, be it even that indifference and marble coldness to the fervent follies of effect that the Stoics recommended and instilled, or whether it be Spinoza's no crying and no laughing, the destruction of effects by their analysis and vivisection that he so naively recommended, or whether it be the relegation of affects to a harmless mediocrity in which they are entitled to satisfaction, the Aristotelianism of morality, or whether it be even morality as the enjoyment of effects deliberately rarefied and spiritualized by the symbolism of art, such as music, or in the form of love of God and love of man for God's sake, for in religion the passions again acquire the right of citizenship, provided that, or whether it be, finally, that cautionary and naughty submission to effect, taught by Hafiz and Goethe, when the reins are boldly released, that spiritual and carnal licentia morum, 45, in exceptional cases concerning old, wise bunglers, to whom it is no longer dangerous. This, too, to the chapter on morality as timidity. 199. In all times of humanity there have also been human herds, clan unions, communities, tribes, nations, states, churches, and a large number of obedient people compared to a small number of commanders. Taking into account that so far obedience has been practiced and inculcated among men with great success and for a very long time, we can make a fair assumption that in general now every man has been instilled from birth with the need to obey, as a kind of formal conscience, which commands, you must do something unconditionally and something unconditionally not to do, in short, you must. This need strives for satiation, for filling its form with content. In doing so, because of its force and intense impatience, indiscriminate as a coarse appetite, it rushes to everything and does whatever anyone who commands it, parents, teachers, laws, class prejudices, public opinion. The unusual limitation of human development, its slowness, its languor, its frequent reversals and revolutions in place, all this is based on the fact that the herd instinct of obedience is inherited very successfully and to the detriment of the art of command. If we imagine that this instinct ever reaches the last limits of debauchery, then at last there will be no superior and independent people at all, or they will inwardly suffer from a guilty conscience, and to be able to command they must first create an illusion, namely, to pretend as if they were only obedient. This is the actual situation today in Europe. I call it the moral hypocrisy of the lords. They know no other way of defending themselves against their guilty conscience than by pretending to be executors of the oldest and highest commands, their predecessors, the Constitution, the law, or even God, or by borrowing herd-like maxims from the herd mentality themselves, calling themselves, for example, the first servants of their people or the instruments of the common good. On the other hand, the herdman in Europe now assumes the position as if he were the only permissible breed of man, and glorifies as truly human virtues those qualities which make him humble, compliant, and useful to the herd, therefore, public spirit, benevolence, respectability, diligence, moderation, modesty, condescension, compassion. Where it is considered impossible to do without chiefs and sheep leaders, one after another attempts are made to replace chiefs with an aggregate of intelligent herdmen, such as the origin, for example, of all the representative public bodies. What a boon, what liberation from intolerable oppression against all odds brings with it for these herd animals, Europeans, the appearance of some absolute ruler. The last great testimony to this is the impact produced by the phenomenon of Napoleon. The history of this impact is almost like a history of the highest happiness, which the whole current century has reached in the person of its most significant representatives and in its most significant moments. 200. A man of the age of disintegration, mixing races indiscriminately, a man who has thus received a very diverse tribal heritage, that is, opposite, and often not even just opposite instincts and value norms, which struggle with each other, almost giving themselves no rest. Such a man of late cultures and refracted rays becomes weaker on average. His main aspiration is to finally end the war that he embodies himself. In the spirit of soothing medicine, example Epicurean or Christian, and ways of thinking, happiness appears to him mainly as happiness of tranquility, serenity, satiety, ultimate unity, the Sabbath of Saturdays, to quote the blessed rhetorician Augustine, who himself was such. If, on the other hand, inner discord and war act on such a nature as another stirring lure and tickle of life, and if, on the other hand, together with powerful and irreconcilable instincts she has inherited and instilled in her true skill and subtlety in waging war with herself, that is, self-discipline and the ability to outsmart herself, then before us appear those magical, unfathomable and unimaginable, those enigmatic men destined to conquer and seduce, whose best representatives were Alcibiades and Caesar. I would gladly add to them the first European of my taste, Friedrich II Hohenstaufen, and of artists, perhaps Leonardo da Vinci. They appear at precisely the same time as the aforementioned weakest type with its desire for peace comes to the fore. Both types are related to each other and are generated by the same reasons. 201. As long as the utility, which dominates moral judgments about the value of things, is only herd utility, as long as attention is turned solely to the maintenance of the community, and the immoral is sought precisely and exclusively in what seems dangerous to the existence of the community, as long as there cannot yet be a morality of love for one's neighbor. Let us suppose that even here man gradually exercises himself in respect, compassion, justice, meekness, mutual help. Let us suppose that at this stage of social development all those instincts already function which later get the honorary name of virtues and finally almost coincide with the concept of morality. Nevertheless, at that time they do not yet fall under the jurisdiction of moral evaluations, they are still immoral. In the best days of Rome, for example, compassion was called neither good nor evil, neither moral nor immoral, and even if such an act was praised, there was, however, a kind of involuntary contempt compatible with this praise, namely, when it was compared to some such act which promoted the good of the whole, or residential publica. In the end, love of one's neighbor is always something incidental, partly conditional and arbitrarily imaginary in relation to the fear of one's neighbor. When the social order is fully consolidated and secured against external dangers, then this fear of neighbor again creates new perspectives for moral evaluations. Some strong and dangerous instincts, such as enterprise, insane courage, vindictiveness, cunning, predation, power, which, in view of their general usefulness, have hitherto had to be not only honored under names other than the ones just cited. Of course, these instincts, however, now become doubly important in the eyes of men in their danger, now that there are no channels of diversion for them, and step by step they are branded as immoral and condemned. Moral honors now fall to the lot of opposing instincts and inclinations. Herd instinct step by step draws its conclusion. How great or how little danger to society, danger to equality, lies in any opinion, in any state or effect, in any will, in any endowment, this is now the moral perspective, and here again fear is the mother of morality. From the highest and strongest instincts, when they, bursting out in passions, carry the individual far beyond the level, high above the bar of herd conscience, the dignity of the community dies, its faith in itself dies, as if its backbone were broken. Hence it is these instincts that people will stigmatize and revile most strongly. The great independent spirit, the desire to remain alone, the great intellect seem already dangerous. Everything that elevates the individual above the herd and causes fear to his neighbor is now called evil. The moderate, modest, adaptable, leveling way of thinking, the mediocrity of lusts appear in moral honor. Finally, under two peaceful conditions there are fewer and fewer occasions and incentives to educate one's feeling in a spirit of severity and austerity. Now all severity, even injustice, begins to trouble the conscience. Majestic and severe nobility in taking responsibility for one's actions seems almost offensive and excites distrust. The lamb, much less the sheep, wins respect. In the history of society, there are moments of painful softening and weariness when it stands up for its offender, the criminal, and does so quite seriously and honestly. To punish seems to him in some cases unjust. We may say with certainty that the very notions of punishment and the duty to punish cause him moral pain, excite fear in him. Isn't it enough to make him non-threatening? Why else punish? Punishment itself is something terrible. With this question, the herd morality, the morality of timidity, draws its final conclusion. If danger, the cause of fear, could be destroyed altogether, this morality would also be destroyed. It would become unnecessary, it would consider itself unnecessary. Whoever examines the conscience of today's Europeans will find in 1,000 moral twists and turns the same imperative, the imperative of herd timidity. We want that at last one day we should have nothing more to fear. The will to this one day and the way to it are now called progress everywhere in Europe. 202. The ears of modern man remain deaf to those truths, are truths that we have already expressed many times. So let us return to them once again. We already know well enough how offensive it sounds when someone without any embellishment or likeness directly classifies man as an animal, and we will certainly be almost guilty of the fact that it is in relation to people of modern ideas that we constantly use the expressions herd instinct and the like. But what can we do? We cannot do otherwise, because that is precisely our new view. We have come to the conclusion that all of Europe, including the countries dominated by her influence, is unanimous in all major moral judgments. In Europe one obviously knows what seemed unknown to Socrates and what the famous ancient serpent once promised to teach. In Europe one knows today what good and evil mean. And however shrill and unpleasant it may sound to the ear, we repeat, that which in this case imagines itself to know, which glorifies itself with its praise and censure, calls itself good, is the instinct of the herd animal man, an instinct which has broken through the other instincts, which has gained an advantage over them and is becoming stronger in this respect as differences between individuals are smoothed over, a symptom of which it is. Morality in Europe is now the morality of herd animals. It is, therefore, in our opinion, only one kind of human morality, besides which, before which and after which many other, above all higher, morals are possible or should be possible. Against such a possibility, against such a must be, this morality defends itself with all its might, adamant and persistent. It insists, I am morality itself, and nothing but me is morality. With the help of religion, which has always been at the service of the most exalted herd lusts and flattered them, it has even gone so far as to show in both political and social institutions an ever more explicit expression of this morality. The democratic movement is inheriting the Christian movement. That, however, its pace is still too slow and sluggish for the more impatient. For the sick and suffering spokesman of the instinct named, is evident from the way the anarchist dogs, who now roam the back alleys of European culture, howl more and more furiously and grind their teeth more and more openly. They seem to be separated by a chasm from the peace-loving and industrious democrats and ideologists of the revolution, and even more from the stupid philosophers and fanatics of brotherhood who call themselves socialists and want a free society. But in reality they are, however, in a deep and instinctive hostility to any other form of society than the autonomous herd, going so far in this hostility as to reject the very concepts of lord and slave. Nideu and I matra, 46, says one socialist formula. They agree with them in their stubborn resistance to every exclusive claim, to every exclusive right and privilege, which in the end means every right, for then, when all are equal, no one needs rights anymore. They converge in their distrust of punitive justice, as if it were violence against the weakest, and injustice to a necessary product of the whole former society, but they also converge in the religion of compassion, in the sympathy shown wherever one feels, lives and suffers, descending to the animal and ascending to God. Licentiousness and compassion for God is characteristic of the democratic age. They all converge in screaming and compassionate impatience, in a deadly hatred of suffering in general, in an almost feminine inability to remain spectators and allow suffering. They converge in an involuntary gloominess and pampering, the yoke of which seems to threaten Europe with a new Buddhism. They converge in the belief in a morality of general compassion, as if it were a morality in and of itself, as the summit, as the reached summit of man, as the only hope of the future, a consolation in the present, the great absolution of all primordial guilt. They all converge in the belief in the community as the liberator, therefore, in the herd, in the self. 203. We, people of a different faith, we who see in the democratic movement not only a form of decline of political organization, but also a form of decline, or rather of the grinding down of man, his relegation to the level of mediocrity and the lowering of his value. What should we pin our hopes on? In the new philosophers, there is no other choice. In people with a mind strong and distinctive enough to initiate the opposite assessment of things and to re-evaluate, to overturn eternal values, in the forerunners of a new era, in the people of the future, fixing in the present that harness which will take the will of the millennia to new paths. To teach man to look at the future of man as his will, as something dependent on the human will, to prepare great risks and cumulative experiences in education and discipline in order to put an end to that dreadful domination of absurdity and chance which has hitherto been called history. The absurdity of most is only its last form. This will one day require a new kind of philosopher and leader, before whom all hitherto hidden, formidable and insignificant on earth will seem pale and insignificant. The image of just such leaders hovers before our eyes. Dare I say it out loud, you free minds? Circumstances to be partly created, partly used for their emergence, probable ways and tests by which the soul could reach such heights and powers as to feel compelled to these tasks, a reassessment of values, under the new oppression, under whose hammer the conscience would harden and the heart would turn to bronze to bear the burden of such responsibility. On the other hand, the need for such leaders, the terrible danger that they might not appear or fail and degenerate, these, indeed, concern and overshadow. These are the heavy, distant thoughts and thunderstorms that pass across the firmament of our lives. Hardly anything can cause more distress than once to see, to unravel, to feel how a distinguished man has fallen out of his rut and degenerated. And who is endowed with the rare ability to discern the general danger that lies in the fact that man himself is degenerating, who, like us, has recognized that monstrous accident which has hitherto determined the future of man, an accident which has not been guided not only by the hand but even by the finger of God. Who unravels that fatal thing which lurks in the stupid unkindness and credulity of modern ideas, and still more in all Christian European morality. He feels such a longing and anxiety with which no other can be compared. For he has only one glimpse of all that a favorable accumulation of strength and rising tasks could still be nurtured in man. He knows in all the knowledge of his conscience how inexhaustible man still is for the greatest possibilities. How often has the type of man already faced mysterious solutions and new paths. Still better he knows, from his most painful recollections, what trifling obstacles have commonly caused the highest-ranking creatures in the making to be broken, brought low, made worthless. The general degeneration of man, up to that man of the future in which the thoughtless and empty-headed socialists see their ideal, the degeneration and reduction of man to a perfect herd animal, or, as they say, to a man of free society, the transformation of man into a dwarf animal with equal rights and claims is possible, of that there is no doubt. Whoever once thought this possibility through, knows one abomination more than the rest of the people and maybe knows a new task as well. Section 6. We Scientists. 204. At the risk that moralizing will turn out here to be what it has always been, namely, a fearless Montreur SES plays, 47, to quote Balzac, I venture to speak out against that inappropriate and harmful shift of ranks which, today, quite unnoticed and as if with a quiet conscience, threatens to establish itself in the relations between science and philosophy. I think one should have the right to express one's opinion on such higher questions of rank on the basis of one's experience, and experience, I think, does not always mean bad experience. So as not to speak like the blind about flowers or like women and artists speak against science, that bad science. Sigh their instinct and bashfulness, it always exposes. The proclamation of the independence of the man of science, his emancipation from philosophy, is one of the more subtle consequences of the democratic order and disorder. The self-glorification and self-praise of the scientist is now everywhere in full bloom and in its best spring, but this does not yet mean that self-glorification in this case is fragrant. Down with all masters. This is what the plebeian instinct wants here also, and after science has brilliantly succeeded in getting rid of theology, with which it has been too long a servant, it tends in its excessive arrogance and folly to prescribe its laws to philosophy and, for its part, to play the master, nay I say, philosopher. My memory, the memory of a man of science, if I may say so, is full of the naive tricks of arrogance which I observed from young natural scientists and old doctors in their attitude to philosophy and philosophers, not to mention the most educated and most daring of all scientists, philologists and teachers, in both cases being such by vocation. At one time the narrow specialist shirked and instinctively defended himself when it came to synthetic tasks and abilities, at another the industrious worker, smelling odium, 48, an aristocratic luxury in the philosopher's mental economy, felt resentment and humiliation at the same time. Then the colorblindness of the utilitarian, who sees nothing in philosophy but a series of disproved systems and a wasteful luxury that does no one any good, would manifest itself. Then came the fear of disguised mysticism and the regulation of the limits of cognition, then the disdain for individual philosophers, unwittingly spreading to the whole of philosophy. More often than not, behind the arrogant disrespect for philosophy I have found the bad influence of a philosopher whom they did not recognize in general, but nevertheless did not avoid the influence of his contemptuous evaluations of other philosophers. The consequence was a general negative attitude to all philosophy. Such seems to me, for example, the influence of Schopenhauer on modern Germany. By showing his unintelligent rage toward Hegel he brought the matter to the point that the whole last generation of Germans was cut off from German culture, which was the pinnacle and visionary subtlety of historical feeling, but in this particular Schopenhauer himself proved to be ingeniously poor, unreceptive, un-German. In the big picture, perhaps, above all the human, too human, in short, the spiritual wretchedness of the newest philosophers themselves has radically undermined the respect for philosophy and opened the gates to the plebeian instinct. We must confess to ourselves to what extent the whole race of Heraclitus, Plato, Empedocles and whatever else all these regal, magnificent hermits of thought may be called is distant from our modern world, and that in the face of those representatives of philosophy who nowadays, thanks to fashion, are as soon exalted as they are brought down in Germany, for example, the two Berlin Lions, the anarchist Eugene Düring and the amalgamist Eduard von Hartmann, the honest man of science, has the right to feel himself a being of a more worthy sort and origin. Especially the view of those philosophers of all sorts, who call themselves philosophers of reality or positivists, is able to sow distrust in the soul of a young, ambitious scientist. After all, they themselves are at best scientists and specialists, this is clear as day. Because all of them are defeated and subjugated again by science, who once wanted more from themselves, having no right to this more, having no right to responsibility, and who now conscientiously, spitefully, and vindicatively, in word and deed, represent their disbelief in the royal task and royal significance of philosophy. And after all, how could it be otherwise? Science today is flourishing and seems extremely conscientious, while what has gradually sunk to in all the latest philosophy, this remnant of the philosophy of our days, arouses distrust and annoyance, if not mockery and pity. A philosophy reduced to a theory of knowledge and essentially nothing more than timid epikistics, 49, and the doctrine of abstinence from judgment, a philosophy that does not cross the threshold at all and with agony denies itself the right to enter, is a philosophy at its last gasp, an end, an agony, something that excites compassion. How could such a philosophy prevail? 205. The dangers threatening the development of the philosopher today are so diverse that one might question whether this fruit can still ripen at all. The Tower of Babel has grown to an enormous height, and with it the possibility that the philosopher will tire during his studies, or will stop somewhere and specialize, so that it is no longer possible for him to reach the heights to which he can look from above, around and look down. Either he will reach it too late, when his best years have passed, when his strength has weakened, or he will reach it corrupted, coarsened, degenerated, so that his view, his general judgment of the value of things will have little meaning. Perhaps it is the refinement of his intellectual conscience that makes him delay along the way and delay. He fears the temptation to become a dilettante, a centipede, and an insect with 1,000 tentacles. He knows too well that a man who has lost respect for himself and as a knower no longer commands, leads no more unless he would like to become a great actor, a philosophical Cagliostro and a Pied Piper, a seducer in short. It is, after all, a matter of taste, if it were not even a matter of conscience. The philosopher's predicament is aggravated also by the fact that he demands of himself an affirmative or negative judgment, not of the sciences, but of life and of the value of life, that he reluctantly learns to believe in his right or even his obligation to such judgment, and only on the basis of numerous, perhaps most disturbing and most destructive experiences, often hesitating, doubting, silently, he must seek his way to that right and to that belief. In fact, for a long time the crowd did not recognize the philosopher and confused him with a man of science and an ideal scholar, or with a religiously inspired, deadened in himself all the sensual, world-denying fanatic and god-drunkard, and if even in our days one hears someone praised for living wisely or like a philosopher, it means nothing more than with intelligence and apart wisdom. This seems to black something like escapism, a means and an art of getting out of a dangerous game with impunity, but the true philosopher, I assent that what it seems to us, my friends, lives not philosophically and not wisely, above all not with reason, and feels the burden and obligation of being exposed to many tests and temptations of life. He constantly risks himself, just the dangerous game he is playing. 206. Compared to a genius, that is, a being who conceives or gives birth, to take both words in the broadest sense, the scientist, the average man of science always bears some resemblance to the old maid, for he, like the latter, is unfamiliar with the two most precious departures of man. Indeed, both of them, scientists and old maidens, are recognized as if in compensation is worthy of respect. In these cases the emphasis is placed on respect, and to this forced recognition is equally joined by annoyance. Let's take a closer look. What is a man of science? First of all, he is a man of an insignificant breed, with the virtues of an insignificant, that is, of a non-supportive, non-authoritative, and non-self-sufficient breed of people. He is industrious, able to stand patiently in line, his abilities and needs are even and moderate, he has an instinct to smell his own kind and what his kind needs, such as that bit of independence and that piece of green pasture, without which there can be no quiet work, that claim to honor and recognition, which presupposes first and foremost to be noticed, that halo of good name, that constant affirmation by the seal of his value and usefulness, which constantly has to overcome the inner distrust which constitutes the root characteristic of the dependent man and the herd animal. The scholar, as befits him, is also characterized by the diseases and bad habits of an ignorant breed. He is rich in petty envy and has a lynx-like eye for the inferior qualities of such natures to whose heights he cannot rise. He is credulous, but only as a man who lets himself go rather than strive, and just before a man of great striving he becomes even colder and more withdrawn. His eyes are then like a stroppy smooth lake, which no longer ripples with admiration or sympathy. The most evil and dangerous thing a scientist is capable of doing comes from the instinct of mediocrity peculiar to his breed, from the Jesuitism of his mediocrity, which instinctively works to destroy the extraordinary man and tries to break or, better yet, to loosen every taut bough. It is precisely to loosen cautiously, with a careful hand, of course, to loosen with trusting compassion. This is the true art of Jesuitism, which has always been able to recommend itself as a religion of compassion. 207. No matter how grateful we are always to the objective mind and who is not already sick to death of the subjective with its damned extreme solipsism, we must nevertheless eventually learn to be careful in our gratitude and refrain from the exaggeration with which the denial of the self and the depersonalization of the spirit are now glorified, seeing in this as a goal in itself, as liberation and enlightenment, which is exactly what usually happens within the pessimistic school, which has good reasons to bow to unselfish cognition. The objective man, who no longer curses and scolds like the pessimist, the ideal scientist, in whom the scientific instinct, after thousands of partial and complete failures, finally flourishes and blossoms, no doubt represents himself one of the most precious instruments that there is, but he is in the hands of the more powerful. He is only a tool, let us say, he is a mirror, he is not at all an end in himself. The objective man is indeed a mirror, accustomed to submit to everything that demands cognition, who knows no joy other than that given by cognition, reflection. He waits for something to arise, and then he gently spreads himself out so that on his surface and shell not even the traces and fleeting touches of beings endowed with spirit are lost. Everything that still remains in him of his personality seems random, often arbitrary, even more often disturbing. To such an extent he has become in his own eyes a conductor and reflector of images and events alien to him. Returns to himself are given to him with strain, they are often wrong. He easily mixes himself up with others, he makes mistakes as far as his own needs are concerned, and is only in this case inconsiderate and negligent. Perhaps he is distressed by his ill health, or by the pettiness and domesticity of his wife and friends, or by the lack of companionship and society, and so he forces himself to reflect on what burdens him, but in vain. His thought has already drifted away, to a more general occasion, and tomorrow he knows as little as yesterday what can help him. He has lost the ability to take himself seriously, as well as the leisure to attend to himself. He is not amused by the absence of need, but by the absence of fingers with which to feel his need. The habit of going toward everything and every experience, the radiant, naive hospitality with which he meets everything he encounters, the inherent indiscriminate benevolence, the dangerous carelessness of his said yes and no, there are enough occasions when he has to repent of these virtues. And, as a man, he too easily becomes the caput mortuum, 50, of these virtues. If love and hatred as understood by God, woman, and animal are required of him, he will do what he can and give what he can. But there is nothing to be surprised if it is a little, if that is where he shows himself to be unreal, fragile, dubious, and flabby. His love is fake, his hatred is artificial and more like un tour de force, 51, a petty conceit and exaggeration. He is undefined only where he can be objective, only in his serene totalism is he still nature, still natural. His soul, reflecting like a mirror and eternally polishing itself, can no longer affirm or deny, he does not command, nor does he destroy. Je ne méprise presque rien, 52, he says with Leibniz, notice and appreciate this presque, 53. Nor can he serve as a model, he goes neither ahead of others nor behind others, he generally becomes too far removed from everything to have reason to take the side of good or evil. If he has been so long confused with the philosopher, with that Khazarist nurturer and rapist of culture, he has been given too much credit and overlooked the most essential thing in him. He is an instrument, a certain kind of slave, though no doubt the highest kind of slave, himself nothing. Presque rien, 54. 54. The objective man is an instrument, an expensive, easily broken and dull measuring instrument, a mirror of fine work, to be cherished and appreciated, but he is not at all a goal, a way out or a sprout. He does not complement other men, he is not a complementary man in whom all other being finds justification, he is not a conclusion, still less a beginning, a conception, and a primary cause. He is not something solid, powerful, self-reliant, that wants to dominate, rather it is a delicate, blown out, thin, flexible, foundry form, which must wait for some content and volume to take shape in conformity with them, usually a person without content and volume, an impersonal person. Consequently, not of interest to women either, in parenthesi, 55. 208. If today some philosopher makes it clear that he is not a skeptic, I hope this is clear from the description of the objective mind just given. Then no one likes such a thing, they begin to look at him with a certain apprehension. People would like to ask so many things, and from then on the fearful eavesdroppers, of whom there are now so many, consider him dangerous. It seems to them that while he rejects skepticism, they hear from afar an ominous, threatening noise, as if a new explosive substance were being tested somewhere, some spiritual dynamite, perhaps a newly discovered Russian nylon, a pessimism boni voluntates, 56, that not only says no, wants no, but, I dread to think, does no. Against this kind of goodwill, the will to the real, actual negation of life as is recognized, there is nowadays no better sedative and soothing remedy than skepticism, soft, pleasant, lulling max skepticism, and Hamlet himself would be prescribed by modern doctors as a remedy against mind and its subterranean rampage. Are not all ears already full of ominous noise? We'll say the skeptic as a lover of peace and almost a guardian of order. This subterranean no is terrible. Shut up at last, you pessimistic moles. The skeptic, this gentle creature, is too easily frightened, his conscience is so trained that it flinches as if bitten, at every no and even at every resolute, firm yes. Yes, and no. Is contrary to his morals. On the contrary, he loves by noble abstinence to give pleasure to his virtue, saying, for example, with Montaigne, what do I know? Or with Socrates, I know that I know nothing. Or, here I do not trust myself, there is no open door before me. Or, suppose it were open, why should I enter at once? Or, what are all hasty hypotheses good for? It's probably a sign of good taste not to make any hypotheses. Do you have to straighten out what's crooked right away? Do you have to caulk every hole with some hemp? Don't you have time? Doesn't time have no time? Why, you little devils, can't you wait? For the unknown also has its beauty, and the Sphinx is at the same time Circe, and Circe was also a philosopher. So the skeptic comforts himself, indeed, he needs some consolation. For skepticism is the most spiritual expression of a known manifold physiological property, which in ordinary language is called weakness of nerves and morbidity. It occurs whenever races and classes, long separated from each other, cross over in a decisive and sudden way. The new generation, as if it had inherited in its blood different measures and values, embodies restlessness, anxiety, doubt, trying, the best forces act as brakes in it, even the virtues do not allow each other to grow and become stronger, there is a lack of balance, a center of gravity, a perpendicular stability in soul and body. But what is most painful and degenerate in these half-breeds is the will, they no longer know independence of decision at all, the courageous excitement of desire even in their reveries they doubt free will. Our present Europe, the arena of the senselessly sudden experience of a radical mixing of estates and consequently of races, is therefore skeptical on all heights and depths, then with that restless skepticism which impatiently and lustfully leaps from branch to branch, then gloomy as a cloud burdened with question marks, and it is often bored to death with its own will. Palsy of the will, you can't meet this cripple anywhere nowadays. And often, how rarefied! How seductively rarefied! There are the most sumptuous garments for this disease, woven of lies and glitter, and that, for example, much of what is now flaunted under the name of objectivity, scientificity, l'art pour l'art, 57, purified from the voluntarism of knowledge, is only a discharged skepticism and paralysis of the will. I will vouch for this diagnosis of the European disease. The disease of the will is unevenly spread in Europe, it is strongest and most diverse where culture has long been instilled, and it disappears to the extent that the barbarian under the garb of Western education still or again asserts his rights. In present-day France, therefore, as is clear to the eye, the disease of the will is at its strongest, and France, which has always had the masterly ability to turn even its most fateful mental currents into something attractive and seductive, exhibits today, as a real school and exhibition of all the charms of skepticism, its cultural superiority over Europe. The power to will, and precisely to will with all will, is already somewhat stronger in Germany, and again stronger in northern Germany than in middle Germany. It is much stronger in England, Spain and Corsica, there in connection with phlegmatism, here with the strength of skulls, not to mention Italy, which is still too young to know what it wants, and which must first prove whether it can want to, but the greatest and most amazing power it reaches in that huge middle state, where the ebb of Europe into Asia begins, in Russia. There the power to will has been laid aside and accumulated since long ago. There the will, and who knows whether it is the will of negation or of affirmation, is threateningly waiting to, in the favorite expression of today's physicists, be unleashed. And it is not only wars in India and complications in Asia that are needed to relieve Europe of the weight of its greatest danger, no, it requires internal upheavals, the fragmentation of the empire into small parts, and above all the introduction of parliamentary idiocy, with the addition of the obligation for everyone to read his newspaper at breakfast. I do not say this because I wish it, the opposite would be more to my heart, but I mean by it such an intensification of the threat emanating from Russia as would make Europe resolve to become equally threatening, that is, through a new dominant caste to acquire a single will, a long, terrible will of its own, which would set itself goals for thousands of years to come to finally end the protracted comedy of her petty states, and her dynastic and democratic oligarchy. The time of petty politics is past, the coming century already brings with it the struggle for domination of the entire globe, the compulsion to great politics. 209. To what extent the new warlike age into which we Europeans have evidently entered favors the development of a different and stronger kind of skepticism, this I would like to express for now only in a parable, which, of course, lovers of German history will understand. That uninspiring enthusiast, the admirer of handsome, stately grenadiers, who, as King of Prussia, gave rise to a spirit of militarism and skepticism and thereby, in fact, to a new, just now victoriously rising type of German, this strange and frantic father of Frederick the Great had himself the grip and the happy claws of genius in one point. He knew what was lacking in Germany then, and what lack was felt 100 times more fearful and acute than, say, lack of education and defects in good manners. His aversion to young Friedrich flowed from a deeply instinctive fear. There was a lack of husbands, and, to his greatest annoyance, he suspected that his own son was not sufficiently a husband. In this he was deceived, but who in his place would not be deceived? He saw his son as having fallen under the influence of atheism, the influence of the esprit and voluptuous jouissance of the witty French. He saw in the background a great bloodsucker, a spider of skepticism. He suspected an incurable wretchedness of heart that no longer possessed sufficient firmness for good or for evil, a broken will that no longer commanded, could not command. Meanwhile, a more dangerous and sterner new kind of skepticism was developing in his son, and who knows to what extent the hatred of his father and the icy melancholy of a will doomed to solitude favored it? The skepticism of courageous manliness, closely akin to military and conquering genius, which first appeared in Germany in the image of the great Frederick. This skepticism is full of contempt, and yet it takes everything in its hands. It makes subversions and seizures. It is devoid of faith, yet it does not lose itself. It gives the spirit a dangerous freedom, but keeps the heart in austerity. It is the German form of skepticism, which, in the form of a consistent Friedrichianism that rose to the heights of spirit, has for a long time subjected Europe to the influence of the German spirit and its critical and historical unbelief. Thanks to the irrepressibly strong and steadfast courageous character of the great German philologists and historical critics, who, if we look at them correctly, were all without exception also artists in destruction and decay, gradually, and in defiance of all romanticism in music and philosophy, a new conception of the German spirit was firmly established, in which the attraction for courageous skepticism stood out decisively, whether, for example, the intrepidity of the gaze, or the courage and firmness of the destroying hand, or the stubborn will for the risky pursuit of discovery, for daring expeditions to the North Pole under the desolate and dangerous skies. There are probably good reasons why warm-blooded and superficial adherents of humanity disown this spirit, cet esprit fatalist, ironic, Mephistophelic, 58, as Michelet not without shudder calls it. If they wish to feel how significant this fear of the manliness of the Germanic spirit, which has awakened Europe from its dogmatic slumber, 16, let them remember the former notion of this spirit, which had to be supplanted by the new one. Let them remember the not very long ago fact, how one manly woman, 17, in her unbridled arrogance dared to excite the sympathy of Europe for the Germans as meek, good-hearted, weak-willed and poetic penthusks. One must finally understand properly the surprise of Napoleon when he saw Goethe. It betrays what for centuries had been considered the Germanic spirit. Voila it meant, what a man. And all I expected to see was a German. 18. 210. So, if we assume that some trait in the image of the philosophers of the future makes it possible to guess whether they should not be skeptics in the sense just indicated, this would, however, characterize only something about them, not themselves. With the same right they may be called critics, and of course they will be supporters of experiments. By the name by which I have ventured to christen them, I have especially emphasized the propensity to make experiments and the pleasure they afford. Is it not because they, being critics in mind and body, like to use experiments in a new, perhaps more extensive, perhaps more dangerous sense of the word? Should they not, with their passion for knowledge, go farther in their daring and torturous experiments than the soft and pampered taste of the democratic age can allow? No doubt these coming ones are least entitled to dispense with those serious and not inoffensive qualities which distinguish the critic from the skeptic. I mean confidence in evaluation, a conscious observance of unity of method, sophisticated courage, independence and the ability to answer for themselves. Yes, they will admit that they like denial and diction and a certain sober severity that can wield the knife faithfully and skillfully even when the heart is bleeding. They will be harsher, and perhaps not always only towards themselves, than humane people would like. They will not be so friendly with truth as to give them pleasure or elevate and inspire them. On the contrary, they will hardly believe that it is truth that gives such pleasures to the senses. They would chuckle, these strict minds, if someone said to them, "This thought exalts me, how can it not be true?" Or, "This work delights me, how can it not be beautiful?" Or, "This artist exalts my spirit, how can he not be great?" And perhaps not only a sneer, but a real disgust would excite in them anything so dreamy, so idealistic, so feminine, so hermaphroditic. Whoever could penetrate into the innermost recesses of their hearts would scarcely find there the intention of reconciling Christian feeling with antique taste, much less with modern parliamentarianism. Even philosophers in our extremely insecure and, therefore, very peace-loving age can be met with this kind of peacefulness. These philosophers of the future will not only demand from themselves a critical discipline and accustom themselves to everything that leads to purity and rigor in the spiritual sphere, they would even have the right to flaunt it as their adornment, and yet they will not yet want to be called critics. It would seem to them no small insult to philosophy if it were to be decreed as it often is nowadays. Philosophy itself is criticism and critical science, and nothing more. Let this estimation of philosophy be approved by all positivists of France and Germany, and very probably it would flatter even the heart and taste of Kant. Just remember the titles of his main works. Our new philosophers will say in spite of that, critics are the tools of philosopher, and that is why as tools they are far from being philosophers themselves. And the great Chinese from Königsberg was also only a great critic. 211. I insist that at last one must stop mixing up philosophers and people of science in general with philosophers, that exactly here to each his own should be strictly rewarded, and that the former should not have too much to their share, and the latter too little. For the education of a true philosopher, it may be necessary that he himself once stood on all those steps, on which his servants, the scientific workers of philosophy, remain and must remain. Maybe he himself must also be a critic, a skeptic, a dogmatist, a historian, and, in addition, a poet and a collector, a traveler, a riddle solver, a moralist, a diviner, a freethinker, and almost everything, to pass the whole circle of human values and sensations of value, to be able to look with different eyes and with different conscience from high into every distance, from deep into every height, from a corner into every open space. But these are only preconditions of his task. The task itself requires something else. It requires him to create values. Following the noble example of Kant and Hegel, the above-mentioned philosophers should firmly establish and squeeze into formulas the enormous present composition of evaluations, that is, of the former value orientations, of the value creations that have come to dominate and that have long been called truths, whether it be in the logical, political, moral, or artistic field. It is up to these researchers to make clear, discussable, comprehensible, and easy to handle everything that has happened and that has been evaluated, to reduce everything long, even time itself, and to overcome everything that has passed, a colossal and amazing task, the service of which can satisfy the most refined pride, the most stubborn will. Genuine philosophers are masters and lawmakers. They say it must be so, they determine where and why of man, and in doing so they command the preparatory work of all philosophical workers, all the winners of the past. They stretch out their creative hand into the future, and all that is and was becomes for them a means, an instrument, a hammer. Their cognition is creation, their creation is legislation, their will to truth is the will to power. Are there such philosophers today? Were there already such philosophers? Should there not be such philosophers? 212. It seems to me more and more that the philosopher, as the essential man of tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, has at all times been and must be at odds with his today. His enemy has at all times been the ideal of today. Hitherto, all these eminent sporers of humanity called philosophers, who rarely felt themselves friends of wisdom, but rather unpleasant madmen and dangerous question marks, have found their task, their stern, involuntary and inevitable task, and ultimately the greatness of their task, in being the wicked conscience of their time. Putting a knife to the breasts of their contemporary virtues, like vivisectors, they betrayed what was their own secret, the desire to discover a new greatness of man, a new and as yet unexplored path to his exaltation. Every time they revealed how much hypocrisy, laziness, intemperance and promiscuity, how many lies lurk behind the most respected type of modern morality, how many virtues have already outlived their time, every time they said, "We must go where you can feel least at home today." In the face of a world of modern ideas, which would like to drive everyone into some corner, into some specialty, the philosopher, if there could be philosophers in our time, would be forced to attribute the greatness of man, the concept of greatness, just to his width and variety, to his wholeness and diversity. He would even define the value and rank of man according to how much and how much different he can carry and take on, how far his responsibility could extend. Modern taste and virtue weaken and dilute the will, There is nothing more modern than a weak will, hence, in the philosopher's ideal, the notion of greatness must include precisely strength of will, severity, and the capacity for maintaining determination, just as surely as the opposite doctrine and ideal of timid, self-sacrificing, humble, unselfish humanity suited the opposite character of the age, one which, like the 16th century, suffered from the cramped energy of the will, from the fierce stream and turbulent waves of self-love. In Socrates' time, among people infected by the weariness of instinct, among the conservative old Athenians who gave free rein to their senses, in their words, to happiness, in reality, to pleasure, and who still spoke the ancient buzzwords, to which their lives no longer gave them the right, then for greatness of soul, perhaps, irony was needed, that Socratic wicked confidence of the old doctor and plebeian, who mercilessly thrust himself into his own flesh just as he thrust himself into the bodies and hearts of the nobles, thrust himself with a gaze that quite clearly said, "Don't pretend before me. Here, we are equal." On the contrary, nowadays, when in Europe only the herd animal attains honor and distributes honors, when equality of rights can too easily turn into equality in powerlessness, that is, into general hostility toward everything rare, alien, privileged, toward the higher man, the higher soul, the higher duty, the higher responsibility, the creative excess of power and authority, nowadays the concept of greatness refers, aristocratism, volition to being for itself, ability to be other, self standing, duty to live at your own risk, and a philosopher will give away something of his own ideal if he puts forward the rule, the greatest will be he who can be the loneliest, the most secretive, the most unlikable, the man who stands on the other side of good and evil, the master of his virtues, endowed with a vast reserve of will. This is what should be called greatness, the ability to be as versatile as it is whole, as broad as it is complete. Once again we ask, is greatness possible today? 213. Learning to understand what a philosopher is difficult because it cannot be learned. One must know it from experience, or one must have the pride of not knowing it. But nowadays everyone talks about things about which they cannot have any experience, and this is chiefly and frustratingly true of philosophers and philosophical states. Very few people know them, have the right to know them, yet all the walking opinions about them are false. Thus, for example, the true philosophical combination of bold, unrestrained spirituality, which rushes presto, and dialectical severity and necessity, which does not make a single erroneous step, is not known to most thinkers and scientists by their own experience. Why it seems to them something incredible, if you talk to them about it. They imagine all necessity, as painful subordination and compulsion, and they consider thinking itself to be slow, languid, almost like hard work, quite often work worthy of the sweat of noble men, and not at all something easy, divine, close to dancing, friskiness. Thinking and seriousness, understanding with difficulty were inseparable from one another for them, only in this form did they experience it. The artists have a more subtle intuition in this case. They know all too well that just when they do nothing arbitrarily, but everything out of necessity, their sense of freedom, refinement, fullness of power, creative possession, composition, embodiment reaches its peak, in short, that then necessity and freedom of will form a single whole in them. Finally, there is a hierarchy of states of mind, to which corresponds a hierarchy of problems, and the higher problems mercilessly repel anyone who dares to approach them without being, by the greatness and power of their spiritual powers, designed to solve them. What good would it do to have shrewd know-it-alls or awkwardly brave mechanics and empiricists, as often happens nowadays, to approach them with their plebeian ambition and as if to break into this holy of holies? On such carpets one would never set foot on them. The law of the game has already taken care of that, and the doors would remain closed to them, though they beat their heads upon them and smash them to pieces. For every higher world one must be born. To put it more clearly, one must be nurtured for it. The right to philosophy, to take the word in its broadest sense, can only be had through one's origins. Ancestors, breed, are decisive here as well. Many generations must labor for the emergence of the philosopher. Each of his virtues must be individually acquired, nurtured, inherited further and embodied in him, and not only the bold, easy and fluid course and flow of his thoughts, but above all the readiness for great responsibility, the majesty of a regal gaze, the sense of his isolation from the crowd and its duties and virtues, the gracious guarding and defending of that which is badly understood and vilified, be it God, be it the devil, the disposition and habit of great justice, the art of command, the breadth of will, the calm eye which seldom wonders, rarely looks up, rarely loves. Section 7. Our virtues. 214. Our virtues? It is very likely that we still have our own virtues, although, of course, no longer the pure and unpretentious virtues for which we honored our grandfathers, while at the same time somewhat alienating them from ourselves. We, the Europeans of the day after tomorrow, we, the firstborn of the 20th century, with all our dangerous curiosity, with our versatility and the art of disguise, with our flabby and as if sweetened by the cruelty of our mind and feelings, we would probably, if we had virtues, fall to a share only those that could perfectly get along with the most secret and closest to our heart inclinations, with our most burning needs. Well, let us look for them in our labyrinths where, as we know, so much is lost altogether. And is there anything more beautiful than seeking one's own virtues? Is it not almost a belief in one's own virtue? And this faith in one's own virtue is not the same as what was once called pure conscience, is it not the venerable, long-tailed braid of notions which our grandfathers used to hang on the back of their heads, and quite often on their minds as well? And so, however far removed we may think we are in all other respects from the old-fashioned and grandfatherly quietness, we seem to be worthy grandsons of our grandfathers in one respect, we, the last Europeans with a clear conscience, and we still wear the same braids. Ah, if you only knew how soon it will be different. 215. Just as in the realm of the stars there are sometimes two suns that determine the path of one planet, just as sometimes there are different colored suns shining over one planet, flooding it with red and green light, and then illuminating it simultaneously and motleyly, so we humans of the new age are defined by the complex mechanics of our starry sky by different morals, our actions shine alternately in different colors, they are rarely unequivocal, and there is no shortage of cases where we perform motley actions. 216. To love one's enemies? I think people have learned this well. It happens nowadays in 1,000 ways, in small things as well as in great things. Sometimes it even happens something more sublime and superior. We learn to despise at the time when we love, and exactly when we love the most, but we do all this unconsciously, without noise and solemnity, with that shyness and furtiveness of kindness which prohibits the mouth to utter solemn words and formulas of virtue. Morality as a pose is not to our taste today. This too is progress, just as the progress of our fathers was that they finally disliked religion as a pose, including the enmity and Voltairean acrimony toward religion, and all the things that once painted freethinkers. It is the music in our conscience, the dance in our mind, with which all the lamentations of the Puritans, all the moral preaching and straightforwardness, do not want to harmonize. 217. Beware of those who value trust in their moral tact and subtlety of moral discernment. They will never forgive us if they happen to err before us, or in us, they inevitably become our instinctive detractors and abusers, even while still our friends. Blessed are the forgetful, for they will be done with their foolishness as well. 218. Psychologists in France, where else are there psychologists now? Have not yet exhausted the bitter and varied pleasure which the bêtise bourgeoise, 59, gives them, as if. But it is enough that they give something away by it. For example, Flaubert, that brave Rouen bourgeois, in the end no longer saw, heard, or noticed anything else. It was his kind of self-torture and refined cruelty. I recommend, however, for a change, because the former is becoming boring, another object to admire, that unconscious cunning with which all good-natured, unsophisticated, honest mediocre minds treat the superior minds in their tasks, that elaborate Jesuit hookeyed cunning which is 1,000 times finer than the mind and taste of this middle class in its best moments, and even finer than the minds of their victims. This may serve once more to prove that of all the kinds of intellectuality hitherto discovered, instinct is the most intellectual. In a word, you, psychologists, study the philosophy of rule against exception, it will be for you a sight worthy of God's and divine anger. Or, to put it even more clearly, vivisect the good man, the homo boni voluntatis, 60, over yourself. 219. Moral judgment and condemnation are the favorite revenge of intellectually limited people on less limited people. It is in a way a reparation for the fact that nature has not taken care of them. It is finally an occasion for them to become smarter and more refined. Anger develops intellectually. Deep down in their hearts they are very pleased that there is a scale before which people richly endowed with mental treasures and advantages are equalized with them. The limited people struggle for universal equality before God, and already for this they need faith in God. Between them meet the strongest opponents of atheism. They would be furious if someone told them that high mental and spiritual development is incomparable to any honesty and dignity of man merely moral. I would be wary of doing this. On the contrary, I am rather inclined to flatter them by saying that the high mental and spiritual development itself is only the last degeneration of moral qualities, that it is a synthesis of all those conditions which are attributed to only moral people, after having acquired them separately, by a long discipline and exercise, perhaps, by the whole chain of generations. That high mental spiritual development is the spiritualization of justice and of that gracious rigor which considers itself called to guard the table of ranks in the world, even among things, not only among men. 220. With so popular today's eulogy of disinterestedness, it is necessary, perhaps, not without some danger, to understand what people see interest in themselves and what in general the most thorough and deepest concern of an ordinary person is, including educated people, even scientists and, if I am not mistaken, perhaps even philosophers. This reveals the fact that the vast majority of things which interest and attract people with finer and more pampered tastes, more exalted natures, seem to the average person absolutely uninteresting. If, despite this, he notices commitment to them, he calls it disinterest and is surprised that it is possible to act disinterestedly. There were philosophers who managed to give this popular astonishment a seductive, mystically uninterested expression as well. Could it be because their knowledge of higher nature was not drawn from experience? Instead of establishing the bare and eminently simple truth that a disinterested act is very interesting and interested, provided that. And love? How? Even an act of love for someone is unselfish? Oh, you fools! And the praise of the sacrificer? But he who has really made a sacrifice knows that he wanted something for it and received, maybe something from himself for something of his own accord that he gave here in order to get more there, maybe to be something more at all or at least to feel more. But this is a whole field of questions and answers into which the more pampered mind is reluctant to venture. Here truth must use all its strength to suppress yawning, if it has to answer. But after all, she is a woman, no violence should be applied to her. 221. It happens sometimes, said one pedant and moral crumbler, that I respect and distinguish a disinterested man, but not because he is disinterested, but because in my opinion he has the right to benefit another man to his own detriment. In short, it is always a question of what the former is and what the latter is. For example, in a man designed and created to command, self-denial and a willingness to retreat modestly would not be a virtue, but a waste of virtue, so it seems to me. Any unselfish morality which considers itself unconditional and appeals to everyone is a sin not only against taste, it is an incitement to the sin of dereliction of duty, it is an extra temptation under the guise of humanity, and it is the temptation and harm for people of higher, rare, privileged rank. Morals must first be forced to bow to the table of ranks, they must be persuaded not to be arrogant, until they finally agree with one another that it is immoral to say, what is fair to one is fair to another. So, did my moral pedant and bonhomme really deserve to be ridiculed when he similarly exhorted morals to be moral? But one must not be too right if one wants mockers on your side, a grain of wrongness is even a sign of good taste. 222. Where nowadays compassion is preached and, in fact, no other religion is preached, let the psychologist open his ears. Through all the vanity, through all the clamor inherent in these preachers, as in all preachers, he will hear the hoarse, groaning genuine cry of contempt for himself. It is linked to that pomposity and disfigurement of Europe which has been increasing for a whole century, and whose first symptoms are authentically described already in one suggestive letter of Galliani to Madame d'Epinay, 19, if only it is not its cause. The man of modern ideas, this proud monkey, is terribly dissatisfied with himself, this is undeniable. He suffers, and his vanity wants him only to co-suffer. 223. The European mestizo, a generally rather ugly plebeian, needs a suit, he needs history like a closet full of suits. He notices, of course, that none of them fit him, and so he keeps changing and changing them. Take a closer look at the 19th century, note these rapid changes of fondness for masquerades of different styles, as well as the moments of despair caused by the fact that no outfit suits us. It is vain to dress up in romantic, or classical, or Christian, or Florentine, or Baroque, or national, in moribus et artibus, 61, all this does not suit us. But the spirit, especially the historical spirit, sees in this to spare its own benefit, thanks to it something new of the ancient and foreign is constantly being tried, shifted, put aside, packed away, above all studied. Our age is the first in terms of studying costumes, I mean morals, beliefs, artistic tastes, and religions. It is prepared like no other time for the carnival of great style, for spiritual shrovetide laughter and merriment, for the transcendental height of the highest foolery and Aristophanesque ridicule of the world. Perhaps it is here that we will open up a field for our inventions, a field where we too can be original, for example as parodists of world history and gestures of God. Maybe if nothing of the present has a future, yet it is our laughter that still has one. 224. The historical sense, or the ability to quickly guess the rank order of the evaluations that have guided a given people, society, person in their lives, that prophetic instinct that discerns the relationship of these evaluations, the relationship of the authority of values to the authority of acting forces, is the historical sense, to which we Europeans lay claim as our peculiarity, appeared to us in the retinue of that charming and frantic half-barbarism into which Europe was plunged through. The democratic mixing of estates and races, only the 19th century knows this feeling as its sixth sense. Thanks to this mixing, our modern souls are infused with the past of all forms and ways of life, the past of cultures that used to be in close contact with one another, layered on top of one another. Our instincts are now rushing back in all directions, and we ourselves are a kind of chaos, but in the end spirit, as it is said, sees in this its advantage. Because of the semi-barbarism of our flesh and lusts, we have secret access everywhere that the age of aristocracy has never known, and above all, access to the labyrinths of unfinished cultures and to every semi-barbarism that has ever existed on Earth. And since the most significant part of human culture has hitherto been precisely half barbarism, historical feeling means almost the same thing as feeling and instinct for everything, the same thing as taste for everything, in which it immediately reveals itself to be a non-aristocratic feeling. We, for example, enjoy Homer again. Perhaps it is our happy advantage that we are able to enjoy Homer, which people of aristocratic culture cannot and could not so easily assimilate. For example, the 17th century French, like Saint Evremont, who reproached him for esprit vaste, 62:20, and even an echo of them, Voltaire, for they hardly allowed themselves to enjoy Homer. The very definite yes and no's of their taste, their easily excitable disgust, their slow restraint toward all foreign things, their fear of the tastelessness which lies even in a lively curiosity, and generally the unwillingness of all aristocratic and self-righteous culture to admit new lusts in itself, their dissatisfaction with their own astonishment before strangers, all this sets them up unkindly even toward the finest things in the world, if the latter are not their property or cannot become their prey, and no other feeling is less understandable to such people than precisely historical feeling with its submissive plebeian curiosity. This is not the case with Shakespeare, with that marvelous Spanish Mavro-Saxon synthesis of taste that would make an ancient Athenian admirer of Aeschylus laugh or be enraged. On the contrary, we accept with intimate trust and cordiality this wild modeling, this mixture of the most delicate, the crudest, and the most artificial. We enjoy it as if it were a carefully preserved piece of art, and are as little disturbed by the stench and proximity of the English mob, in whose neighborhood Shakespeare's art and taste live, as we are on Chioggia in Naples, where we make our way with all our senses, charmingly and willingly, despite the stench that comes from the mob's quarters. As such, we people of historical feeling undoubtedly have our virtues. We are unassuming, unselfish, modest, courageous, full of self-sacrifice, ready for self-sacrifice, full of gratitude, patience, and helpfulness, although we may not have particularly good taste. Let us admit to ourselves at last, after all, that which is most difficult for us, people of the historical sense, to comprehend, to feel, to taste, to love, that which in essence we treat with prejudice and almost hostility, is precisely the perfect and lastly ripe in every culture and art, the truly selected in creations and people, their moment of smooth sea and chalky self-sufficiency, that golden and cold that is characteristic of all finished things. Perhaps our great virtue of the historical sense is a necessary contrast to the good, or at least to the best taste, and we can only weakly, only with difficulty and compulsion reproduce in ourselves those brief moments of supreme happiness and transformation of human life, glittering here and there, those marvelous moments when the great powers stopped voluntarily before the immense and limitless, when one felt the excess of subtle pleasure produced by the momentary taming and petrifying, by stopping and establishing oneself on the still wavering ground. Measure is alien to us, we confess. It is the infinite, the unfathomable, that tickles us. Like a rider on a snorting horse, we throw down the reins before the infinite. We modern people, we half barbarians, and there only find our bliss, where we face the greatest danger. 225. And hedonism, and pessimism, and utilitarianism, and eudaimonism, all these ways of thinking that define the value of things by the pleasure and suffering they excite, that is, by their accompanying states and side effects, are marked by a superficiality and naivety that everyone who feels in himself the creative powers and conscience of an artist cannot look upon without derision as well as without compassion. Compassion for you is certainly not compassion in the sense you understand it. It is not compassion for social want, for society and its sick and destitute, the inherently flawed and broken, spread around us on earth, still less compassion for the grumbling, oppressed, rebellious slaves who strive for domination, calling it freedom. Our compassion is higher and more visionary. We see man diminished as you diminish him. And there are moments when we look at your compassion with indescribable anxiety, when we defend ourselves against this compassion, when we find your seriousness more dangerous than any frivolity. You want, if possible, and there is no crazier if possible, to eliminate suffering, and we seem to want it even higher and heavier than ever. Welfare, as you understand it, is not the goal, it seems to us to be the end. A state which makes a man at once ridiculous and contemptible, which makes him wish he were dead. The education of suffering, of great suffering, do you not know that this education alone has hitherto elevated man? That tension of the soul in adversity which instills it with fortitude, its shudder at the sight of great destruction, its ingenuity and courage in enduring, interpreting, using adversity, and all that has given it depth, mystery, countenance, intelligence, cunning, greatness, has not all this been given it under the shell of suffering and the education of great suffering? In man, creature and creator are united. In man there is material, detritus, excess, clay, mud, nonsense, chaos, but in man there is also creator, sculptor, hardness of hammer, divine spectator and seventh day. Do you understand this contradiction? And do you understand that your compassion refers to the creature in man, to that which must be molded, broken, forged, torn, annealed, hardened, purified, that which inevitably suffers and must suffer? And our compassion, do you not understand to whom our resisting compassion refers when it defends itself against your compassion as the worst kind of pampering and weakness? So, compassion versus compassion. But, let us say again, there are higher problems than all problems of pleasure, suffering, and compassion, and every philosophy that deals only with this is naive. 226. We immoralists. This world that is close to us, in which we are destined to fear and love, this almost invisible, inaudible world of exquisite command, exquisite obedience, a world where almost reigns in everything, full of hooks, treacherous, prickly, tender world, yes, it is well protected from rude spectators and familial curiosity. We are braided by a tight net and a casing of duties and cannot get out of it. That is what we, even we, are the essence of men of duty. Sometimes, it is true, we dance freely in our chains and among our swords. More often, and this is also true, we gnash our teeth under their weight and struggle impatiently in the consciousness of the mysterious severity of our lot. But we can do anything. The chumps and the obviousness speak against us. They are men without a sense of duty. The chumps and the obviousness are always against us. 227. Honesty. Let us assume that it is our virtue from which we free minds cannot get rid, so let us work on this only virtue we have left with all malice and love. Let us tirelessly improve ourselves in it. Let it once shine, like a gilded azure mocking evening dawn, on this aging culture with its dull and gloomy earnestness. And if, however, our honesty one day grows tired and begins, sighing and stretching, and finds us too severe, and wishes it were better, lighter, to be treated more gently, as a pleasant vice, let us nevertheless remain severe, we, the last Stoics. And send to its aid all our inherent devilishness, our aversion to everything coarse and approximate, our nidum or invetetum. 63, our adventurous courage, our refined and spoiled curiosity, our subtlest, unrecognizably disguised spiritual will for power and the conquest of the world, the will that greedily hover over all the realms of the future. Let us come with all our devils to the aid of our God. It is very likely that because of this we will not be recognized and will be confused with others. So what? They will say of us, their honesty is their devilry, and nothing more. So what of it? Even if it were so, haven't all the gods hitherto been such canonized, cross-eyed devils? And what do we ultimately know about ourselves? And what might be the name of the spirit that guides us? It's a matter of names here. And how many spirits do we conceal within us? Let us take care, we free minds, that our honesty does not become our vanity, our attire and luxury, our boundary, our folly. All virtue gravitates to stupidity, all stupidity to virtue, stupid to holiness, they say in Russia. Let us take care not to be made holy and dull by honesty in the end. Isn't life too short to be boring? After all, one must believe in eternal life in order to. 228. May you forgive me the discovery that all moral philosophy has hitherto been dull and belonged to the number of soporific means, and that, in my opinion, nothing has done such harm to virtue as this dullness of its passages. Then, however, I do not yet mean to say that I do not recognize the general usefulness of this quality of theirs. It is very important that as few people as possible should reflect on morality, hence it is extremely important that morality should not become interesting one day. But one need not worry about this. This is the same as it has always been. I do not see in Europe anyone who would have, or would have given, the idea that thinking about morals can be dangerous, risky, seductive, that something fatal might lie in it. Look, for example, at the tireless, relentless English utilitarians, how gravely and with what dignity they stride back and forth in the footsteps of Bentham. Homer's comparison makes this clearer, just as he himself strutted in the footsteps of the venerable Helvidius. No, he was not a dangerous man, this Helvidius. 21. Not a new thought, not a more refined twist and unfolding of an old thought, not even a true history of what had been previously thought over. All in all, it is an impossible literature for one who does not manage to season it with some amount of malice. Into the souls of these moralists, whom one must necessarily read with some extraneous purpose, if one has to read them, also crept the old English vice called cant, 64, which is moral tartuffery, concealed this time under a new form of science. Nor do they lack the secret protection from the pricks of conscience from which the old Puritan race will necessarily suffer under every scientific attitude to morality. Is not the moralist something the opposite of the Puritan? It is as a thinker who looks at morality as something questionable, questioning it, in short, taking it as a problem. Isn't moralizing itself immoral? In the end, they all want English morality to be recognized, because it is the morality that most contributes to humanity, or the common good, or the happiness of the majority. Yes, no. The happiness of England, they strive hard to prove to themselves that the pursuit of English happiness, that is, of comfort and fashion, 65, and, most importantly, of the seat of Parliament, is at the same time the true path of virtue, so that even all hitherto existing virtue in the world has consisted in just such pursuit. None of these clumsy herd animals with anxious consciences, who promote selfish interests as the interest of the common good, wants to know or feel that the common good is not an ideal, not a goal, not a convenient concept, but only vomit, that what is just for one cannot yet be just for another, that to demand one morality for all is detrimental precisely to the highest people, in short, that there is a difference in ranks between man, and therefore also between morality and morality. They are the essence of a humble and deeply mediocre breed of people, these utilitarian Englishmen, and, as said, since they are dull, one cannot have a high opinion of their usefulness. They ought still to be cheered up, which I will try to do in part with the following verses. Praise be to you hard workers. To you, whatever lasts longer, that's what you like. You're dragging out your days in a hopeless stupor, without a grain of inspiration. Sans génie et sans esprit, 66. 229. In the later epoch, which has the right to pride itself on humanity, so much fear remained, so much superstitious fear of the wild cruel beast, the victory over which constitutes the pride of these more humane times, that even obvious truths were not expressed for centuries, as if by agreement, because they seemed to call to life again this wild, finally put to death beast. I may be risking something by letting such a truth go, let others recapture it and feed it with so much milk of pious thought, 22, until it calms down and settles, forgotten, in its old corner. One must assimilate a different view of cruelty and open one's eyes. One must finally learn in patience so that such immodest, fatuous delusions as have been nurtured by old and new philosophers concerning tragedy will no longer dare to prowl the earth with a bold and virtuous appearance. Almost everything we call higher culture rests on the spiritualization and deepening of cruelty. This is my position. The wild beast in question is not at all dead, it lives, it flourishes, it is only deified. That which constitutes the agonizing sweetness of tragedy is cruelty, that which is pleasing in so-called tragic compassion, in fact even in all that is sublime, to the highest and subtlest shutters of metaphysics, derives its sweetness exclusively from the admixture of cruelty. The Roman in the arena, the Christian in the raptures of the cross, the Spaniard before the bonfire or the spectacle of the bullfight, the modern Japanese striding for tragedy, the worker in the Parisian suburbs yearning passionately for bloody revolutions, the Wagnerian enduring Tristan and Isolde with an exhausted will, they all enjoy and revel in the same thing with a mysterious greed, the potions of the great Circe of cruelty. In doing so, of course, one must push aside the silly old psychology that only knows how to talk about cruelty, that it arises at the sight of other people's suffering. There is great, too great pleasure also in one's own suffering, in inflicting suffering on oneself, and in all cases where one tends to self-denial in the religious sense, or to self-mutilation, as with the Phoenicians and ascetics, or generally to the mortification of lust, to the mortification and crushing of the flesh, to the Puritan convulsions of penance, to the vivisection of conscience, to Pascal's sacrificio dell'intelletto, 67, he is secretly drawn and thrust forward by his own cruelty, driven by the dangerous shudder of a cruelty turned against himself. After all, it must be taken into account that even the knower acts as an artist glorifying cruelty, when he forces his spirit against its aspirations and quite often against the desires of his heart to know, that is, to deny that which he would like to affirm, to love, to worship. Already in every penetration into the depth and to the very foundations is violence, the desire to make suffer the root will of the spirit, which tirelessly seeks appearances and the surface, already in every aspiration to know is a drop of cruelty. 230. What I have said here about the radical will of the spirit may at once seem incomprehensible. Let me explain. The imperious something that people call spirit wants to be master in and around itself, wants to feel itself master. It has a will that strives for unity out of multiplicity, a binding, constraining, overbearing, and truly imperious will. Its needs and abilities in this regard are the same as those established by physiologists for all that lives, grows, and multiplies. The capacity of the spirit to assimilate foreign things is revealed in the strong tendency to liken the new to the old, to simplify the various, to ignore or reject that which is totally contradictory, just as he, at his own discretion, strongly emphasizes, highlights, and imitates known features and lines in everything alien to him, in every part of the outer world. In doing so, his goal is the assimilation of new experiences, the incorporation of new things into old ranks, hence, an increase in growth, to put it even more precisely, a sense of growth, a sense of increased strength. The same will is served by the seemingly opposite urge of the spirit, by the sudden burning determination to remain in ignorance, to close one's windows at will, by the inner rejection of this or that thing, by a sort of defensive stand against much that is accessible to knowledge, by a contentment with darkness, with the closing horizon when ignorance is said yes and called approvingly by its names. How all this comes about according to the degree of the assimilating power of the spirit, or, figuratively speaking, its digesting power. The spirit is indeed in many ways like the stomach. Equally, this includes the sometimes manifest will of the spirit to give in to deception, perhaps in the mischievous premonition that it is not really so, but only thought to be so, the pleasure of all the fragile and meaningful, the exultant self-satisfaction with the arbitrarily chosen narrowness of a cozy corner, the too close, foreground, magnified, reduced, shifted, embellished, the self-satisfaction with the arbitrariness of all these manifestations of power. Finally, it also includes this rather suspicious readiness of the spirit to deceive other minds and to pretend before them, this constant oppression and pressure of the creative, formative power capable of producing change, and the spirit enjoys the variety of its masks and its guile and sense of its own security because it is precisely through its protean art that it is best protected and concealed. This will to appearances, to simplification, to a mask, to a cloak, in short, to the surface, for every surface is a cloak, is counteracted by that sublime disposition of the knower, which considers and wants to consider things deeply, multilaterally, thoroughly. It is a kind of cruelty of intellectual conscience and taste, which every bolder thinker admits in himself, provided, as befits, he has hardened and refined his vision long enough in relation to himself and is accustomed to strict discipline and to strict words. He will say, there is something cruel in the disposition of my spirit. Let the virtuous and amiable people try to dissuade him of that. Indeed, it would sound more courteous if, speaking of us, instead of cruelty we were then attributed, say, excessive honesty and quietly praised for it by us, two free minds. Well, will not such indeed be our posthumous glory at some time? In the meantime, since there is still plenty of time, we are the least inclined to dress up in such tinsel and fringe of moral words. All our former work has discouraged us from this very taste with its frolicsome luxury. These beautiful, brilliant, crackling, celebratory words, honesty, love of truth, love of wisdom, sacrifice for knowledge, the heroism of a man of truth, there is something in them that inflates human pride. But we hermits and marmots, we have long ago convinced ourselves in the recesses of our hermit conscience that this dignified verbal luxury also belongs to the old lying rags and sequins of unconscious human vanity, and that under such flattering coloring and smudging the terrible original homo natura must again be recognized. To translate man back into the language of nature, to master the many vain and dreamlike interpretations and shades of meaning that have hitherto been scratched and plastered on this eternal original homo natura, to make man continue to stand before man as now, tempered by the discipline of science, he stands before the rest of nature with the intrepid gaze of Oedipus and the plastered ears of Odysseus. 23. Deaf to all the lures of the old metaphysical bird-catchers, who have too long hummed to him, you are greater. You are higher. You are of a different origin. This would be a rare and insane task, but precisely the task who would deny it? Why did we choose it, this insane task? Or, asking it another way, why cognition at all? Everyone will ask us that. And we, backed against the wall in this way, we who have asked ourselves this question hundreds of times, we have not found and find no better answer. 231. Teaching transforms us, it does what all nourishment does, which also does not only sustain as physiologists know. But at the core of our being, there, at the very bottom, of course, is something unlearned, some granite of spiritual fate, a predetermined solution and answer to predetermined chosen questions. With every cardinal problem, something unchangeable says, this is me. In the subject of man and woman, for example, the thinker cannot relearn, but can only learn, only to reveal to the end what is firmly established in him on this account. At times we find certain solutions to problems that are precisely to us a strong belief, perhaps, from that time on we begin to call them our convictions. Later we see in them only the traces of our movement toward self-knowledge, only the wayposts leading to the problem we represent, or rather, pointing to the great folly we represent, to our spiritual fate, to that unlearnable element that lies at the very bottom. In view of the considerable courtesy I have just shown to myself, I might rather be allowed to state some truths about woman in herself, assuming that it is now known in advance how much of these truths are mine alone. 232. Woman wants to become independent, and for this purpose she begins to educate men about womanhood in itself, which is one of the most pernicious steps of progress in the general disfigurement of Europe. For what will these clumsy attempts at feminine scholarship and self-deprecation bring to light? Women have so many reasons to be ashamed of, there is so much pedantry, superficiality, tutelage, petty arrogance, petty licentiousness and immodesty hidden in them, if you look closely at their treatment of children, everything which, in fact, has hitherto been best contained and restrained by fear of men. Woe, if only the eternal boredom in a woman, and she is rich in it, dares to come out. If she begins fundamentally to forget her prudence and art, her ability to be graceful, playful, to ward off cares, to give relief, and to take lightness to everything herself if she thoroughly loses her delicate adaptability to pleasant desires. Even now there are women's voices, which, by the holy Aristophanes, inspire terror. With medical clarity there are threats about what a woman wants from a man above all and in the final analysis. Is it not a manifestation of the most bad taste if a woman tries to become a scholar in this way? Until now, fortunately, it has been the man's business and gift to enlighten, and by doing so she has been able to remain among her own kind, and everything that women write about woman gives at last every right to doubt that woman wished to enlighten us on her own account and that she could wish to do so. If, in doing so, the woman is not looking for a new outfit for herself, and I suppose that the art of dressing up is connected with the eternal feminine, it means that she wants to inspire fear in herself, maybe she wants to achieve domination by it. But she doesn't want the truth. What business is a woman to have the truth? First of all, nothing can be stranger, more unpleasant, more disgusting to a woman than the truth. Her great art is a lie. The most important thing for her is illusion and beauty. Let us men confess, it is this art and this instinct that we honor and love in women. We have a hard life, and for our own relief we willingly join the society of these creatures, under whose hands, gazes, and gentle follies our seriousness, our heaviness and depth begin to seem almost foolish to us. Finally, I pose the question, has there ever been a time when a woman herself has recognized in any woman's mind depth, in any woman's heart justice? And is it not true that, generally speaking, until now woman has been treated with the greatest contempt by woman herself, and not by us at all? We men wish that woman would cease to compromise herself with enlightenment. In this the male concern and solicitude for woman has manifested itself, that the Church has decreed, nulier tacit in Ecclesia, 68. It was to the woman's advantage that Napoleon made it clear to the overly talkative Madame de Staël, nulier tacit in Politicis, 69. And I think that the true friend of women is the one who today cries out to them, nulier tacit de mulier, 70. 233. It is a sign of the corruption of instinct not to say that it is a sign of bad taste when a woman refers directly to Mrs. Rowland, or to Mrs. Steele, or to Mr. George Sand, as if by this one could prove anything in favor of a woman in her own right. For men, the persons mentioned are only three comic women in their own right, no more. And just the strongest involuntary counterarguments against emancipation and female autocracy. 234. Stupidity in the kitchen, a woman as a cook, an appalling lack of thought in caring for the nourishment of the family and its head. A woman does not understand what food means, but wants to be a cook. If a woman were a thinking creature, surely, having been a cook for thousands of years, she should have discovered the greatest physiological facts and equally mastered the art of medicine. Because of bad cooks, because of the total lack of reason in the kitchen, human development has been held up the longest and most severely damaged. Even in our time the situation is no better. This speech is addressed to upper-class cousins. 235. There are turns and sayings of the human mind, there are maxims, little handfuls of words in which an entire culture, an entire society, suddenly crystallizes. These include the following incidental words spoken by Mrs. de Lambert to her son, Mon ami, any vous permettez jamais que de folies, que vous feront grand plaisir, 71, among other things, the most dignified and intelligent words a mother ever addressed to her son. 236. What Dante and Goethe thought of woman the former when he sang Elegardeva Suso, et io in lay, 72, 24, the latter when he translated it as eternal femininity draws us to her, 25, I have no doubt that any more noble woman would resist such a belief, because she thinks the same of the eternal masculine. 237. 7 Women's Proverbs. Where a man crawls to us, boredom will go away in a jiffy. Up to now men have treated women as birds that have strayed from their path and have flown in from certain peaks. They take them for something supremely delicate, vulnerable, wild, whimsical, sweet, full of soul, but at the same time as something that must be kept locked up so that it does not fly away. 238. To err in resolving the basic problem of the man and woman, to deny here the deepest antagonism and the necessity of an eternally hostile tension, to dream here, perhaps, of equality of upbringing, of equality of claims and responsibilities, is a typical sign of flatness. The thinker who finds himself flat in this dangerous point, flat in instinct, should be generally regarded as suspicious, moreover, quite unraveled, brought out into the open, probably in all matters of life as well as of future life, he will prove too shallow and reach no depth at all. On the contrary, a man who possesses both a depth of mind and a depth of lust, as well as that depth of goodwill which is capable of severity and rigor and is easily mingled with them, can think of a woman always only in the oriental way. He must see woman as an object of possession, as property to be locked up, as something meant to be served and perfected in this sphere. He must in this case rely on the colossal intelligence of Asia, on the superiority of her instinct, as the Greeks, those best heirs and disciples of Asia once did, who, as we know, from Homer to Pericles, together with increasing culture and expanding power, were step by step made more strict to woman, in short, made more oriental. How necessary, how logical, how even humanly desirable this was, let everyone think it over for himself. 239. The weaker sex has never before enjoyed so much respect from men as it has in our age. It is as intrinsic to democratic inclinations and basic tastes as disrespect for old age. What wonder if they immediately begin to abuse this respect? They want more, they learn to demand more, they find finally this tribute of respect almost insulting, they prefer to demand rights, even to fight for them. In a word, a woman begins to lose her shame. Let us add at once that she begins to lose her taste. She learns to be afraid of men, but by learning to be afraid, women sacrifices their most feminine instincts. That a woman dares to come forward when the fearful side of man, or, more specifically, when man in man becomes undesirable and is not nurtured by education, is fair enough, and also understandable enough. What is harder to understand is that it is through this that woman degenerates. It's happening these days, let's not be deceived about it. Wherever only the industrial spirit has triumphed over the military and aristocratic, woman now aspires to the economic and legal autonomy of the clerk. Woman as clerk stands at the gate of the new society, the era of modernity. And while she is thus seizing new rights, striving for domination and displaying female progress on her banners and flags, the opposite is happening with appalling clarity. Women are going backwards. Since the French Revolution, women's influence in Europe has diminished as much as their rights and claims have increased, and female emancipation, as it is desired and encouraged by women themselves, and not only by the dullards of men, is thus a remarkable symptom of a growing stifling and blunting of the most feminine instincts. In this movement lies a foolishness, an almost masculine foolishness, which every successful woman and every such woman is intelligent should be ashamed of with all her being. To lose her intuition for the ground on which victory can most surely be achieved, to neglect the weapons she wields with real skill, to dissolve before men to the point of perhaps assuming a decisive role where discipline and subtle, cunning modesty were previously observed, to counteract with virtuous impudence men's belief in an entirely different ideal hidden in women, something eternal and necessary feminine, persistently chattering to dissuade man that woman, as a very gentle, fancifully wild and often pleasant pet, should be cherished, surrounded with cares, guarded, spared, to clumsily and indignantly look for the elements of slavery and serfdom, which consisted and still consist in the position of woman during the former social system. Exactly, slavery is the counterargument, and not, on the contrary, the condition of any higher culture, of any elevation of culture. What does all this mean, if not the destruction of woman's instincts, the loss of femininity? Of course, there are many stupid friends and corrupters of women among the male asses of science who advise women to get rid of their femininity by this way and to imitate all those stupidities with which European man is ill, European manhood is ill, those asses who want to reduce women to general education, even to reading newspapers and politicking. In other places they even want to make free thinkers and writers out of women, as if a woman without piety does not seem to the deep-thinking and godless man something quite disgusting or ridiculous. Almost everywhere they upset their nerves with the most painful and most dangerous of all kinds of music, our latest German music, and make them every day more and more hysterical and unable to fulfill the first and last female vocation, to bear healthy children. And in general, they want to cultivate and, as they say, make the weaker sex stronger by means of culture, as if history does not teach us in a very convincing way that the cultivation of man and the weakening, exactly the weakening, fragmentation, degeneration of willpower always went hand in hand, and that the most powerful and influential women in the world, finally, the mother of Napoleon, owed their power and superiority over men to their willpower, but in no case to their school teachers. What inspires respect for a woman, and quite often fear of her, is her nature, which is more natural than man's, her true predatory, cunning grace, her tigress claws under the glove, her naivety and egoism, her incontrovertibility of education and inner wildness, the unfathomable, immense, elusive in her lusts and virtues. What, for all its fear, inspires compassion for this dangerous and beautiful cat, the woman, is that she is more suffering, more vulnerable, more in need of love and more doomed to disappointment than any animal. Fear and compassion, with these feelings stood so far a man before a woman, always already with one foot in a tragedy that torments and at the same time enchants him. How? And this must come to an end? And has the unmasking of woman already begun? And the woman will be made gradually more and more dull? Oh Europe! Europe! We know the horned beast that has always seemed especially appealing to you, from which you are still in danger. Your old fable may once more become history, once more a monstrous folly may seize you and carry you away. And there is no God behind it, no. Only an idea, a modern idea. Section 8. Nations and Fatherlands. 240. I listened, again as for the first time, to Richard Wagner's overture to the Meistersingers, this sumptuous, overloaded, heavy inlaid art, which prides itself on assuming 2 centuries of music still alive for its understanding, praise and honor to the Germans that such pride has not miscalculated. What juices and forces, what seasons and climates are not mingled here? This music entices us with something ancient and something alien, tart and overly youthful. It is as much arbitrary as it is pompous and traditional. It is often devious and even more often cunning and rude. It breathes fire and courage, and at the same time it has the flabby, withered skin of too late ripening fruit. It flows wide and full, and suddenly there is a moment of inexplicable slowing down, as if a kind of gap wedged between cause and effect, some oppression which makes us dream, almost a nightmare, but here again grows and spreads the former stream of pleasure, the most varied pleasure, old and new happiness, with a very strong admixture of the artist's own happiness, which he does not want to hide, with an admixture of his surprised, happy awareness of mastery, which appears in the new means. He used here, the new, untried artistic means. This is what he seems to want to reveal to us. In general, there is no beauty in this music, no south, no southern transparent clarity of the sky, no grace, no dance, almost no will to logic. There is even a certain clumsiness that is still underlined, as if the artist wanted to tell us, that was my intention, some unwieldy garb, something woefully barbaric and solemn, some rippling of scholarly and venerable jewels and lace, something German in the best and worst sense of the word, something in the German way diverse, shapeless and inexhaustible, a certain German power and fullness of soul, which is not afraid to hide under the raffinements of decadence, which, perhaps, is the only place where it feels fine, a pure, true sign of the German soul, simultaneously young and old, overripe and still overflowing with the future. Music of this kind best expresses what I think of the Germans. They are the people of the day before yesterday and the day after tomorrow. They do not yet have the day of today. 241. And we good Europeans have ours when we allow ourselves dashing patriotism and flounder again in the waves of old love and narrowness. I just gave you an example of national excitement, wounded patriotism and every other kind of pre-photopian excess of feeling. That which with us is limited to hours and replayed to the end in a few hours, the minds of the more clumsy can only cope with in longer intervals, some in half a year, others in half a human life, depending on the speed and force with which they digest and perform their metabolism. Yes, I could imagine stupid and inert races who, even in our quick-witted Europe, would need half a century to overcome such atavistic fits of patriotism and attachment to a piece of land and return to reason, to good Europeanism. And so, while I'm on the subject of this possibility, I happened to overhear a conversation between 2 old patriots. Both of them were obviously hard of ear, and therefore spoke very loudly. "Whoever thinks and knows as much about philosophy as a man or a member of the student corporation," said one of them, "is still innocent. But what of it now? This is the age of the masses. They crawl on their bellies in front of all the masses. And the same in politicis. The man of state who will build them a new Tower of Babel, who will create a monstrously powerful state, is called great by them. What is the use of the fact that we, more careful and reserved, have not yet departed from the old belief that only a great thought makes things and things great? Suppose some man of state brings his people to such a position that they will have to conduct great politics from now on, for which they are ill-equipped and prepared by nature, so that they will be forced to sacrifice their old and undoubted virtues in favor of a new doubtful mediocrity. Suppose some man of state condemns his people to reasoning about politics in general, while that people could hitherto do something better, could think of something better, and has preserved in the depth of their soul the premonition, no doubt. Another old patriot responded to him with fervor. Otherwise he could not have done it. Perhaps it was madness to wish for anything like that. But perhaps all great things were only madness in the beginning. This is an abuse of words. His interlocutor exclaimed. He is strong. Strong. Strong and mad. But not great. The old men became visibly heated, thus shouting their truths in each other's faces, while I, feeling happy and standing on the other side of it all, pondered whether an even stronger lord would soon rise over the strong, and whether the spiritual depravity of one nation was equalized by the spiritual deepening of another nation. 242. Let it be called civilization, or humanization, or progress. Let it be designated simply, without praise or censure, by the political formula of the democratic movement of Europe, that behind all the moral and political ramps to which these formulas point, a monstrous and ever more intense physiological process is underway, a process of mutual assimilation of Europeans, their increasing emancipation from the conditions among which the races bound by climate and class arise, their independence of any particular environment, which for centuries has sought to be imprinted in the human soul and flesh with the same demands, is increasing, hence the slow arising of an essentially supranational and nomadic species of man, whose distinctive feature, physiologically speaking, is a maxim of art and power of adaptation. This process of European formation, which may be slowed in tempo by strong recurrences, but perhaps just because of this it gains in strength and depth and unfolds further. This includes the still raging current storm and onslaught of national feeling as well as the anarchism emerging before our eyes. This process is likely to lead to such results that its naive advocates and panegyrists, the apostles of modern ideas, hope least of all for. The same new conditions, under the influence of which the general leveling of people and their reduction to the level of mediocrity, that is, the appearance of a useful, industrious, much useful and agile herd animal man, are in the highest degree favorable to the appearance of exceptional people with the most dangerous and charming qualities. And now, while the above-mentioned force of adaptation, constantly trying out newer and newer conditions, and together with each generation, almost with each decade beginning a new work, makes the power of type absolutely impossible, while such future Europeans, in all probability, will give the general impression of a motley crowd of chatty, poor-willed, and fit for most diverse purposes workers, who need a master as in their daily bread, while, therefore, the democratization of Europe is tending toward the birth of a type prepared for slavery in the finest sense of the word. At the same time, the strong man will in isolated and exceptional cases be born stronger and richer than he may ever have been before, thanks to the unreasonableness of his education, thanks to a vast choice of exercises, arts, and masks. My point is that the democratization of Europe is at the same time an involuntary event for the cultivation of tyrants if one understands the word in every possible sense, and also in the spiritual sense. 243. I am pleased to hear that our sun is moving rapidly toward the constellation of Hercules. I hope that man on earth imitates the sun in this respect. And above all us good Europeans. 244. There was a time when it was customary to call Germans deep, but now, when the most successful type of the new Germanist craves very different honors and perhaps notices that everything that has depth lacks daring, it is almost timely and patriotic to wonder whether this praise has not deceived us, that is, whether German depth is not in fact something different and worse, something from which, thanks be to God, we now intend to get rid of. So, let us try to re-educate ourselves about the German depth. To do this, we only need to make a little vivisection of the German soul. The German soul is first of all versatile. The sources that gave it its origin are various. It is composed rather than really constructed. This is rooted in its origins. The German who would dare to say, two souls live in my bosom, 26, would be violently wrong against the truth, or rather, would be many souls behind the truth. As a people descended from a monstrous mixture and interbreeding of races, perhaps even with a predominance of the pre-Aryan element, as a people of the middle in every sense, the Germans are by nature more inscrutable, broader, more contradictory, less explored, more difficult to evaluate, more striking, even more terrible, than other peoples. In their own eyes they elude definition and, by this alone, drive the French to despair. Characteristic of the Germans is the fact that they are perpetually occupied with the question, what is German? Kotzebue must have known his Germans quite well. We are recognized, they exulted toward him, but also Zand, 27, thought he knew them. Jean-Paul knew what he was doing when he so vehemently attacked Fichte's false but patriotic flattery and exaggerations, 28, but it is very likely that Goethe thought differently of the Germans than did Jean-Paul, though he agreed with him about Fichte. What did Goethe actually think of the Germans? But he never made clear about much of his surroundings and all his life was able to maintain a subtle silence. He probably had good reasons for this. What is certain is that it was not the wars for freedom that made him look at life more cheerfully, nor the French Revolution. The event by which he changed his mind about Faust and even the whole problem of man was the appearance of Napoleon. There are words of Goethe's with which he, like a foreigner, with impatient severity pronounces a verdict on what Germans are proud of. The famous German Gemuth, 73, he defines as condescension to strangers and his own weaknesses, 29. Is he not right in this? It is characteristic of the Germans that one is seldom altogether wrong about them. The German soul has passages and passages, it has caves, secrets, and dungeons. In its disorder there is much of the charm of the mysterious. The German knows a good deal about roundabout ways to chaos. And as every creature loves its likeness, so does the German love clouds and everything that is obscure, that remains in becoming, everything that is dusky, moist, and hidden by a veil, everything that is unknown, unformed, rolling over, growing seems deep to him. And the German himself is not, he becomes, he develops. Therefore, development is a truly German finding in contribution to the vast realm of philosophical formulas. It constitutes the dominant concept which, in alliance with German beer and German music, seeks to Germanize all of Europe. Foreigners are amazed and attracted by the riddles posed by the fundamentally contradictory nature of the German soul, riddles that Hegel put into a system and that Richard Wagner eventually even put to music. Good-natured and treacherous, such a comparison, meaningless in relation to any other people, is unfortunately all too often justified in Germany. Just live among the Swabians for a while. The German scholar's hard-heartedness, his social nerdiness, is terribly combined in him with an inner equilibrium and a frivolous courage which all the gods have already learned to fear. Whoever wants to demonstrate the German soul ad oculos, 74, let him only take a closer look at German taste, at German arts and manners. What a man's indifference to taste! How often the most noble and the most vulgar stand side by side here! How disorderly and rich is all this mental economy! The German fiddles with his soul, he fiddles with everything he experiences. He does not digest the events of his life well, he can never get it over with. Very often the German death is only a heavy, slow digestion. And since all chronically ill, all dyspeptic people have a tendency to be comfortable, so does the German love frankness and straightforwardness. How convenient to be frank and straightforward! This trustfulness, this cautiousness, this game of open German honesty is in our time the most dangerous and most successful disguise on which the German is capable. This is his true Mephistopheles art, with it he can still go far. 30. The German lives on the sidelines, and looks at everything with his honest, blue, expressionless German eyes, and foreigners immediately confuse him with his housecoat. I wanted to say, let the German depth be anything among ourselves, we might allow ourselves to laugh at it? But we will do well if we continue to treat her appearance and her good name with reverence and do not trade too cheaply our old reputation as a profound people for Prussian prowess and Berlin's wit and dust. Smart is the people who expose themselves and allow themselves to be exposed as deep, awkward, good-natured, honest and foolish. Perhaps in this they are even deep. After all, one must give honor to one's name, for it is not for nothing that one calls oneself das Tischvolk, das Tuschvolk. 75. 245. The good old time is gone, it has echoed in the melodies of Mozart. How happy we are that something still speaks to us of his rococo, that his good society, his gentle reverie, his childlike passion for the Chinese and the pretentious, his cordial courtesy, his attraction to the graceful, the amorous, the dancing, the touching, his faith in the South can still appeal to some remnant in us. Ah, someday that too will be the past, but who can doubt that even before that, Beethoven will cease to be understood and enjoyed? For he was only an echo of the transition and turning point of style, and not, like Mozart, an echo of the great, centuries-old European taste. Beethoven represents an intermediate phenomenon between the old, decrepit soul, which is constantly breaking down, and the future supernatural soul, which is constantly being born. His music is illuminated by this twilight of eternal loss and eternal, unrestrained hope, the same light in whose light Europe bathed when it dreamed together with Rousseau, danced around the tree of revolution and almost worshipped Napoleon in the end. But how quickly this very feeling fades now, how difficult it is to understand even this feeling these days, how foreign to our ears sounds the language of these Rousseau, Schiller, Shelley, Byron, who altogether expressed in words the same destiny of Europe that managed to sing itself in the music of Beethoven. What appeared in German music afterwards belongs to the realm of Romanticism, that is, in historical terms, an even shorter, even more fleeting, even more superficial movement than that great interlude, that transition of Europe from Rousseau to Napoleon and to the establishment of democracy. Weber, but what are Free Arrow and Oberon to us now, 31, or Hans Heiling and Marschner's Vampire, 32, or even Wagner's Tannhauser? The music is echoed, though not yet forgotten. Besides, all this music of Romanticism was not noble enough, not enough music to be recognized anywhere else but in the theater and before a crowd. It was from the beginning second-rate music that real musicians did not particularly take into account. This was not the case with Felix Mendelssohn, that Alkyonic maestro who, thanks to his unclouded, pure, happy soul, soon won laurels and was just as soon forgotten. It was a beautiful incident in German music. As for Robert Schumann, who took the case seriously and was also taken seriously from the beginning, he was the last of the founding schools. Don't we now feel happy, relieved that this Schumannian romanticism is finally over? Schumann, escaping to the Saxon Switzerland of his soul, modeled after either Werther or Jean Paul, but surely not Beethoven. The music of his Manfred represents some incredible blunder and misunderstanding. Schumann, with his taste, which was essentially petty taste, namely, a dangerous, and among Germans doubly dangerous penchant for quiet lyricism and intoxication of feeling. Schumann, always walking sideways, timidly slow and backward, a noble gentleman, drowning in purely anonymous happiness and sorrow, representing himself from the beginning as a kind of maiden and Nalini Tannhair. 76, this Schumann was already only a German event in music, not a European one, as Beethoven, and still more so Mozart, were. In his person German music was in the greatest danger of ceasing to be the voice of the soul of Europe and of being belittled to naked domesticity. 246. What torture the books written in German are to one who has a third ear! How reluctant he is to stand beside the slowly swirling swamp of sounds without sound, rhythms without dance, which the Germans call book. And the German himself, reading books! How lazy, how reluctant, how badly he reads. How many Germans know, and consider it their duty to know, that in every well-made sentence there is an art which must be unraveled if one wants to understand the sentence. Say, it is only worth taking its tempo wrong, and the sentence itself will be misunderstood. That one must not be allowed to doubt the rhythmically decisive syllables, that one must feel intentionality and charm in breaking too strict a symmetry, that one must grasp with a sensitive patient ear every staccato, every rubato, that one must guess the meaning in the sequence of vowels and diphthongs, which can receive such delicate and rich coloring and so change it according to their alternation. Which of the Germans who read books will have the goodwill to recognize these kinds of duties? And demands and to listen to all the art and intentions expressed in the language? After all, they have no ear for it, thus the strongest contrasts of style go unnoticed, and the finest tricks of the artist are squandered as if before the deaf. Such were my thoughts when I noticed how rudely and with what lack of feeling two masters of prose were mingled with each other, one whose words fall slowly and coldly, like drops from the vaults of a damp cave. He counts on their deaf sounds and echoes, and the other who masters speech like a flexible sword, and feels with his whole body the dangerous happiness of a trembling, too sharp blade, which wants to bite, hiss, slicing. 247. How little attention the German style pays to sound and hearing is evident from the fact that it is our outstanding musicians who write poorly. The German does not read aloud, he reads only with his eyes, and puts his ears in a drawer for the time being. The ancient man, if he read, which was seldom the case, read aloud to himself, and moreover with a loud voice. If someone read softly, they were surprised and secretly wondered about the reasons. Loud means with all the pitches, inflections, transitions of tone and changes of tempo that the world of antique publicity enjoyed. The laws of the written style then were the same as those of the oratorical style, and the laws of the latter depended partly on the astonishing development, on the refined needs of the ear and larynx, partly on the strength, fortitude, and power of the antique lungs. In the eyes of the ancients, the period is above all a physiological whole, since it must be uttered with one spirit. Such periods, as found in Demosthenes and Cicero, with two rises and two falls, and all this without having to transfer the breath, gave pleasure to the ancient people, who, based on their own training, could appreciate the talent in it, could appreciate the rare art and difficulty of saying such periods. We actually have no right to long periods, we modern people, we who suffer shortness of breath in every sense. For all these ancients were themselves amateurs in oratory, hence connoisseurs, hence critics. By this they forced their orators to reach the extreme limits of perfection, like in the last century, when all Italians and Italian women could sing. The virtuosity of vocal art, and with it the art of melody, reached a climax in them. In Germany, until very recently, when something like tribune eloquence began to spread its young wings rather timidly and clumsily, there was actually only one kind of public and somewhat artistic oratory. It came from the church pulpit. Only the preacher knew in Germany what significance each syllable, each word had, how much the phrase beat, leapt, fell, flowed, poured out, only in his hearing, and dwelt a conscience, quite often an impure conscience, for there are enough reasons why it is the German rarely, almost always too late, learns the art of speaking well. The masterpiece of German prose is therefore, as one would expect, the masterpiece of the greatest German preacher. The Bible was still the best German book. Compared with Luther's Bible, almost everything else is only literature, something that did not grow up in Germany, and therefore does not grow into German hearts as the Bible grew into them. 248. There are two kinds of genius, one that mainly produces and strives to produce, and the other that willingly allows itself to be impregnated and born. In the same way, among the genius peoples there are those who have fallen to the female problem of pregnancy and the mysterious task of forming, nurturing, completing such a people were, for example, the Greeks, equally the French. But there are others whose purpose is to impregnate and cause a new order of life, such as the Jews, the Romans, and, lest our question seem immodest, not the Germans? Nations, tormented and excited by some unknown fever and irresistibly drawn out of the bounds of their own nature, in love and lust for alien races, those who let themselves be impregnated, and yet power-hungry, like everything that recognizes itself as full of productive forces and therefore as existing by the grace of God. These two kinds of genius seek each other, like man and woman, but they also do not understand each other, like man and woman. 249. Every nation has its own Tartuffe, that it calls its own virtues. The best that is in us remains unknown, it is impossible to know. 250. What does Europe owe to the Jews? To many things, good and bad, but above all to one thing that is simultaneously among the best and the worst: the high style and morality, the formidability and grandeur of infinite demands, infinite meanings, all the romanticism and elevation of moral doubts, and consequently, everything that is most attractive, most deceptive, most selective in this overflow of colors, in these lures of life, whose glow now burns the sky of our European culture, its evening sky, and perhaps burns out. We, the artists among the spectators and philosophers, are thankful for this, the Jews. 251. one has to put up with the fact that if any nation suffers and wants to suffer from national fever and political ambition, then its spirit is clouded and various disorders overtake it. In short, it experiences small bouts of stupefaction. For example, modern Germans have an anti-French folly, an anti-Jewish, an anti-Polish, a romantic Christian, a Wagnerian, a Teutonic, a Prussian. Just look at those poor historians, those Siebel and Treitschke, 33, with their tightly bandaged heads. You cannot count them all these little follies of the German mind and conscience. May you forgive me if I, too, after a short but risky stay in a highly contaminated area, have to a certain extent become sick too and, following the general example, have already begun to worry about things that do not concern me at all, the first sign of political infection. For example, about the Jews, listen to this. I have not yet met a single German who is sympathetic to the Jews, and however cautious and politically minded people may be in denying anti-Semitism as such, this caution and politeness is not against the nature of the feeling itself, but only against its dangerous excess, especially against the vulgar and scandalous expression of such excess. Do not be deceived about this. That there are more than enough Jews in Germany, that the German stomach, the German blood is difficult, and will long remain difficult, to cope even with this amount of Jew, as the Italian, the French, and the English have coped with it due to their more vigorous digestion. This is the explicit statement, and this is the language of the common instinct, to which we should listen, in accordance with which we should act. Let no more new Jews in. And lock the doors especially from the East, and also from Austria. So commands the instinct of a people with a still weak and unsteady nature, whereby it could be easily stifled and drowned out by a stronger race. The Jews, without any doubt, are the strongest, the most tenacious, the purest race of all the present population of Europe. They know how to break through under the worst conditions, even better than under favorable ones, under certain virtues which are nowadays willingly branded as vices, above all through a resolute faith that has nothing to be ashamed of. Modern ideas, they change, if only they change, always only as Russia expands its possessions, as a state that has time and was not born yesterday, namely, by following the principle, as slowly as possible. The thinker on whose conscience lies the future of Europe, however he may sketch an image of that future, will reckon with the Jews and with the Russians as the most reliable and probable factors in the great game and struggle of powers. What is nowadays called in Europe nation and actually is more res facta, 77, than nada, 78, even sometimes it looks like res ficta e depicta, 79, that it is easy to confuse them, is in any case something becoming, young, unstable, not yet a race, not to mention such air perennius, 80, as the Jews. These nations should be careful to avoid all zealous competition and hostility. That the Jews, if they wanted to, or if they were forced to, which the anti-Semites seem to want to do, could even now gain the upper hand, even literally the domination of Europe, is certain, just as certain as that they do not seek or intend to do so. On the contrary, while they, on the contrary, and even with a certain annoyance, aspiring Europe to be absorbed and assimilated by Europe, they long for an opportunity to finally settle somewhere firmly, legally, to be respected and to put an end to the nomadic life, the eternal Jew, and certainly one should pay attention to this attraction and aspiration, in which, perhaps, a softening of Jewish instincts already manifests itself, and go along with it, for which it would perhaps be useful. And just to expel the anti-Semitic screamers from the country. To go along with all caution, with discretion, roughly as the English nobility does. Obviously, the strongest and more firmly established types of the New Germany, say, a noble Brandenburg officer, would be the most confident in approaching them. It would be interesting in many ways to see if the hereditary art of command and obedience, in both of which the mentioned province can nowadays be considered classical, is not joined and grafted onto the genius of money and patience, and above all some intelligence and spirituality, which are greatly lacking in these places. But at this point I must interrupt my cheerful Germanomania and solemn speech, for I am already dealing with my serious problem, the European problem, as I understand it, of educating a new, European-dominated caste. 252. They are not a philosophical race at all, these Englishmen. Bacon marked an attack on the philosophical mind in general. Hobbes, Hume and Locke a humiliation and belittling of the concept of philosopher that lasted over a century. Against Hume, Kant rebelled and rose. Locke was the philosopher of whom Schelling dared to say, J.E. Mepris Locke, 81-34, in the struggle against the Anglo-mechanistic duping of the world, Hegel and Schopenhauer, at the same time as Goethe, these hostile brothers of genius in philosophy, who sought the opposite poles of the Germanic spirit and yet treated each other unfairly, as only brothers can treat each other. What England lacked and always lacked was something the half-actor and rhetorician, the tedious muddler Carlyle, who tried to hide under grimaces of passion what he knew of himself. Exactly what was lacking in Carlyle was real spiritual power, real depth of spiritual vision, in short, philosophy. It is characteristic of such an unphilosophical race to adhere strictly to Christianity. It needs its discipline to moralize and humanize. The Englishman, being gloomier, more sensual, stronger-willed, more brutal than the German, precisely because of this, as a lower nature, is also more pious. He needs Christianity even more than the German. More subtle nostrils will detect even in this English Christianity a true English admixture of spunk and alcohol abuse, against which this religion is quite thoroughly applied as a curative remedy, precisely as a more subtle poison against a coarser one. Poisoning with a subtle poison is in fact a progress, a step towards spiritualization, for coarse peoples. Christian mimicry, prayers, and the singing of psalms still quite tolerably mask the English coarseness and manly seriousness, or rather, they explain it and reinterpret it, and for such an animal tribe of drunks and debauches, which once practiced moral grunting under the coercive influence of Methodism, and has recently been practicing it again as an army of salvation, a convulsion of repentance may indeed represent in some ways the highest expression of humanity that it is able to achieve. One may well agree with this. But what is shocking about even the most humane Englishman is his lack of music. Figuratively speaking, as well as literally, there is no tact and dance, not even an attraction to tact and dance, to music, in the movements of his soul and body. Listen to how he speaks, see how the prettiest English women walk. After all, no country has more beautiful doves and swans. Finally, listen to how they sing. But I demand too much. 253. There are truths that are best learned by mediocre heads because they fit them. There are truths that seem attractive and seductive only to mediocre minds. An unpleasant conclusion to be drawn, perhaps, now that the spirit of respectable but mediocre Englishmen to name Darwin, John Stuart Mill and Herbert Spencer is beginning to prevail in the middle classes of European taste. Indeed, who would doubt the benefit of such minds temporarily achieving dominance? It would be a mistake to think that it is the highborn and hovering minds that have the special ability to establish numerous small general facts, to collect them, and to squeeze them into conclusions. As exceptions, they are rather at a deliberate disadvantage compared to the rules. After all, they must do more than just know. They must be something new, signify something new, represent new values. The gap between knowledge and skill may be greater, as well as more frightening, than one thinks. It may be that he who is able in the highest sense, that is, who creates, must be ignorant, while on the other hand scientific discoveries, such as those of Darwin, are perhaps even favored by a certain narrowness, dryness and prudence, in short, by something English. After all, it must not be forgotten that the English, with their profound mediocrity, were once already the cause of the general lowering of the European spirit, what they call the newest ideas, or 18th century ideas, or also French ideas, that which therefore the German spirit rebelled against with deep disgust was of English origin. Of this there can be no doubt. The French were only the monkeys and actors of these ideas, at the same time their best soldiers, and, unfortunately, equally their first and most significant victim. For from the damned Anglomania of the newest ideas, l'âme française, 82, became in the end so thinned and exhausted that we now think of its 16th and 17th centuries, its deep passionate power, its inventive aristocratism, almost without believing that it ever was. But we must hold firmly to this historically true position and defend it against the moment and the appearance. European noblesse, feeling, taste, customs, in a word, noblesse in every higher sense, is the work and invention of France, while European vulgarity, the plebeianism of the latest ideas, is the work of England. 254. Even now, France is the center of Europe's most sublime and refined spiritual culture and a high school of taste, but one must know how to find this France of taste. Those who belong to it know how to hide themselves well. There may be a small number of people in whom it is embodied in lives, and, moreover, perhaps people who are not very steady on their feet, partly fatalistic, sullen, sickly, partly pampered and saturated with artificiality, such people whom ambition forces into hiding. They all have something in common: they cover their ears to the frenetic stupidity and shrill chatter of the democratic bourgeois. Indeed, what is now at the forefront of the scene is a degenerate and brutalized France who recently, at Victor Hugo's funeral, waged an orgy of tastelessness and narcissism. They also have another thing in common: a good will to defend themselves against spiritual Germanization and an even greater inability to do so. Perhaps even now in this France of the spirit, which is at the same time the France of pessimism, Schopenhauer is more at home than ever in Germany, not to mention Heinrich Heine, who has long since entered the flesh and blood of the finer and more pretentious lyricists of Paris, or Hegel, who now, in the form of Taine, that is, the first living historian, enjoys an almost tyrannical influence. As for Richard Wagner, the more French music will adjust itself to the real needs of the l'âme moderne, 83, the more it will be Wagnerized. This can be predicted in advance. It is already doing so to a sufficient extent. But there are three things to which even today the French can still point with pride as their heritage and distinction, an intact sign of their old cultural superiority over Europe, despite all the voluntary or involuntary Germanization and vulgarization of taste. First, the capacity for artistic passions, the adherence to form, for which among 1,000 others the expression l'art pour l'art is coined. For 3 centuries there was no shortage of this in France, and, again through respect For the minority, it always made possible the existence in literature of something like chamber music, which perhaps cannot be found in the rest of Europe. The second thing on which the French can base their superiority over Europe is their old versatile moralistic culture, thanks to which in general we find even in small newspaper romanciers, 84, and occasional boulevardiers de Paris, 85, a psychological sensitivity and curiosity of which in Germany, for example, they have no idea, not to mention the virtual absence of such qualities. The Germans lack for this a couple of centuries of moralistic work, which, as said, France has not been stingy with. Whoever calls the Germans naive on this account praises them for their lack. The opposite of the German inexperience and innocence in Voluptate Psychologica, 86, which is not very distantly related to the dullness of German social life, and the most successful exponent of the truly French inquisitiveness and ingenuity in this field of gentle love may be considered Henri Beyle, that remarkable forerunner and progenitor who passed at Napoleonic pace through his Europe, through many centuries of the European soul, as a pathfinder and discoverer of that soul. It took two whole generations to catch up with him in any way, to unravel some of the riddles that tormented and delighted this wonderful Epicurean and man of question marks, who was the last great psychologist of France. The French also have a third right to superiority. They represent in their nature a half-successful synthesis of North and South, which gives them an understanding of many things and makes them do others which the Englishman will never understand. They're now turning to the South, now turning away from it, in which the Provençal and Ligurian blood sometimes boils, preserves them from the dreadful northern colorlessness, the cloudy ghostliness of notions, and an anemia from our German disease of taste, against the excessive development of which blood and iron, i.e., great politics, were immediately very decisively prescribed. I.e., great politics, in the spirit of rather dangerous medicine, which teaches me to wait and wait, but has not yet taught me to hope. Even now in France one finds understanding and caution for those rare and seldom contented people who are too broad-minded to be satisfied with any patriotism and who know how to love the South in the North and the South born Mediterraneans, good Europeans. For them Bizet wrote his music, that last genius who saw new beauty and new charms, who discovered a corner of the South in music. 255. With regard to German music, I feel it necessary to exercise some caution. If someone loves the South as I love it, as a great school of health in the most spiritual and sensual sense, as a land abounding in light and sunshine that pours out on a self-possessed, self-believing being, then he will learn to be somewhat wary of German music, for it spoils his taste as well as his health. Such a Southerner, not by birth but by faith, if only he dreams of the future of music, must also dream of the liberation of music from the North, and in his ears must sound the overture of a deeper, more powerful, perhaps more evil and mysterious music, a super-German music that will not fade, will not pale before the blue of the voluptuous sea and the radiance of the Mediterranean sky, like all German music, super-European music that would not lose its rights even before the stormy sunsets of the desert, music whose soul is related to the palm tree and knows how to live and wander among the big, beautiful, lonely beasts of prey. I could imagine a music whose rare charms would consist in the fact that it would know nothing of good and evil anymore, and over which only at times something like a sailor's nostalgia would float by, some golden shadows and gentle languor, art, to which, seeking refuge, the colors of a moral world that had faded, become almost incomprehensible, would flock from afar and be hospitable and deep enough to receive such belated fugitives. 256. Thanks to the painful mutual alienation of the peoples of Europe, born and stillborn of nationalist madness, and thanks to the short-sighted and quick-handed politicians who nowadays use it to pop up and are completely unaware of the fact that the policy of disengagement thanks to all this and to something else, nowadays completely inexpressible, the most undoubted indications, indicating that Europe is striving for unification, are now overlooked or arbitrarily and falsely interpreted. All the deeper and broader minds of this century had, in essence, in the basis of the mysterious work of their souls one common aspiration: to prepare the way for this new synthesis and as an experience to preempt the European of the future. They were sons of their fatherland only from the outside, or in moments of weakness, such as in old age, they wrested from themselves, becoming patriots. I have in mind such men as Napoleon, Goethe, Beethoven, Stendhal, Heinrich Heine, Schopenhauer. Let it not be a reproach if I also include Richard Wagner, about whom we should not be misled by his own self-understanding. Geniuses of this kind rarely understand themselves. Still less, of course, should we be deceived by the obscene clamor currently being raised in France by people who deny Richard Wagner. Despite this, the closest inner link between the later French Romanticism of the 40s and Richard Wagner remains a fact. They are related, blood-related at all heights and depths of their needs. This is Europe, a single Europe whose soul expresses in their multifaceted and tumultuous art its aspiration to some distance and height. Where? To a new light? To a new sun? But who is able to express precisely what all these masters of new means of expression could not express clearly? All that is certain is that they were tormented by the same storms and pressures, that they followed the same paths in their quest, these last great seekers. They are subservient to literature with their whole being down to their eyes and ears, these first artists, with a world literary education. For the most part, they are even themselves writers, composers, mediators, and mixers of arts and senses. Wagner as musician belongs to painters in the same measure as poet to musicians, as artist in general to actors. They are all fanatics of the expression by all means. I will point in particular to Delacroix, closely related to Wagner, great discoverers of the sublime as well as of the ugly and disgusting, even greater discoverers of effects, of the art of display, of the art of window dressing. They are all talents far beyond the realm of their genius, virtuosos to the bone, with unheard of accesses to everything that seduces, attracts, coerces, overturns, born enemies of logic and straight lines, greedy for everything alien, exotic, monstrous, crooked, self-contradictory. As men they are tan-tails of the will, plebeians of the upstart, who knew neither in life nor in art the aristocratic tempo of Lento. Remember Balzac, for example, who do not know detention workers, almost ruining themselves with work, antinomists and rebels in the field of manners, ambitious, insatiable men without balance or pleasure. In the end they all die by the Christian cross and fall down before it, and it is perfectly just, for were any of them deep and original enough for the philosophy of the Antichrist? All in all, it is a courageously brave, magnificently powerful, high-flying and high-stepping breed of superior man who first taught their century, and this is the century of the masses, after all. The notion of the superior man. Let the German friends of Richard Wagner ponder in private whether Wagnerian art is something exclusively German, or whether, on the contrary, its distinctive feature lies precisely in the fact that it derives from ultra-German sources and instincts. And we should not ignore the fact that for the formation of such a type as Wagner it was necessary for Paris, where at the most decisive time he was drawn by the depth of his instincts, and that his whole manner of speaking before the public, his whole self-apostolate, could only reach its apogee under the influence of French socialism's models. Perhaps by a more careful comparison we will find, to the credit of Richard Wagner's German nature, that he was in all things stronger, bolder, sterner, higher than a 19th-century Frenchman could have been, thanks to the fact that we Germans stand closer to barbarism than the French. Perhaps the most remarkable thing that Richard Wagner created will remain not only now, but forever inaccessible, incomprehensible, inimitable to the whole so late Latin race. I speak of the image of Siegfried, this very free man, who was perhaps too free indeed, too stern, too cheerful, too healthy, too anti-Catholic for the taste of old and flabby cultural peoples. He is perhaps even a sin against Romanticism, this anti-romantic Siegfried, but Wagner paid for this sin abundantly in the gloomy days of his old age, when he himself, anticipating the taste grafted onto politics of the time, with his characteristic religious zeal, if not to go the way of Rome, began to preach it. In order to avoid a misunderstanding of my last words, I will employ a few strong rhymes that will reveal what I mean even to a not particularly delicate ear. What I have against the last Wagner and the music of his Parsifal. What's German about it? Are these howls in the German spirit? In the German body these self-tortures? Or is it the sighing of the hands? And the sensuous fragrance of the senses? Then to swoon in prayerful ecstasy. Is it in the German spirit to fall down? And these chimes, these overflows? And to heaven's false impulses? What's German about it? No, you're only on the eve, I assure you. For in these sounds Rome, Catholicism without words. Section 9. What is noble? 257. Any elevation of the man type has been, and always will be, the work of aristocratic society, a society that believes in a long ladder of ranks and in the equal worth of men and that, in a sense, needs slavery. Without the pathos of distance generated by the embodied difference of estates, by the habit of the ruling caste to look down on its subjects as instruments, and by its equally constant exercise in obedience and command, in subjugation and in keeping its subordinates at a respectful distance, no other could have grown at all. More mysterious pathos, the striving to increase the distance in the soul itself, to achieve more and more sublime, more rare, more distant, more tense and broader states. In short, could not have had exactly the sublimation of the man type, the continuing self-defeat of man if we use the moral formula in a supermoral sense. Of course, we should not succumb to humanitarian deceptions about the history of the emergence of aristocratic society, that is, the precondition for this elevation of the man type. The truth is harsh. Let us say mercilessly how every higher culture on earth began so far. Men, still natural by nature, barbarians in the worst sense of the word, rapacious men, with willpower and thirst for power still unbroken, threw themselves upon weaker, more civilized, more peaceful races, perhaps engaged in trade or herding, or upon old, decrepit cultures, the remains of whose vitality were burnt in dazzling fireworks of spirit and corruption. The noble caste was always a barbarian caste in the beginning. Its superiority lay not primarily in physical strength, but in mental strength. They were more whole people, which at every stage of development means also more whole beasts. 258. The decomposition of society, corruption, as an expression of the fact that the inner world of instincts is threatened by anarchy and that the basic structure of effects called life is shaken. Decomposition, depending on the mode of life in which it manifests itself, is something fundamentally different. If, for example, the aristocracy, as it was in France at the beginning of the Revolution, with a kind of lofty revulsion renounces its privileges and sacrifices itself to the promiscuity of its moral sense, this is decay. It was in fact only the final act of that decay which had lasted for centuries, in virtue of which it ceded step by step its rights to domination and was degraded to the function of royalty, and finally even to its attire and decoration. But what is essential in a good and healthy aristocracy is that it feels itself to be not a function, whether of royalty or of society, but their raison d'etre and supreme justification, that it therefore accepts with a quiet conscience the sacrifices of a vast number of people who must be suppressed and belittled for its sake to the point of being inferior to the role of slaves and instrumentalities. Her basic belief must be precisely that society has the right to exist not for society, but only as a foundation and platform that can serve as a footing for some kind of chosen beings to fulfill their higher task and generally for a higher existence. It may be compared to those sun-seeking climbing plants in Java, called the Sippo matador, which embrace with their branches the trunk of an oak tree until it rises high above it, and then, leaning on it, spread their crown to their utmost and flaunt their happiness. 259. Mutual abstention from insult, from violence and exploitation, from commensurate will with the will of another. This can become in a somewhat coarse sense a good custom among individuals, if the conditions for it are present, namely, their actual similarity in strength and merit and their belonging to the same corporation. But as soon as we try to take this principle in a broader sense and, if possible, even make it the basic principle of society, it immediately turns out to be what it is, the will to negate life, the principle of disintegration and death. Here it is necessary to think thoroughly into the very essence of the matter and to refrain from any sentimental weakness. Life itself is essentially appropriation, harm, suppression of the alien and weaker, oppression, severity, violent imposition of its own forms, annexation and at least mild exploitation. But why constantly use exactly such words, which have been used for purposes of malevolence since ancient times? And that corporation, whose individual members, as before said, consider themselves equal, and this is the case in every healthy aristocracy, must itself, if only it is a living and not a dying organism, do toward other corporations all that its members refrain from doing toward one another. It must be the embodiment of the will to power. It will seek to grow, to amplify, to appropriate. It will try to reach an upper hand, and all this not by virtue of any morality or amorality, but because it lives, and that life is the will to power. But it is precisely on this point that the common convictions of Europeans are most difficult to break. Now everywhere one dreams, and even under the cover of science, of a future state of society devoid of the character of exploitation. It makes me feel as if I were promised an invention of life that would abstain from all organic functions. Exploitation is not an appurtenance of a depraved or imperfect and primitive society. It enters into the essence of all living things as a basic organic function. It is a consequence of the true will to power, which is precisely the will of life. Let it be as a theory something new, but as a reality it is the original fact of all history. Let us be so honest with ourselves. 260. In wandering through the many areas of refined and coarse morals which have hitherto prevailed or are still prevailing on earth, I have constantly stumbled upon certain features regularly repeated in their jointness and interrelation until at last I have discovered two main types and one main difference between them. There are the morality of masters and the morality of slaves. I hasten to add that in all higher and mixed cultures we also see attempts to harmonize the two morals. Even more often we see that they intertwine one with the other, mutually misunderstanding each other, but sometimes they persist side by side even in one and the same person, in one soul. The distinctions of moral values have arisen either among the ruling caste, which is pleased to realize its difference from its subjects, or among the subjects, among the slaves and dependents of all degrees. In the first case, when the notion of good is established by the dominant caste, the distinguishing feature that determines rank is considered to be the sublime, proud states of mind. A nobleman separates himself from such beings in whom there is something opposite to such sublime, proud states. He despises them. It should be noted that in this morality of the first kind, the opposition of good and bad means the same thing as noble and despicable, the opposition of good and evil of another origin. Contempt is branded as cowardly, petty, thinking of narrow benefits, as well as distrustful, with a furtive look, humiliated, a canine breed of people who allow themselves to be treated badly, a flatterer, beggar, and above all a liar. All aristocrats deeply believe in the mendacity of the common people. We who are truthful, 35, were what the nobles in ancient Greece called themselves. Obviously, moral value designations were first applied to people, and only then abstracted and transferred to deeds, so moral historians make the grave mistake of taking as their starting point, for example, the question, why was a compassionate act praised? People of the noble breed feel themselves the measure of values, they do not need approval, they say, what is harmful to me is harmful in itself, they are conscious of that which alone gives dignity to things in general, they create values. They honor all that they know in themselves. Such morality is self-glorification. Here a sense of excess, of power, the happiness of high tension, the consciousness of wealth, ready to give and give away, comes to the fore. The nobleman also helps the poor man, but not or almost not out of compassion, but more out of the impulse caused by the excess of power. The nobleman honors in himself a man of power, and also one who has power over himself, who can speak and be silent, who willingly shows austerity and severity toward himself and is revered before all that is austere and severe. A hard heart has put Wotan in my bosom, says one old Scandinavian saga, rightly folded these words in the soul of the proud Viking. Such a breed of man prides himself precisely on the fact that he is not made for compassion, from which the hero of the saga warns, he whose heart is not hard in his youth, it will never be hard. The noble and brave men who think thus are too far removed from a morality that sees in compassion, or in altruistic acts, or in disinterestment the hallmark of morality, faith in oneself, pride in oneself, deep hostility and irony towards self-sacrifice are as surely of noble morality as a mild contempt and caution towards sympathy and heart-warmth. If anyone knows how to honor, it is precisely men of strength, it is their art, it was invented by them. A deep respect for antiquity and for origins. The whole right rests on this double respect. The belief and prejudice favoring ancestors and disfavoring descendants are typical of the morality of men of the strong, and if, on the contrary, men of modern ideas almost instinctively believe in progress and future, more and more losing respect for antiquity, this already sufficiently indicates the ignorant origin of these ideas. But most of all, the morality of people in authority is alien and burdensome to the modern taste because of the severity of its principle that duties exist only towards their own kind, and towards beings of lower rank. Towards everything alien one may act according to one's good pleasure or according to the inclination of the heart, at any rate, being on the other side of good and evil. This may already include compassion and the like. The duty of long gratitude and long vengeance, and the ability to do both only among equals, refinement of retaliation, refinement of friendship, to a certain extent the need to have enemies, as if as diversion channels for the affects of envy, in essence, in order to be a good friend, all these are typical attributes of the morality of the nobility, which, as it has been said, is not the morality of modern ideas, and that is why at present it is as difficult to perceive as it is to dig it out and discover. The situation is different with the second type of morality, the morality of slaves. Suppose people who are raped, oppressed, suffering, unfree, unsure of themselves, and tired begin to moralize. What will their moral assessments look like? Probably they will express a pessimistic suspicion of man's whole fate, perhaps even a condemnation of man along with his fate. The slave looks unkindly on the virtues of the strong, he is skeptical and distrustful, with a sophisticated distrust of everything good that is revered by men of strength. He wants to convince himself that their very happiness is not true. On the contrary, it highlights and surrounds with a halo such qualities that serve to facilitate the existence of those who suffer, and then one begins to honor compassion, an obliging hand ready to help, warmth of heart, patience, diligence, meekness and friendliness, for here these are the most useful qualities and almost the only means that enable one to bear the burden of existence. The morality of slaves is essentially a morality of usefulness. This is the source of the famous contraposition of good and evil. Everything powerful and dangerous, possessing formidability, subtlety and power that allows no contempt, is counted in the category of evil. Thus, according to the morality of slaves, the evil excites fear. According to the morality of masters, it is the good man who excites and seeks to excite fear, while the bad man arouses contempt. The contrast reaches its climax when in the end, because of the logic of slave morality, one who, according to its criteria, is good, is treated with a touch of contempt, however light and complacent, because the good, according to slaves, must in any case be a non-threatening person. He is easygoing, deceptive, perhaps a little foolish, un bonhomme. Wherever the morality of slaves prevails, language tends to conflate the words kind and foolish. The latter is a fundamental distinction. The desire for freedom, the instinctive thirst for happiness and the pleasures generated by a sense of freedom, is as necessarily associated with slave morality and morality as art and enthusiasm and awe and devotion are a legitimate symptom of the aristocratic way of thinking and the aristocratic evaluation of things. Hence it is clear in itself why love as a passion, this European peculiarity of ours, must necessarily be of noble origin. As we know, it was invented by the troubadours of Provence, those magnificent and inventive representatives of the Guy Sabre, 87, to whom Europe owes so much and almost not even to itself. 261. Among the things perhaps least accessible to the understanding of a nobleman is vanity. he will try to deny it even where people of another class do not doubt its obviousness. The problem for him is even just to imagine such people who try to give a good opinion of themselves, although they do not have one and therefore also do not deserve it, and who, however, then themselves are imbued with the belief in this good opinion. This seems to the noble on the one hand so tasteless and unworthy of himself, and on the other so absurd and unreasonable, that he prefers to consider vanity the exception and in most cases, when it is spoken of, to doubt its very existence. He may say, for example, I may be mistaken about my own worth and yet, on the other hand, wish that others would judge me as I do myself, but this is not vanity at all, but a high opinion of myself or, much more often, what is called humility as well as modesty. Or he will say, I can rejoice in other people's good opinion of myself for many reasons, perhaps because I respect and love them and rejoice in their every joy, and perhaps also because their good opinion sanctions and reinforces in me the belief in my own good opinion, and perhaps also because the good opinion of others, even if I do not share it, still benefits me or promises it in the future, but all this is not vanity. Only with a great effort, especially with the help of history, can a nobleman imagine the fact that from time immemorial in all the more or less dependent strata of the people the ordinary man was only what he was considered to be, not at all accustomed to set his own price, he did not attach any other price to himself than that assigned by his masters, creating values is the true right of masters. One may perhaps see the consequence of this monstrous atavism in the fact that the common man still today, first of all, expects an opinion about himself and then instinctively submits to it, and not only the good opinion, but also the bad and unfair one. Consider, for example, most of the self-esteem and self-underestimation which believing women learn from their priests and believing Christians in general from their church. In fact, at the present time, as a consequence of the democratic order of things which is gradually arising, and its cause, the incestuous relationship of masters and slaves, a rare and primordially aristocratic tendency to value oneself and to think well of oneself is more and more strengthened and spreading, but it is constantly countered by an older, more widespread, and more deeply rooted tendency, and in the phenomenon of vanity this older tendency overcomes the later. The vain man rejoices in every good opinion he hears about himself, quite independently of its usefulness, and without regard for its truth or falsity, just as he suffers from every bad opinion, for he submits to both, he feels himself subject to them by virtue of that most ancient instinct of subjection which manifests itself in him. This slave is reflected in the blood of the vain man, it is the remnant of the wickedness of the slave, and how much of the slave is still, for example, in the woman. The same slave falls down immediately before these opinions, as if it was not he himself who provoked them. And to say it again, vanity is atavism. 262. The emergence of species, strengthening and strengthening of the type is accomplished under the influence of a long struggle with the same inherently unfavorable conditions. On the contrary, it is known from breeders' experiments that species which receive a surplus of food and generally much care, immediately begin to show a tendency to vary the type and are rich in outlandish and monstrous deviations, as well as monstrous vices. Let us now look at some aristocratic society, say the ancient Greek polis or Venice, as a voluntary or involuntary institution for the purpose of cultivating the breed. We see their people living together and given to their own strength, who are anxious to defend their species chiefly because they must defend themselves or face the terrible danger of being exterminated. Here there are not those favorable conditions, that abundance, that protection which favor variation of type. Here the species needs itself as a species, as something which, precisely because of its solidity, its uniformity, its simplicity of form, can assert itself and consolidate its existence in constant struggle with neighbors or with rebels, or with the oppressed threatened by rebellion. Versatile experience teaches him what properties he mainly owes to the fact that he still exists and constantly gains the upper hand. In spite of all gods and men, such properties he calls virtues and only cultivates them. It does this brutally, it even wants this cruelty. All aristocratic morality is characterized by intolerance, whether it concerns the education of youth, the domination of women, family morals, the relations between old and young, the punitive laws, directed only at dissenters. This morality even counts intolerance itself among the virtues, calling it justice. Thus, for many generations to come, a type with few but strong features is firmly established, a type of people who are strict, militant, wise and silent, who live in a cohesive and closed circle, and because of this have a refined understanding of all the charms and nuances of society. The constant struggle with always the same unfavorable conditions, as said, is the reason why the type becomes stable and firm. But finally favorable circumstances come, the tremendous tension is eased, perhaps there are no more enemies among the neighbors, and the means to live, even to enjoy life, are abundant. At once the ties are severed and the oppression of the former discipline disappears. It is no longer felt as a necessity, a condition of existence. If it wanted to continue its existence, it could only appear in the form of luxury and archaic taste. Variations, whether in the form of deviation into something higher, more subtle, more rare, or degeneration and monstrosity, suddenly appear on the scene in great multitude and in full splendor. The individual dares to stand apart and to rise above the general level. At these turning points in history, splendid, diverse, primordially powerful growth and striving upward, something like a tropical pace in the contest of growth and monstrous destruction and self-destruction because of the egos raging against one another, like an explosion of selfishness, which fight for sun and light and know no limits, no retreat, no mercy to which former morality could oblige them, coexist and often intertwine with one another. After all, this very morality has contributed to such a monstrous accumulation of forces, because it itself has drawn the bowstring so threateningly. Now it has outlived or is still outliving its age. That dangerous and ominous boundary has been reached, beyond which a higher, more versatile, broader life is taking over the old morality. The individual, carried away by its flow, is now forced to become his own legislator, to invent various tricks and stratagems for self-preservation, self-exaltation, self-liberation. We see a continuous new why, a continuous new how, no more general formulas, misunderstanding and disrespect in close union with one another, doom, corruption and higher lusts intertwined in a horrifying way. The genius of the race pours out of all the horns of abundance of the good and the bad. The fateful simultaneity of spring and fall comes, full of the new charm and mystery that are characteristic of young spoil, which has not yet exhausted its powers and knows no fatigue. Danger, the great danger, the mother of morality, reappears. This time it lies in the individual himself, in the neighbor and friend, in the stooges, in his own child, in his own heart, in all the most intimate and hidden desires and aspirations. What must the moral philosophers who appear at this time preach now? They will find, these shrewd observers and day laborers, that everything is coming to a near end, that everything around them is deteriorating and spoiling, that nothing will stand until the day after tomorrow except one kind of people, the incurably mediocre. The mediocre ones alone have a chance of continuing to exist and multiply. They are the people of the future, the only ones who will survive the present. Be like them. Make yourselves mediocre. This is what the only morality that still makes sense and is still obeyed commands. But it is hard to preach this morality of mediocrity. It will never dare to confess what it is and what it wants. It must speak of moderation and dignity, of duty and love of neighbor. It will be hard to conceal irony. 263. There is an instinct for recognizing rank, which itself is already more than anything else a sign of high rank. There is a taste for the nuances of reverence, and it indicates a noble origin and the habits associated with it. The refinement, benignity and elevation of the soul is dangerously tested when something of the first rank passes before it, but not yet protected by a thrilling authority from insolent treatment and rudeness, when something unmarked, undiscovered, probing, perhaps deliberately concealed and disguised, goes its way like a living touchstone. Those who set out to investigate souls, and engage in it, will make use of this art in its various forms precisely to fully determine the value of a given soul, to determine its fixed, inborn rank. They will subject it to the test of their instinct of veneration. Difference Eng Andre Hain, 88. The vulgarity of another nature bursts forth suddenly and splashes forth like slop when some sacred vessel is carried past, some jewel extracted from a locked vault, some book bearing the seal of great destiny. On the other hand, there are times when one becomes involuntarily speechless, when indecision appears in the eye, when movements seem to freeze, which means that his soul feels the proximity of something worthy of adoration. The way in which reverence for the Bible is still maintained in Europe is perhaps the best way of disciplining and refining the manners to which Europe owes Christianity. Books of such depth and utmost importance must be guarded from without by a tyranny of authority, so that they can last as long as it takes to exhaust and unravel their meaning. Already much has been accomplished, if large numbers of people, all kinds of dullards and argumentative intestines, have finally been instilled with this feeling, telling them that they cannot touch everything, that there are sacred events before which they must take off their shoes and keep their unclean hands away. This is hardly their highest degree in the ascent to humanity. On the contrary, nothing arouses more disgust for the so-called intellectuals who profess modern ideas than their lack of shame, the quiet impudence of their gaze and hands with which they touch, lick and grope everything. And perhaps there is nowadays a comparatively greater nobility of taste and tact and reverence among the people, among the lower classes, especially among the peasants, than among the newspaper-reading intellectuals of this educated class. 264. It is impossible to expunge from a person's soul what his ancestors most loved to do and were constantly engaged in. Were they, for example, industrious hoarders, inseparable from the desk and the money chest, modest and bourgeois in their lusts, modest also in their virtues? Did they live, habitually commanding from morning till night, indulging in coarse pleasures and yet perhaps even more coarse duties and responsibilities, or did they finally once sacrifice their birth and property, privileges in order to give themselves wholly to the service of their faith, their God, as men of an implacable and sensitive conscience, blushing against all mediation? It is utterly impossible that a person does not inherit from his parents and ancestors their qualities and predilections, no matter what appearances may say against it. Therein lies the problem of race. If we know something about the parents, it is permissible to conclude about the children, some disgusting intemperance, latent envy, rude self-justification, the three qualities which have served at all times as an integral part of the plebeian type. All these must as inevitably pass to the children, as must the tainted blood, and the best upbringing and education can only achieve a deceptive disguise of such an heritage. And what else does the upbringing and education of today strive for? In our all too popular, better to say plebeian, age, education must be in its essence the art of deception, deception about origin, deceitfully concealing the plebeianity inherited in body and soul. The educator who would now preach truthfulness above all else, and constantly call out to his pupils, be truthful. Be natural, appear as what you are. Even such a virtuous and upright ass would learn in time to resort to Horace's Furca, 89, to naturam expellere, with what success? The nerd usque recurret. 265. At the risk of offending innocent ears, I say, selfishness is inherent in the essence of the aristocratic soul. I mean the unshakable belief that a being like us must by nature submit and sacrifice himself to other beings. The aristocratic soul accepts this fact of its own selfishness without any question mark, feeling in it no cruelty, no violence or arbitrariness. On the contrary, seeing in it something perhaps rooted in the original law of things. If it were to find a name for it, it would say that it is justice itself. She admits to herself on occasion, though at first reluctantly, that there are beings equal to her, but as soon as this question of rank is settled for her, she begins to rotate among these equals and equals, observing for them the same bashfulness and delicate deference as she observes for herself, in accordance with a certain inborn mechanics of the sky, in which all the stars are well versed. This subtlety and self-restraint in the treatment of her own kind is another manifestation of her egoism. Every star is such an egoist, she honors herself in them and in the rights she recognizes for them. She has no doubt that the exchange of honors and rights also belongs to the natural order of things, being the essence of all relations. The aristocratic soul gives as well as it takes, subject to the passionate and extremely sensitive instinct of retribution lurking in its depths. The concept of mercy has no interpairs, 90, meaning or flavor. There may be a refined way of receiving gifts, as if to allow them to pour down on us from above, and to revel in them greedily as drops of dew, but the aristocratic soul has no capacity for such an art and such a gesture. Her egoism prevents this. She is generally reluctant to direct her gaze to the heights, preferring to look either before herself, horizontally and slowly, or from above downwards. She is conscious of herself on the heights. 266. One can only truly honor him who does not seek himself. Goethe to Counselor Schlosser. 267. The Chinese have a saying that mothers already teach their children, Shaoxing, make your heart smaller. 37. This is essentially the basic inclination of late civilizations. I have no doubt that the ancient Greek would have noticed self-mindedness in us Europeans today, too. We would have been not to his liking by this alone. 268. What, after all, is commonality? Words are sound signs for concepts. Concepts are more or less definite, figurative signs for often repeated and simultaneously manifested sensations, entire groups of sensations. In order to understand each other, it is not enough to use the same words, it is also necessary to use the same words for the same kind of inner perceptions. After all, one must have a common experience with others. Therefore, people belonging to one people understand each other better than representatives of different peoples, even if they use the same language, or rather, if people have lived together for a long time in similar conditions, climate, soil, dangers, needs, work, then something mutually understanding arises from this, a people. In all souls, the same number of frequent experiences outweighs the rarer ones. In this sphere, people begin to understand each other more and more quickly. The history of language is the history of the process of reduction, and this rapid understanding generates a more and more intimate mutual connection. The greater the danger, the greater the need to agree quickly and easily on what is necessary. The absence of mutual misunderstanding in the moment of danger is what people cannot do without in communication. Even any friendship or love affair is subject to the same test. It cannot be lasting if it turns out that one of the two feels, thinks, feels, wishes, fears differently than the other in the same words. The fear of eternal misunderstanding is the benevolent genius that so often keeps individuals of the different sex from too hasty a connection, although feelings and heart are inclined to it, and not at all some Schopenhauerian genius of the species. Which groups of feelings will awaken most quickly in the depth of the soul, speak and begin to give orders? This has crucial importance for the entire table of ranks of values of the soul and ultimately determines the table of its benefits. The valuations emanating from a given person reveal to some extent the structure of his soul and what it sees as the conditions of its existence, what it truly needs. If now we suppose that needs drew together from time immemorial only such people who were able to express similar needs, similar experiences by similar signs, then it generally appears that the easy communicability of needs, that is in essence the experience of only average and commonplace experiences, must be the greatest of all the forces that hitherto governed the destiny of man. The more similar, more ordinary people have always been and remain the winners, while the selected, more refined, more unusual, more difficult to understand, easily remain lonely, in their isolation are subjected to misfortunes and rarely continue their line. Colossal countervailing forces must be summoned to prevent this natural, all too natural progresses. In Simile, 91, the transformation of humanity into something similar, averaged, ordinary, herd-like, into something common. 269. The more the psychologist, the born, inevitable psychologist and unraveler of soul, starts to deal with outstanding cases and people, the more he is in danger of suffocating with compassion. He needs sternness and hilarity more than anyone else. The spoiling and ruin of superior men, souls of a different kind, is precisely the rule. It is terrible to have such a rule constantly before one's eyes. The manifold torments of the psychologist who has discovered this ruin, who has once discovered and then almost continuously rediscovered in the volume of all history this general inner incurability of the superior man, this eternal too late, in every sense, may perhaps one day become the reason why he will rebel with exasperation against his own lot and make an attempt at self-destruction that he will bring on his own spoil. Almost every psychologist has a treacherous predilection and propensity for dealing with mediocre and staid people. This gives away his constant need for healing, a kind of oblivion and escape from what his own insights and dissections, his craft, burden his conscience with. He is all too familiar with the fear of his own memory. He easily becomes voiceless before the judgment of others. With an impassive face he listens as they worship, wonder, love, glorify where he is seen, or he even conceals his voicelessness by deliberately agreeing with some superficial opinion. Perhaps the paradoxical nature of his situation reaches such an appalling degree that just where he has learned great compassion along with great contempt, the crowd, educated people, dreamers learn great reverence for great men and other outlandish creatures, for whose sake they bless and honor the fatherland, the earth, the dignity of humanity, themselves, to whom they point the youth, on whose model they educate them. And who knows if the same thing has not happened hitherto in all significant cases, namely, that the crowd worshipped a god, and the god was only a poor sacrificial animal. Success has always been the greatest liar, and yet creation itself is success. The great statesman, the conqueror, the discoverer is disguised in his creations beyond recognition. The creation of the artist or philosopher only creates the one who created it, who should have created it. Great men, as they are revered, are afterwards insignificant, feeble fictions. The world of historical values is dominated by falsehoods. These great poets, such as these Byron, Musset, Poe, Leopardi, Kleist, Gogol, 38, if we take them as they really are, as they should perhaps be, are men of the moment, exalted, sensual, childish, frivolous and flighty in their distrust and in their confidence, with souls in which it is usually necessary to hide some fissure, often avenging with their works their inner riddledness, often seeking in their rises oblivion from too faithful a memory, often lost in the mire and almost in love with it. Until at last they resemble wandering marsh lights, pretending at the same time to be stars. People then call them idealists, often struggling with constant disgust, with the returning specter of unbelief, which chills them and makes them thirst for gloria and feed on faith in themselves from the hands of intoxicated flatterers. What a torment these great artists and supreme men in general are to one who has finally unraveled them. It is clear why it is precisely in a woman distinguished by clairvoyance in the world of suffering, and unfortunately possessed of such a passion to help and save, which far exceeds her strength, that they so readily evoke those outbreaks of boundless and self-sacrificing compassion which the crowd, and above all the revered crowd, does not understand and abundantly supplies with interpretations filled with curiosity and self-righteousness. This compassion is regularly deceived in its power. The woman wants to believe that love can do anything such as her belief. Ah, the heartbreaker discerns how poor, stupid, 39, helpless, pretentious, error-prone, and rather pernicious than salvific, even the strongest, deepest love is. Perhaps underneath the sacred parable and cover of Jesus' life lies one of the most painful cases of martyrdom from knowing what love is, the martyrdom of an innocent and deeply passionate heart that could not be satisfied with any human love, that longed for love, longed to be loved in nothing but that, longed persistently, madly, with terrifying outbursts of indignation against those who refused him love. The story of a poor man, not satiated with love and insatiable in love, who had to invent hell in order to send there those who did not want to love him, and who, finally having learned what human love was, had to invent a God who represented all love, the capacity to love, who felt pity for human love, seeing how scarce and how blind it was. Whoever feels this way, whoever knows this about love, seeks death. But why have a predilection for such painful things? Assuming it is not required of us. 270. The spiritual arrogance and squeamishness of every man who has suffered deeply, and how deeply men can suffer almost determines their rank. His appalling confidence, with which he is imbued and stained, that through his suffering he knows more than the most intelligent and wise men can know, that he knows many distant and terrible worlds in which he was once at home and of which you know nothing. This spiritual silent arrogance of the sufferer, this pride of the chosen one of knowledge, the initiate, almost sacrifice, needs all kinds of disguise to shield himself from the touch of intrusive and compassionate hands, and generally from everything that does not equal him in suffering. Deep suffering ennobles, it detangles. One of the most subtle forms of disguise is Epicureanism and the associated display of a certain virtue of taste, which treats suffering lightly and defends itself against all that is sad and profound. There are merry men who use merriment in order to remain misunderstood under its guise. They want to be misunderstood. There are men of science who use science because it gives a cheerful appearance and because scholarship allows one to conclude that one is superficial. They want to be seduced into such a false conclusion. There are free impudent minds who want to conceal and deny that they have a broken, proud, unhealed heart, 40, in their breasts, and sometimes even foolishness itself serves as a mask for ill-fated, too unquestionable knowledge. It follows that to have respect for the mask and not to engage in vain psychology and curiosity is a matter of refined humanity. 271. The deepest chasm between two people is formed in case of different understanding of the meaning and degrees of cleanliness. There is nothing to be done here. What good faith and mutual benefit, what mutual good will do, if they cannot stand each other's smell? The higher instinct of purity puts the person possessed by it in a very strange and dangerous position of solitude, similar to the solitude of a saint, for the higher spiritualization of the named instinct is exactly holiness. The knowledge of the indescribable fullness of the happiness that comes from bathing, the passion and thirst that constantly draws the soul from night to morning and from the dark, from sorrow to the light, the radiant, the deep, the refined. How much such attraction sets people apart, for it is a noble attraction the same way it divides them. The compassion of the holy is compassion for the filth of the human, too human. And there are such steps and heights at which the very compassion he feels is defilement, filth. 272. Signs of aristocratism: never to contemplate degrading our duties to those of every man, never to wish to pass on our responsibilities to anyone, never to wish to share them, to count our advantages and the enjoyment of them as our duties. 273. The man who aspires to greatness looks upon everyone he encounters along the way either as a means, a delay, and an obstacle, or as a temporary refuge. His inherent high-minded kindness to his fellow man can only manifest itself when he has reached his pinnacle and become dominant. Impatience, the consciousness that until then he is condemned to ceaseless comedy, for even war is a comedy and conceals something, as every means conceals an end. This consciousness constantly spoils his treatment. Such people know solitude and all that is most poisonous in it. 274. The problem of waiting. There needs to be some happy event, there needs to be a lot of things that cannot be foreseen in advance, so that the higher person, in whom the solution to a known problem is slumbering, also starts to act in time, so that he, you could say, breaks through. This usually does not happen, and in every corner of the world there are those who are waiting, who hardly know to what extent they are waiting, much less that they are waiting in vain. Sometimes, however, the cry of call comes too late. Too late is the occasion that gives permission to act, when the best years of youth have already passed and the best creative powers have atrophied from idleness. How many, having jumped up, have been horrified to find that their members have grown numb and their spirit has grown too heavy. Too late, they exclaimed, losing faith in themselves and becoming forever useless. Is not the armless Raphael, 41, if one understands this expression in the broadest sense, not the exception, but the rule in the sphere of genius? Genius may not be so rare at all, but he rarely has the 500 hands that he needs to tyrannize Kappa Alpha Iota Rho, the right moment, to grab by the hair of chance. 275. Whoever does not want to see the high qualities of another person, the more he scrutinizes the base and superficial in him, and in this way he betrays himself. 276. All kinds of insults and hardships are more easily borne by the lowly and coarse soul than by the noble soul. The dangers threatening the latter must be greater. The probability that it will crash and die, given the multiplicity of its living conditions, is too great. The lizard grows back the finger it has lost, with man it does not. 277. That's pretty bad. There's the old story again. When you've finished building a house, you notice that in doing so you've imperceptibly learned something you should have known before you started building it. The eternal obnoxious too late. The melancholy of all things finished. 278. Wanderer, who are you? I see you walking your way without mockery, without love, with an impenetrable gaze, drenched and sad, like a lot that, not sated, returns to the daylight from any depth. What did it seek there? Your chest makes no sigh, your lips hide disgust, your hand is slow. Who are you? What have you been doing? Rest here, this place welcomes everyone, rest. And whoever you are, what do you want now? What will help thee to rest? Just name it, all that I have, I will offer you. Rest? Rest? Oh, curious one, what do you say? But give me, I beseech thee, what? What? Speak. Another mask. Another mask. 279. People of deep sorrow give themselves away when they are happy, they grasp at happiness as if they wanted to crush and strangle it out of jealousy. They know too well that it will run away from them. 280. It's no good. Look, isn't he retreating? Yes. But you don't understand him well if you complain about it. He's backing away, like anyone who's getting ready to take a big leap. 281. Will they believe me? But I very much wish they would believe me in it. I have always thought of myself only badly, only on very rare occasions, only under compulsion, always without any fascination with the subject, ready to be distracted from myself, always without faith in the result, thanks to an irreducible doubt in the possibility of self-knowledge, which has led me so far that even in the notion of direct knowledge admitted by theorists I see contradictio in ejecto. 92. The whole fact is almost the most true of all that I know about myself. Apparently, something in me resists to consider anything definite about myself. Could there be a mystery behind it? Quite possibly, but fortunately, it is not to my teeth. Perhaps it gives away the breed to which I belong. But it does not betray me, which is quite in keeping with my own desire. 282. But what happened to you? I don't know, he said hesitantly, maybe the harpies flew over my table. It happens nowadays that a meek, modest and reserved man suddenly goes into a rage, smashes plates, overturns the table, shouts, rages, insults everybody and finally steps aside, ashamed, furious with himself. Where? Why? To starve to death on the sidelines? To choke on his memories? He who hungers high and picky, and only rarely finds his table set, his food cooked, is at all times in great danger. In our time, this danger is especially great. Abandoned to the noisy age of the mob, with whom he cannot eat from the same bowl, he can easily die of hunger and thirst, or, if he nevertheless finally pounces on his food, of sudden nausea. We have probably all sat at tables where we shouldn't have, and it is the smartest of us, the most fastidious eaters, who are familiar with that dangerous dyspepsia, caused by sudden insight and disappointment in our meals and fellow diners, nausea for dessert. 283. If one has a desire to praise at all, it would be a refined and at the same time aristocratic self-control on one's part to praise always only when others do not praise, otherwise one would have to praise oneself as well, which is against good taste, but, of course, this self-control gives a decent excuse and impetus to remain constantly misunderstood. To have the right to allow oneself this true luxury of taste and morality, one must live not among chumps, but among those whose misunderstandings and errors may even give pleasure in their refinement, otherwise one must pay dearly for it. He praises me, therefore he commends me. This donkey conclusion spoils half our lives as hermits, for it makes donkeys our neighbors and friends. 284. To live with an immensely proud composure, always on the other side. To have it one's own will one's effects, one's pros and cons, or not to have them, to condescend to them for a time, to mount them as a horse, often as a donkey, for one must know how to make use of both their folly and their ardor. To keep 300 ostentatious motives and dark glasses in our household, for there are occasions when no one should look into our eyes, and still less into our motives. And take as his companion that knavish and merry vice, courtesy. And to be master of his 4 virtues, courage, shrewdness, sympathy, solitude. For we have solitude as a virtue, as a refined attraction peculiar to cleanliness, which foresees what inevitable untidiness must take place when people come into contact with each other, in society. No matter how, whenever, wherever, every community tarnishes. 285. The greatest events and thoughts, and the greatest thoughts are the greatest events, are comprehended after all. Generations of contemporaries of such events do not experience them, their lives run on the sidelines. What happens here is the same as in the realm of the stars. The light of the farthest stars reaches people later than anything else, and while it has not yet reached, man denies that there are stars there. How many centuries does it take a genius to be understood? Is also a scale by which to create rank order and etiquette for genius and star. 286. Here the view is free in the distance, here the spirit soars high. 42, however, there is the opposite view of people who also stand on high and also have a free view in front of them, but looking down. 287. What is noble? What does the word noble mean to us now? By what does it betray itself? By what can one recognize a noble man under this dark, ominous sky of the beginning domination of the nobility, a sky that makes everything impenetrable to the eye and leaden? Not by his deeds, deeds are always multitudinous and in this inexhaustible, nor by his creations. There are many in our time among artists and scientists who give away by their creations that a deep desire draws them to the noble, but it is this need for the noble that is fundamentally different from the needs of the noble soul and just serves as an eloquent and dangerous sign of what they are lacking. No, not creations, but faith is what decides here. That is what sets the ranks if we take the old religious formula in a new and deeper sense, some deep confidence of the noble soul in itself, something that cannot be sought, cannot be found, and, perhaps, cannot be lost either. The noble soul honors itself. 288. There are people who have a mind that cannot be concealed in any way. They can finesse as much as they like and cover with their hands the eyes that betray them, as if the hand were not also a traitor. In the end, it is still obvious that they possess something that they are hiding, namely, a mind. One of the best means to at least deceive for as long as possible and to appear more foolish with success than in reality, which in ordinary life is often as useful as an umbrella from the rain, is called enthusiasm, including what this includes, for example, virtue. For, as Galliani, who must have known it, said, virtu est enthusiasm, 93, 43, 289. In the writings of the hermit we always sense some echo of the desert, some rustling and frightening glance of solitude. Even in his strongest words, in his very cry, one hears a new, more dangerous kind of silence and silencing. Who, year after year and day and night, spends time alone with his soul in confiding quarrels and dialogues, who, sitting in his cave, and it may be a labyrinth, but also a gold mine, has become a cave bear, or a treasure seeker, or a guardian and a dragon. The very concepts eventually get some special shimmering coloring, some smell of depth and at the same time of mold, something unspeakable and disgusting, giving a chill to all who pass by. The hermit does not believe that the philosopher, if one accepts that the philosopher is first always a hermit, ever expresses in books his true and final opinions. Are not books written precisely to conceal what one conceals within oneself? He is even inclined to doubt whether the philosopher can have final and authentic opinions at all, and whether behind every cave there is not, should not be, a deeper cave, a wider, unknown and richer world above every surface, a chasm, abgrund, behind every ground, grand, under every grounding, begrundung. Every philosophy is a philosophy of the foreground, so the hermit judges. There is something arbitrary about the fact that he stopped just here, looked back, looked around, that he did not dig deeper here and cast aside the spade. There is also something suspicious here. Every philosophy hides in turn some philosophy, every opinion a refuge, every word a mask. 290. Every profound thinker is more afraid of being understood than of being misunderstood. In the latter case, perhaps, his vanity suffers; in the former, his heart, his sympathy, keeps saying, "Ah, why do you want you to have it as hard as I do?" 291. Man, this utterly twisted, artificial and impenetrable animal, terrible to other animals more by cunning and ingenuity than by strength, has invented a pure conscience in order to enjoy his soul as something simple, and all morality is nothing but a bold and prolonged falsification, by which the contemplation of the soul can be enjoyed at all. From this point of view, the notion of art contains, perhaps, much more than is commonly thought. 292. Philosopher, this is the man who constantly experiences extraordinary things, who sees, hears them, suspects them, hopes for them, dreams about them, whom his own thoughts come as if from without, as if from above and below, like his kind of events and lightning discharges, who, perhaps, is himself a thundercloud, fraught with new lightning. He is a fateful man, around whom something constantly rumbles, murmurs, crackles, and all kinds of creeping things happen. The philosopher, this creature, often fleeing from himself, often afraid of himself, but too curious not to come to himself again and again, not to return to himself. 293. The person who says, "I like it, I'll take it for myself and protect it from everyone," the man who can conduct some business, fulfill some decision, stay true to some thought, hold a woman, punish and crush the insolent, the man who has his anger and his sword and to whom the weak, the suffering and the oppressed as well as the animals are willingly and naturally subjected, in short, the man who is by nature a master. If such a man has compassion, well, then that compassion has value. But what good is the compassion of those who suffer? Or those who even preach compassion? Now almost everywhere in Europe one finds a morbid sensitivity to suffering, as well as a repugnant intemperance in complaining, a pampering that tries to dress up as something higher with religion and different philosophical trash. Now there is a cult of suffering. The irrelevance of what in the circles of such exalted people is called compassion is, in my opinion, the first thing that strikes you. This bad taste of the newest kind should be thoroughly and firmly curbed, and I wish, after all, that people would wear as a means against it both in their hearts and on their necks the beautiful amulet Guy's saber, or, to put it more clearly for my countrymen, cheerful science. 294. Olympic vice. Contrary to that philosopher who, like a true Englishman, tried to denigrate the laughter of all thinking heads by saying, laughter is an evil affliction of human nature, which every thinking head will strive to overcome, Hobbes, I would even allow myself to establish a ranking for philosophers according to the rank of their laughter, putting at the highest level those capable of golden laughter. And if we assume that the gods also philosophize, which I have already had occasion to do in my conclusions, I have no doubt that they also laugh with a new, superhuman laughter, to the detriment of all serious things. The gods are mocking, apparently, even when acting as priests, they cannot refrain from laughing. 295. The genius of the heart, peculiar to that great hidden one, the god of temptation and born rat-catcher of conscience, whose voice knows how to reach the very bottom of every soul, who will not say a word or cast a glance without a hidden hint of temptation, who has the masterful ability to appear not what he is, but what makes those following him more and more eager to follow him and with a deeper and stronger urge to follow him. The genius of the heart that silences and teaches to listen to all that is loud and complacent, that smooths the scruffy souls, giving them a taste of new desire, to be still as a mirror, so that the deep sky is reflected in them. The genius of the heart that teaches the awkward and too hurried hand to take more slowly and more gently, who will guess the hidden and forgotten treasure, the drop of goodness and sweet spirituality beneath the dark thick ice, and serve as a magic wand for every grain of gold that has long lay buried in its dungeon of silt and sand, the genius of the heart, from whose touch everyone becomes richer, but not ennobled and bewildered, not happy and depressed by the goods of others, but richer in himself, newer to himself, manifest, blown around and listened to by warm winds, maybe not so sure, more tender, fragile and even broken, but full of hopes that have no name yet, full of new desires and tides, full of new reluctances and ebbs. But what am I doing, my friends? Of whom am I speaking to you? Have I forgotten so much that I haven't even said his name? But haven't you already guessed for yourselves who this mysterious spirit and God is who should be praised in this way? As it happens to everyone who has been constantly on the road and in foreign lands since childhood, so it happened to me. Many strange and insecure spirits have crossed my path, chiefly and most often the one of whom I have just spoken, none other than the god Dionysus, that great and two-faced tempter god, to whom, as you know, I once with all my heart and with complete reverence dedicated my firstborns, being, as I think, the last of those who offered him sacrifices, for I met not one person who understood what I did then. In the meantime I have learned much, too much about the philosophy of this god, and, as said, from his own lips I, the last disciple and initiate of the god Dionysus, so have I not at last the right to give you, my friends, as far as I am allowed, a taste of some of this philosophy? Of course, we must speak in a low voice, because we are talking about something secret, new, alien, surprising, sinister. Already the fact that Dionysus is a philosopher and that consequently even the gods philosophize seems to me a news, and a rather insidious news, which can be expected to arouse distrust exactly among the philosophers, but among you, my friends, it will meet already less opposition, if it appears in time and not too late, for I have been told that nowadays you do not really believe in God and in gods. But, perhaps, in my frank story, I will go farther than the strict habits of your ears allow? In such dialogues, the named God went farther, much farther, and was always far ahead of me. If it were permitted, I would even, according to the custom of men, call him great names and ascribe to him all kinds of virtues. I would extol his courage in research and discovery, his courageous honesty, truthfulness, and love of wisdom. But all this venerable junk and tinsel is not at all necessary for such a god. Save it for yourself, for those like you, and for those who still need it. He would say, I have no reason to cover my nakedness. I see, maybe such a deity and philosopher has no shame? Thus, he once said, sometimes I like people, alluding at the same time to Ariadne, who was here. Man, in my opinion, is a handsome, brave, inventive animal, to which there is no equal on earth. He is not afraid of any labyrinths. I am kind to him, and I often think of how I might still improve him and make him stronger, meaner, and deeper. Stronger, meaner, and deeper? I asked with horror. Yes, he said again, stronger, meaner and deeper, and also more beautiful, and then the tempter god smiled his Alcyonic smile, as if he had uttered something charmingly courteous. You see, this deity not only lacks shame, there is much to suggest that the gods in general could learn a thing or two from us humans. We humans are more human.